V-22, Chapter 251. The stage is set. Outskirts of Dalco, Great Plains region. Date, August 25th, 2026. Feeling the tremble from the airframe, General Crisis looked around the large beast that the Terrans call a C-130 cargo plane. It looked gray and cold, a sight he has never seen, and is surprised at how normalized hovering on such a large flying machine was to these terrains. Not just with the terrains, but also with his apostle, Frayen, and his new bodyguard and guardian, Melina. This is not the first time either of them was on such a wonder machine. Feeling nervous, Master? Frayen asked who sat next to him. Not at all, Crisis said as he held his strap tightly. It is okay, Melina said with a smirk. It is terrifying for everyone for the first time. The general gave the warrior bunny a glare, implying that he was not terrified of being 18,000 feet in the air. He had no idea why anyone would be comfortable this high above the ground. You should learn not to be so controlling, Melina commented. It helps. Knock it off, Crisis ordered. I do have to agree with the bunny on this one, Master, Frayen said. Do not dare to side with her, Crisis said. Yes, Master, Frayen said. And stop calling me that, Crisis ordered. He then glanced toward Melina and saw a glare that told him that she would never call him Master. He is now regretting sitting between them and wished for this trip to end. Hearing from the pilots that they are making their final approach to the quickly assembled airfield. With the news, the nearly 100 warriors, American, and his newly established personal guard prepare themselves. He could feel the uneasiness between the two groups, which is understandable. Both sides just fought a war against each other, and now they have to save the world together. Regardless, he is thrilled to see the reformed Republican Army consolidating around his sister's rule and willing to fight by his side. Feeling a strong turbulence as the aircraft descended, it landed, being the first of many more aircraft to do so. Once the ramp dropped, everyone marched off the aircraft. Waiting for the general was Captain Bailey of Vanguard 5, someone he has yet to meet, however knew that the captain was a close friend to Sharpe and Colonel John Young, the Rangers' leader. Can I help you too? Sorry to rush you, but we have a problem, Bailey said. One of yours actually. One of mine? Crisis asked. Correct, Young said. Yesterday we detected 8,000 legionaries inbound to this position. They set up camp a few kilometers from here, but if they regroup during the night, when they break camp, they should be here in a few hours. Few hours? Melina said. That should be plenty of time to deal with them with your technology. That is the problem, Frayen said. Technically, we are allies now, Young said. I wouldn't want to kill them just because their orders are out of date. However, I have my orders and I will not allow them to risk this operation. If they get too close to this position, I will order a bombing run on them. So, Crisis said, you want me to convince them that we are on the same side? They probably would believe you over us, Bailey said. That could be a problem, Crisis said. As you all know, we do not like to stand down or give up a fight. We all know, Melina commented as she crossed her arms. I do have the Imperial decree, Crisis said. This should be enough. However, the question is who will they be loyal to? These are frontier legionaries. They fight against the dark races and beasts mostly, and if they have been out of contact with Sad Era for a long period of time, then they might still think they are winning the war. They may not like the news it brings. That is your responsibility, General, Young said. Vanguard 5 will escort you to them. You have 2 hours to convince them, or I am pulling the plug. No worry. Crisis informed the Centurion to set up camp and be ready for the rest of the Legion to arrive. Once the orders were given and everyone gathered their equipment, Melina, Frayen, and himself got into an infantry squad vehicle and joined Vanguard 5. Sitting inside the passenger seat, Crisis heard Bailey over the team radio. I was thinking, General, Bailey said. How is the enemy able to respond this quickly? What do you mean? Crisis asked. If they do not know we are allies now, no Imperial would allow an enemy to give an inch of our territory. Not what I mean, Bailey said. We have only been here for 2 days. How would the Imperial commander even know to counterattack us yet? The captain had a point. While the old Imperial army had a quick reaction time to the crisis compared to the other kingdoms on Falmart, this was too quick. If a scout saw the first airborne dropped on these lands, the legionary commander would only be getting the news now or tomorrow, depending on where they were stationed. This is too quick. Most likely the Legion was out here protecting the trade routes with Darlco and the other imperial cities in the region, Crisis said. I was deployed here in my youth, and our job was to protect the crops being transported to the coastal cities. What if Darlco requested their aid in advance, and they just happened to run into us? Melina proposed. We just got in the way? Possible, Bailey said. Crisis could hear the hesitation in the captain's voice. While Melina's idea had merit, something about the situation did not settle well with him. In war, he found it is very rare when occurrences happen, and this one was too big for him to stomach. Hearing from Colonel Young that they are getting close to the enemy position, Melina pointed to the sky, commenting that she saw the American drone. A small infantry-sized one that the general saw deployed many times throughout the war. That technology was one of the reasons he shifted toward trench warfare in Ely's as he tried to hide his movements. We should stop here, Crisis said. This far? Bailey asked. We are pretty far. I do not want to seem hostile. Remember, they have not seen any of your technology before. If anything, they're going to be just as zealous as the rest of the army was early in the war. A short silence reigned through the radio before a reply from Bailey. I see. Back to the moral superiority complex group. I hope they can pull their heads out of their assess and listen. While the general hated to think that low of his brethren, the Terran had a point. The Imperial Army gained that reputation, and for good reason. One could stop them for the longest of time. It wasn't until they faced a superior enemy and the survivors that the surviving became humbled. Facing an honorable enemy restored the honor the legionary once had. The question is, would these warriors feel the need to boost their superiority or be willing to put aside the old ways and embrace reform? The formation stopped, and everyone got out. Melina, make sure you grab the flag, Crisis said. I have it, Melina said. I do not know why we need this, though. It is to warn them that we are friendly. Otherwise, they will just kill us. Is that why we brought Fry in here? Just in case? I bet he could kill them all. Because I can does not mean I want to, Fryan said. A peaceful resolution would be preferable. Agreed, Crisis said. Now hold up the flag, and let's go. Captain, wait here. Hell no, Bailey said. I cannot let you go out there alone. You are a general for God's sake. And as your general, I command you to stay here, Crisis said. If they see you escorting us, that will give off the wrong message. Now let's go. It took a decent amount of time to cross the grassland and reach the Imperial camp. Crisis wondered if he had gotten used to being transported by Terran vehicle, and that was why it felt longer than it should. Seeing 5 legionaries, 3 of them were men. Another is an elf archer, and the last was a Valroldan. The general could tell what their unit was, the 28th Legionary. Halt! One of the soldiers yelled. Do not tell me to halt, Crisis responded. I am a legionary general, and you shall respect that or else. He could tell his response struck confusion among the 5. To them, it probably made no sense why there was a legionary general alone with a dark elf and a warrior bunny. However, he remained firm. A centurion appeared with additional guards. If you are a general, then where is your legion? Over there, where you are going, Crisis said. I came in peace because if you continue going, you all will be killed. Impossible, the centurion said, placing his hand on his sword handle. Over there are the other worlders, enemies of the Empire. I demand to know who you are. I am the general of the army, Crisis, commander of the northern armies and legate of the Ely's legions. This is your last warning to take me who is in charge here. General Crisis. I have heard that name before. The exiled general. The centurion thought for a moment and then took his hand off the handle. I will take you to General Biggerass. Hearing that name frustrated the general. However, he did not complain and followed the centurion as he knew he was doing his duty. Why are you angry? Melina asked. I thought the point was to meet the one in charge. It is who we are meeting, Crisis said. A spoiled kid who was brought up in a wealthy family on the Avion coast. I was hoping for a common man or career general. Walking through the group, Crisis could see the bulk of the legion. Half of them were the standard professional soldiers that one would expect, while the other half seemed to be militia and other auxiliaries. Bailey was correct. The number of mixed units here, there would be no way they could have assembled and arrived here in 2 days. In addition, he could tell by the vast majority of this formation had not seen battle before. Outside of the filth that came from marching, Their armor and equipment were too clean. Their skin and fur were smooth and clean. The spirit in their eyes was eagerness, looking for glory and not veterans who saw combat. The only one who acted like they had seen war was the centurion who was escorting them. Upon reaching where the leaders of this legion, a senior centurion approached. "Hello, General. You are welcome to see the General. However, the slave bunny must stay here." "Direct orders." "I am not a dash," Melina angrily said before being cut off by Crisis. "They come with me, and that is final," Crisis said. "I am sorry, but I cannot allow that," the senior centurion said. "The General has a thing against bunnies. The General does not like to be around others who are stronger than him. I do not know how else to put it, but slaves cannot come forward. I promise nothing will happen to the slave while you are gone." "Master," Frayen said, "I think we should play this game." Confused by Frayen's response, Crisis decided to trust his apostle. He does agree that this did not make sense and that something must be up. While it was common not to allow slaves near the officers' quarters, it was common for personal slaves or assistants to stay behind their master. A total ban was unheard of, especially for someone from wealth. However, he was surprised that they were okay with an apostle being part of the meeting. "What?" Melina said with much frustration. "Fine, but I will be listening. I didn't go to Ticaret just to have you die here. Fucking racist Imperials." Finally agreeing to the terms, Crisis followed both centurions. Up ahead, he saw a dozen centurions of different ranks surrounding the wood elf, General Bigaras, as they finished a meeting, probably finalizing their plans before attacking the American airbase. They all moved out of the way, and the general pushed back his thick robe and opened his arms with excitement. "General Crisis," Bigaras said, "I never fancied seeing you here in the middle of nowhere. I thought you were freezing your nuts off after your stunt in Sad Era. It was not cold enough, so I left," Crisis said. "Pity about your army, though. It is never easy to be the sole survivor," Bigaras said with a smirk. He clapped his hands and continued, "At least you still have one arm left. I do wonder, though, is it the important one? Either way, by legionary standards, you are only a half a man. Now, what brings you all the way out here? Another exile?" All Crisis could feel was his blood boiling as he fully understood the game that was being played. Remember how Zorzel and his goons betrayed his entire army in Elis just to prevent him from possibly stealing the throne from the old emperor? A right that he had no idea he had at the time. For honor stakes, he knows he should have died with the rest of his men. However, for duty stakes, he understands he must go on. "We both know there is no exile that can hold me," Crisis responded. "And be careful of your tongue. You are speaking to the newly appointed general of the army." "Congratulations." Feeling only frustration, Crisis maintained his posture. "I am here to tell you all that the war is over." He pulled out the seal by the Empress and Senate that officially marked the end of the war and change of government. "These are new orders. Peace between us and the other worlders has been established, and the war is over. If you attack that base over there, you will be considered outlaws and will be punished by the Legion for attacking an ally." Crisis handed over the document. Bigaras glanced over it and tossed it behind his shoulder. "This is a fake." "A fake?" Crisis responded, confused by the strange mannerism from this general. "How did you become a general if you do not know the Imperial seal? From the throne and Senate. Pina is a woman first off, and she is the new Empress of the Empire," Bigaras loudly stated as he intended for everyone to hear. "And we are taking the word from an armless man who once rebelled against the Empire and abandoned how many legionaries to be murdered by the enemy." Before Crisis could outburst, Frayen stepped forward. "May I ask, what was the last report you all received before our arrival?" "That the one and true Emperor, Zorzel, defeated the other Worlders' armies in Elis," Bigaras said in a bored manner. "That Rondel was attacked by these same other Worlders, however the Imperial army repelled them. That Sadera withstood an assault recently, and that Pina and her knights fell to the sword as she tried to execute the Senate and her brother. I also heard that you and that bitch of a sister sided with the enemy with the intent to overthrow the Empire, but was squashed. I assumed that is why you were here alone. That is how I know that document was fake." He could not tolerate the number of lies that were just spoken. His younger brother Zorzel, who tried to kill him out of spite, order the slaughter of his entire army, men who were loyal to him, stole all the success from what he accomplished in Elis and saved the empire from destruction. Even in death, Zorzal still robbed him of his earned glory and reputation. Very interesting, Phryane said. Very interesting what? Bigaras asked. As the three spoke, additional guards appeared around them. Master, Phryane calmly said, I have noticed that all his facts are not lining up. For example, he first mentioned your deeds and acknowledged that the Elis front was defeated by the Terrans. However, he now just changed his story, stating that Zorzal led them to victory. Cursus smirked and nodded, seeing what Phryane also saw. The more he thought about what was said, the more he realized every detail since the conversation started was meant to gain a response out of him. He has also made a point that would be impossible for him to know by this stage of the war, Phryane added. There is no way for anyone here to know that Sadera was attacked 2 weeks ago. You are correct, Crisis said. Somehow you have knowledge of events that only recently unfolded, and you have been twisting all the facts to trick these men to ride into a slaughter. He noticed a frown on Bigaras. The frown quickly went away with a laugh. Men, arrest them. They are traitors to the Empire. Not once but multiple times. One of the Centurions tried to grab Crisis' arm. However, with a very precise threat, the Centurion backed off out of fear for his life. Legionaries, Crisis said, do not throw your lives away like this. As this man likes to bring up, I was in exile and a traitor once. However, if truly have the heart of the warrior, then deep down inside, you know what I did was I was in Elis, not Zorzal, and I did achieve a great victory there, but at a high cost. He then intentionally made sure everyone could see his missing left arm, pointing out that he also suffered from the war. If Bigaras wanted to keep bringing that point up, he decided to exploit it himself. We have all been betrayed by people like him. My army was wiped out, but not by the other worlders, but by our comrades, the Oprichnina and disloyal legionaries. We fought and died to protect the Empire, and we were slaughtered for it. And sadly, this was not an isolated case, as another legion was almost purged. Rondel and Sadera were also burned by the previous emperor, not by the enemy, but again, by the ones we called allies, Darlko. You are about to die, protecting the ones who committed high crimes against our people. Crisis saw many of the Centurions chatting with each other. The senior Centurion stopped anyone from following through on the arrest order. It seemed that he wanted to see how events played out. Interesting story, but not believable, Bigaras said. General, the senior Centurion said, we should hear him out and confirm this before waging an offensive. It has been a long time since we received a proper update on the status of the war. No, Bigaras said, we have our orders and our duty. We are talking about a man who betrayed the armor he wears. I will prove this. He then pulled out his sword and marched forward. A ring formed as Crisis realized what was happening. Nothing about this man made any sense. Even if he was as hard-headed as Herm and Kalasta, this was too over the top. Either way, the general made a grave mistake, challenging him to an arena duel. Pulling his sword and taking a step forward, he calmed Phryne's concerns. I know about your reputation in arena fighting, Bigaras said. I do wonder if your reputation can withstand your current status. The two generals clashed. The elf had agility, able to dance around. However, Crisis had experience and was able to quickly maintain the aggression, dodged the swing from his opponent's sword, and was forced to block. To his shock, he was thrust back. A feeling of frustration flowed through his veins. Crisis found himself going on the defensive. The sheer strength from each impact of their swords always ran the risk of him dropping his sword. He could not figure out if he had become much weaker or if missing an arm had thrown off his stance. Feeling that he could no longer go back, Crisis allowed himself to be open, allowing a strike. As his opponent's blade came, he allowed the impact of the blade on his side plate of armor. However, this allowed him to duck around and slide around, bringing his sword to the side of Bigaras, knowing that he couldn't reach around in time to block. To his surprise, Bigaras quickly countered, blocking his attack. Before he could reach it, he was kicked by the elf and fell to the ground. Impossible. You are getting old, Bigaras said. As Crisis stood up, he blocked a few attacks, being forced back again. He realized that each attack had an additional weight behind them, non-normal for an elf. Crisis. Hearing Melina's voice, he looked over as both heard a commotion from the crowd. For legionaries grabbed her as she tried to force herself through the soldiers. However, all the legionaries' armor glowed and was thrust back from Fryen. "Thank you, Fryen," Melina said. She then looked directly at Bigoras with such hatred. "Crisis, he is a shapeshifter." "A shapeshifter?" Crisis mumbled before looking back at Bigoras. He could see a frustrated reaction now that he saw the warrior bunny. Now everything made sense regarding how this elf could easily dodge his attacks and twist around a block. How his strength to be multiplied while looking so physically weak. Melina, being a bunny, was the only one who can see the sensitive changes a shapeshifter could make. No wonder you kept blocking and reacting in an unnatural way. You can flex your body in any direction you want. It explains why he did not want Melina to come with us, Fryen added. If she came, he wouldn't be able to discredit you as she could see through his disguise. "Please," Bigoras said. "A slave bunny is accusing me of being a shapeshifter? How laughable. You cannot win an arena fight, so you must falsely attack my honor." "This is over." "Master?" Fryen asked. "Do it," Crisis responded. A blue flame wrapped around Fryen's arm, something that shocked everyone as this was an invention from Lelei's Earth-based knowledge. Without warning, the apostle fired a bolt at General Bigoras. The bolt missed and ignited the ground upon impact. The heat ignited parts of Bigoras's clothing and melted parts of his armor. However, what shocked everyone was that Bigoras's body was weirdly shaped to the side, that being the only way he could have dodged the intense magical spell. He is one of them," the senior centurion said, pointing toward Bigoras. As Bigoras transformed back into his elf form, holding his burnt side, he started to laugh. "I see that you discovered me. You are working for Darlco," Crisis stated. "You are going to sacrifice everyone here in a blind charge against the Otherworlders, distracting them long enough to open the Demon Gate." Bigoras stood quietly, glaring at Crisis. "Demon Gate?" someone in the crowd said. Fryen quickly explained what has been going on and that they are working with the Otherworlders to stop Darlco before they open a second gate. If they fail, all their lives, families, and villages would be destroyed like Rondell and Sadera. The crowd began to get uneasy as they all started shouting at the shapeshifter, realizing that they were played. With a loud laugh, the shapeshifter jumped and turned into a large bird. Melina thought quickly bounced high enough and slashed one of the wings. The bird fell to the ground and transformed into its natural, fur-like beast form. Once Crisis approached, he saw the beast on the ground, holding his armless arm. Not wanting to take any risk, he quickly sliced the head off and then picked it up. Seeing the demoralized soldiers, Crisis held the head into the air. "Everyone listens. This represents everything that I have fought against. Twisted, lies, corruption, always pretending to be one thing public, but having alternative motives underneath. This is what the Empire has become, and this is why hundreds of thousands of our comrades died." He then tossed the head onto the ground. The only thing that always withstood everything this represented was the Legion, and no one tricks the Legion. All of you are legionaries, but not of the old Empire, who Bigoras represented. You are legionaries of the Republic. Now, if you want a war, follow me and show your worth. We have demons to hunt. Date: August 26, 2026. Seeing the back ramp lower from the C-130 cargo plane, Sharpe, the girls, and the rest of Vanguard, 7 unstrapped and gathered their gear, and walked off. "Wow, this place reminds me of my road trips through the Midwest," Frost commented. "Don't get used to it," Randy said. "This is not a vacation." "When was the last time we had one?" Alicia asked. "Last night for me," Scott said with a smooth voice. "That explains the claw marks," Sophia said. Sharpe shook his head with a smirk from the bantering. He was thrilled to see that everyone still had a good spirit going into this mess. "Rory, have you ever been out here on your travels?" Andrew asked. "No," Rory replied. "This region is not easy to get to, and Emroy does not have many followers out here. Farmers and tribal folk do not really follow the arcs of war and love. They prefer flair or syphilis. The truth is my god really is more related to civilizations." "Well, you got those 2 checkboxes right," Sharpe said. "Randy, get everyone settled. Rory, I will meet you at the CP in a moment. Andrew, mind if you come with me for a moment? Sure, boss, Andrew asked, confused. The two walked away and walked along the line. They could see the engineers hard at work finishing the runway, which seemed to be almost complete. As their aircraft was landing, one took off an hour earlier, creating a nonstop air route between Alness and here. Air tankers on station, so the C-130s do not have to waste time on the tarmac. Can I ask, sir? Andrew asked. Does it feel heavy? What? The spear? Sharpe said as he pulled it out from his vest. Not really. It has almost no weight, surprisingly. Very cool, Andrew said. So, what can I do for you? I've been meaning to bring this up to you for a while, Sharpe said. From the very beginning, you have always had my back and been my friend, even when I didn't deserve it. It is no problem, sir. None of it ever made sense to me, so I figured something else had to be going on. Either you would get into shape, or the army would pull you out. True is true. Is there a reason you are bringing this up now, sir? Yes. We are about to go up against something that is far more powerful than us. We barely made it the last time, and I doubt we will get that lucky again. Don't worry about it, sir. We all trust you. We all pretty much have gotten used to this type of fighting. Everyone wants to kick our ass, but we always dish out. That is why I like you. You are always up. But that is not what I mean. Sharpe took a deep breath, placing both hands on his hips. When we face Valkyr, I need you to watch my back again. I know they're going to come after me, Rory and Lelei, and us three will have our own fights to deal with. Andrew looked at the lieutenant colonel with some confusion. He replaced his manner with his usual confident smile. No worries. I got your back, sir. Good, Sharpe said. I need to hear that. Before the battle, tomorrow meet up with me. Now, I need to get to the CP. After they shook hands, Sharpe walked toward the command post. As he walked, he noticed a large number of legionaries scattered throughout the airfield. While he knew that the Air Force was breaking some weight regulations to squeeze as many troops as possible here, he couldn't fathom the time allotted. Additionally, while the brass wanted a melee force just in case a second SAT-era situation developed, they wouldn't want this many, as this could have been more riflemen. Deciding to ask Colonel Young about the manor, he saw 3 Griffin, the second mobile protected firepower, or otherwise known as by the troops, light tanks, lined up with the 4th one being offloaded from their aircraft. First time in combat, and just in time to hopefully stop a demon invasion. Inside the tent, Sharpe saw Colonel Young, Brigadier General Smith, General Crisis, Captain Bailey Robinson, and Rory all around a table. They seemed to be finishing the assault plans toward the city. Hello, Colonel, Young said. Welcome to the war. I hope your R&R was eventful. You could say that, Sharpe said. I ran into Brad Pitt. Ah, Rory said as her cheeks turned red. That was the best part. He is so dreamy. Those abs, and that sword of his. Impressive. Shut up, Rory, Sharpe ordered. I see, Young said. As long as you have the objective, we're good to go. Sharpe noticed how no one reacted. While the events of what happened in Israel were classified, they were informed about the Holy Spear and the importance it was to stopping Valkyr/Suffmet. Their reactions showed how everyone got used to the supranational element of this world. We are, Sharpe said. First, what is with all the legionaries outside? Darlco convinced a legion and militia south from here to attack us, Crisis said. Their leader was a shapeshifter, posing as an Imperial officer. Do I need to ask what happened to the shapeshifter? Sharpe asked. I gave the body to the dogs, Crisis said. However, this gave us an additional 8,000 melee force. No one is cannon fodder, Crisis, Young said. We don't operate like that. Respectfully, Crisis said. If that gate opens, everyone will be fodder, and we all know it. I'm not going to be shy about that reality. We are off topic, Smith said. Glad you were here, Colonel, as we are attacking tomorrow. I expected, Sharpe said. What is the plan? Bailey reached toward the map. We will be attacking through this path here from 3 directions. We don't have the numbers to properly flank as we would be stretched too thin. The enemy knows this and has turned all these hills right before entering the valley into a chain of fortifications. So, they're digging in? Sharpe asked. That is correct, Bailey said. It seems they are using earth-ground magic to accelerate the construction process. Vanguard teams have been harassing them, but nothing major to report. What about the Demon Gate? Sharpe asked. Last report said there was a temple or something? Correct, Yang said. It looked like the enemy built a temple. We detected a large energy source coming from it. The temple has been protected by some kind of enchanted stone or marble. We honestly have no idea, so we have to do this the hard way. It is why they pay us the big bucks, Rory said to ease the tension. However, there is another situation, Bailey said. Coming from the city is this creep-like organism. From this point here, the entire ground has been covered by it. To me, it seemed like they are changing the ground to make it more habitable for the demons, but that is just a guess. One that Swordin and the other mages here agree with, Yang said. We don't know what effect this will have on the operation, but we have to press forward anyway. Sharpe did not know what to make of the news. It seems that the enemy is acting, and they are running out of time. Then we have to attack as swiftly as possible. Agreed, Smith said. Get a good night's sleep, as everyone will need it. I am trying to arrange a second platoon of Griffins to help with the fortifications and have the bomber fleet soften them up. Now dismiss. Sharpe left and shook his hand at Bailey. He then saw Crisis and said, See you on the front. You will see me there, Crisis said, as I am always the one ahead of you. Prick. Sharpe shook the general hand as the two gained a deep respect for each other. Rory walked up. So now what? Let's rejoin the team, Sharpe said as the two started walking through the camp. And Rory, whatever happens out there, be careful. With everything that is going on, it is going to be hard to assist you. That is fine, Rory said. It is probably best if you guys don't. Leave the apostles to us apostles so you can focus on everything else. Roger that, Sharpe said. Once they reached the ranger tent and saw Vanguard 7 killing time, they all looked toward him once they noticed. Hey boss, Scott said. Are you here to tell us that the enemy surrendered and we can go home? Actually, you are correct, Sharpe replied. Everyone on the first flight home expects you. You are being transferred to sanitation duty with the occupation forces. After the group laughed, one even tossing a bag at Scott, Sharpe continued, We are officially attacking tomorrow. I want to say, whatever happens tomorrow, it has been an honor being your commander. All of you have faced many dangers and challenges, and all have faced them. Some exterior while others internal. Sharpe glanced toward Rory and Sophia for a moment. Thank you, sir, Jerry said. Now, let's go kick their asses once and for all, Frost said. And go home and make victory babies, Scott added before a pillow impacted his head. One of us already is ahead of the game, Alicia commented, nudging toward Sharpe. I know, Rory said. He always has to be first. Rory, Sharpe said in a serious tone. A good commander always goes first. And steps on the landmine, Sophia added. You have no idea, Sharpe replied. He saw Tuke in the corner, giggling with Yao. Lelei, sitting quickly as her face was bright red from the conversation. Anyway, Sharpe said, regaining control of the conversation. In all seriousness, go out there, do your jobs. Watch each other back, and we will get out of this alive. Out of everything we have faced, our teamwork has been the one thing all our enemies have underestimated. Once this is over, you all have earned your stories and worthiness to be remembered. Reference: V22, Chapter 252, Operation Apocalypse Fall. City of Dalco, Great Plains Region. Date: August 26, 2026. With the hillside up ahead, the only source of light came from the spells from the Dalco mages, tracer grounds, and the explosive shells from the Griffin's 2 mobile protected firepower. The hillside turned into flames from incendiary weapons while magical attacks scorched the advancing Allied approach, forcing them into funnels, usually trapped with runes. The dark city of Dalco was situated in a unique geographic position with the large city standing between 2 Devil Tower mountains. For the better part of a week, U.S. bombers have been bombing the magical city, which is the only platform with enough range to reach the city and back with enough ordnance with aerial refueling. However, the strikes have had minimal effect thanks to the city layout, the few bombers deployed on Falmart, and lack of knowledgeable targets to focus on. In preparation for the inevitable Terran attacks, the mages of Dalco took advantage of the limited build-up at their quickly established airfield. Dalco turned the chain of hills that lead to the open valley toward their city into a formidable hill fortress, rune traps, and additional garrisons. Vanguard 7 took cover by a collapsed tree and a cluster of boulders, returning fire as they covered the next group. Around them are the other airborne and some of Crisis Republican legionaries. The other rangers were with other companies, assisting them with their zones. Once the third platoon advanced, they triggered a combination of runes that were hiddenly marketed on the ground. A long line of ice formed from the ground and into a 12-foot-tall wall. A small ground of soldiers was cut off, stuck on the other side while 2 soldiers were impaled between the forming ice wall. One of the Griffin tanks fired 3 rounds against the ice wall, finally punching a hole through it. This allowed the rest of the 3rd platoon to breach, backing up their comrades and securing the beachhead. "I see why the brass was terrified of the possibility of assaulting Rondell," Randy said. "We're going to have to flush them out of their position. And now you all understand why the old empire invested so many resources into magic," Lelei said. "As you saw throughout the war, your technology might have overwhelmed a few mages, however. Go up against a few hundred or a few thousand. Don't give me the image, Lelei," Sharpe ordered. "Tell Swordin and the Rondell mages to move up and remove those runes." With a combination of tank and rocket fire, holes within the ice wall were large enough to allow more forces through. Getting the order to advance, Vanguard 7 got into formation and rushed toward the breach. Once across, they saw nothing but bright lights on the hillside fortifications, all coming from different mages and whatever spells they were casting. The few airborne that already made it through were taking cover, trying to pick the Darlco forces off as they covered their comrades. As Vanguard 7 took cover and returned fire, it was Scott who commented about the strange black ground that was classified as creep by Swordin. While not overbearing, it has been slippery and slimy for the infantry to walk on. Once Bailey and Johnson's teams followed up behind Sharpe's team, the 2 teams focused their fire on an attempt to gain fire superiority. The enemy mages forced powerful barriers, deflecting the majority of their fire. "This would be easier if it was not for those barriers," Andrew said. "We're going to have to do this the hard way," Randy said, looking toward the battle and watching their forces struggle to find a quick way to break through the enemy defenses. Sharpe realized that the enemy was smart, using the terrain to bunker down. As Andrew pointed out, the main issue has been the barriers, making most of their projectile weapons almost worthless. In the past, it was easy to get around this spell as U.S. troops counter with a rocket or armor support, but against a wall of hundreds of mages is another matter. Being thousands of kilometers away from Sadera and Alnus, they are unable to bring their full force to bear, and this time the enemy has the advantage in numbers and firepower. While they are confident that they can take the hill line, but not in the time frame they want. A unit of legionaries came through the opening, with their centurion commanding them to form a shield wall. While not as effective as a magical barrier, this has drawn some fire from the riflemen and provided some level of protection. General Crisis followed up with his personal guard, and Melina followed him. Once the general saw Sharpe, he quickly approached and said, "Colonel, if you cover us, we can storm right up this passage and break their ranges." "I already thought about that, General," Sharpe said. "Half of your forces would be cut down before you get close, and you know dash dot." A large sound from the 105mm cannon cut him off as the blast impacted a trench of mages and city militia. "I want you to keep your forces in reserve. Once we crack the door open, then your forces move in and breach. Then we leave none alive," Crisis firmly said. "Not going to argue with you." Analyzing the situation, Sharpe radioed Rory. "Where are you?" Rory quickly popped up behind him. "What do you need?" Sharpe turned, surprised that she was nearby. "I thought you'd be having fun. Maybe next time." "Next time. Now forget the original plan. Gather all your apostle friends and push right through. We will follow up behind." "What about the other apostles?" Rory asked. "I know," Sharpe said, "but at this rate, it will take forever to punch through. You are the boss." Rory took off to gather the other apostles. Sharpe turned to Crisis. "This will be our focal point. I want Johnson and Bailey to lay down cover fire and be ready to exploit." The sound of gunfire silenced everything else as the Rangers opened fire. The enemy barriers formed to deflect the bullets. In combination, multiple forms of magic bolts came through the barriers and toward the Rangers. Much of the ground was engulfed in flames as it consumed the creep, creating a strange smell. Cover me, Lelei said. Lelei placed her hands together and mumbled a summoning chant until they turned green. She then placed them on the ground. In front of the Rangers, a large beast emerged from the ground. The summoned beast had long horns on its head with 4 long arms. It charged forward and struck one of the barriers. The mud beast struggled to dig through the barrier. The beast managed to pierce the barrier that was protecting the bunker and broke inside, forming a small opening, which killed several Darlco mages. Seeing the threat, the other Darlco mages focused on the summoned beast. One mage fired a stream of water against the dirt-made beast while another one opened a gap in the ground. The summoned beast started to falter from the water attack and fell inside the gap before breaking apart. While the beast failed to break the Darlco formation, it gave Vanguard 7 time to counter. Tuke and Yao generate a smoke screen while Frost and Chapman each fire a rocket into the enemy formation, blasting a hole. With the smoke, the 3 Vanguard teams rushed through, and before the enemy realized what was happening, the 3 teams broke through and cut the enemy down. Once the bunker was secured, Sharpe ordered everyone to regroup to continue the assault. Apostle fight. It became clear that Darlco was using the hillside as a natural fortress and using it as a final stand to prevent the Allied force from reaching the city. Rory finished clearing out a fortification of mage to allow the Rangers to occupy a section. This should allow them to start breaking apart the enemy defenses from within besides using the frontal assault. Sharpe didn't want a head-on firefight against mages or being pinned. Looking towards Carlin, Fryen, and Giselle, who had all finished clearing their sections, allowing the Republican legionaries and American forces to exploit the openings and remove any remaining Darlco mages. Rory took a moment to look around as her gut warned that something was wrong. Based on the formation, it looked like it was a last stand, trying to delay the U.S. as much as possible. If so, she wondered where the brainwashed apostles were. Seeing Fryen, Rory leaped toward his side and asked, "Where are the other apostles?" "I was wondering the same thing," Fryen said. "It seems they are being held in reserve, waiting for us to make our move, or something more." Looking toward the battle that was being waged, a summoned stone golem attacked a few soldiers before being destroyed by a rondel mage. A dark mist from the burning creep started to spread as a ground of soldiers killed a few defending mages. Legionaries sliced through the ghouls and skeleton warriors as the airborne followed up from behind. "If I was them, I would want to do maximum damage shit, Fryen," Rory said as she saw a slight, glowing bluish-white reflecting on the creep and quickly looked up toward the glowing clouds. A bright blue bolt of lightning strikes from the sky. Fryen established an energy barrier, deflecting the lightning toward the surrounding area. As the barrier faded, they saw the surrounding area scorched as steam rose from the ground. Over in the distance, Rory sensed someone incoming with incredible speed. She spanned her halberd and blocked a red sword. Seeing that the attacker was her old friend Mabel Thorne, just like the redness of her sword, her eyes glowed like rubies, showing that she is still suffering from this mind control magic. "Mabel, you need to listen." As Rory spoke, she suddenly flew toward Mabel as she felt someone kick her back with great force. Unable to stabilize herself, she passed Mabel and received a large cut along her chest. Hearing that her opponent was on the move, she turned around and was forced to block the attack. This allowed them to exploit her stance and get knocked back. As Mabel prepared to follow up her attack, multiple bullets struck the apostle. Confused by the strange attack, the moment Rory realized what was happening, she saw 3 airborne soldiers standing there as they tried to cover her. She wondered if they saw her in trouble and decided to help without fully understanding the consequences, or if they did and knew the importance of the situation. Either way, she knew they were helpless. "You idiots, get out of here!" Mabel smirked and leaped past the soldiers, slicing them in half with ease. Rory got back on her feet as her body slowly regenerated the chest wound. Wondering where Fryen went, she saw Fryen and Elvira, the Apostle of Learning, having a magical duel over in the distance. Giselle landed next to Rory and said, "You need to tell your friends to get away. They're only going to get killed." "I know," Rory said with frustration. She clicked the button on the radio around her neck and said, "Jackson, you need to tell your comrades to get away from us. The enemy apostles are in play, and they will just get themselves killed. Leave them to us. Roger that, Sharpe replied over the radio. Remember, this is a war for survival. Show them what the apostle of love and war is. Good luck. Just like Rondell, the Merfolk apostle, Valma, the apostle of Danra, goddess of the sea, joined Mabel with her silver trident. However, other apostles joined the group. Cronin, the apostle of god of harvest of Haboro. Mortar, the apostle of smith god of Duncan. Apido, the apostle of sun god of flare. Zenmoa, apostle of god of revenge of Palapon. And Elvo, apostle of god of music of Lenarier. All with deep red eyes. To Rory's confusion, none of these apostles have been on Falmart for decades, so why were they here? Carlin approached Rory from the other side. It seems that we are outnumbered. It seems that Mabel has been very busy, Giselle said. It is hard to imagine that she brainwashed them all in this short amount of time. I doubt that she did, Carlin replied. Rory took out a blue crystal from under her shirt. Fryen gave this to me, just in case. She then carved a marking on the ground. A teleportation crystal? Mabel said, nearly laughing. You're already giving up? I expected more from the apostle of war. No, Rory replied. Just evening the odds. A bright blue glow appeared around the three apostles. To their left, Jasus, the apostle of Syphilis, appeared. To the right, Martimus, the apostle of Deldord. Jasus was successfully relieved from her brainwashing thanks to the assistance from Melange. Martimus came from the Ticaret Revolution to assist in Uros' darkest hour. Rory wanted to wait and see what Mabel was planning before showing all her cards. A trick she learned from Jackson. Hi, everyone miss me? Jasus said with an evil smirk. I've been waiting for this. Mabel, Martimus said with his deep voice. You forced me to send my subjects to their deaths and corrupted my covenant. Mabel stared for a moment and laughed. Thank you, Rory, for bringing them back to me, so the rest of you will serve Zuffmet. Giselle, we will team up against Mabel, Rory said. Remember, we need to get her sword away from her and destroy it. Everyone else, cover us. Easier said than done, Giselle said. I will flank left. The two sides of the apostles charged against each other. Being outnumbered, the engagement quickly turned into a 2-versus-1 fight as Jasus, Carlin, and Martimus picked up the bulk of the defense. Martimus, being the more buckier compared to most apostles, easily burst through Mabel comrades. With his large mace, he knocked Cronin hard into Zenmoa. As the two recovered, he marched over and grabbed Cronin. With one strong spin, he tossed him over into a large creep-infested boulder, which crumbled from the impact. Carlin danced around Elvo. Not being an offensive person by nature, the kitsune created illusions of herself and maneuvered around Elvo. To her surprise, one of her illusions evaporated by a burst of water from Valma. The insane laughter from Jasus left an unsettling feeling under many of the apostles as she attacked Valma. The crazy succubus psychopath collided against the Merfolk trident with her bow. The two clashed before Apido struck her with his flail, knocking her onto the ground. As Apido came directly at Jasus, wanting to go for the kill. Before he could reach her, a bright light appeared between them that was caused by Carlin magic, blinding him. Jasus took the opportunity and sliced across her opponent with her razor-sharp wings. While the other apostles fought against the others, Giselle moved left and flew quickly around to flank Mabel. Rory gripped her weapon and charged forward. To her confusion, her old friend stood there unfazed and staring directly at her. With all the chaos happening around them, this reaction did not fit the situation. She stopped and realized it was another trap. Giselle! Looking toward Giselle, Rory saw her dragon friend get attacked by another apostle. To her horror, she saw Talon with his half-broken axe, who just stopped Giselle. Talon! Seeing his eyes, they went from colorful star-filled eyes replaced with pure red. That is when the gravity of the truth that he fell to Zuffmet hit her. I will handle him, Giselle said. Rory looked back to Mabel and already saw her friend advancing. While hoping for a quick fight, it is clear she must handle this alone. Reference: V22, Chapter 253, Manifest Corruption. City of Dalco, Great Plains Region. Date: August 26, 2026. The 4 Griffins too fired another barrage against the hillside fortifications, punching holes in the bunker complex. Darlco mages retreated into the complex as they realized their barriers were no match against the U.S. heavy weapons. The combination of overwhelming firepower had started too. As Sharpe held the radio, he watched as the Rondel mages either burned the fortifications or unearthed them with their magic as the airborne covered them. Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, Brigadier General Smith said, "Once the barrage is finished, I want VRTF-2 to sweep in. Once your Rangers take the breaches, we will swarm their position." "Roger that," Sharpe said. "Are we ready to strike?" Crisis asked. "I am feeling my age waiting here all day." Setting the radio down, Sharpe looked at the general. "Don't deploy everyone. Send 5 teams to each breach and have a team follow behind the other while giving cover. My teams will follow right behind. Speed is the key right now. They might be strong in mage, however, that is it. I know what to do. The question is, when will the so-called demon god show himself?" "No idea," Sharpe responded. "I expect he is by that temple opening the demon gate. Looks like we will have to punch through this to get to him as soon as possible, or else we will have a legion of demons coming at us." "These people have no honor," Crisis said after taking a drink from his canteen. "Not everyone does," Sharpe said. "If they did, we would be unemployed." Chuckling from the response, Crisis replied, "That is true. It is amazing after all. What is? Think about it. Every little step throughout our lives led us to this very moment. Almost like it was destiny. If someone told me back in the arena that I would be in charge of all legionaries on Falmart, facing down demons, I would never have believed it. And you, who helped bridge the 2 worlds together to fight a common enemy. I noticed you hyped up your story more and just gave me a single line," Sharpe commented with a laugh. He then took a deep breath as he looked out. "I think that is enough to retire on, for most warriors, but not for us. However, regardless of what we do, going forward history will only remember this moment." Staring at the general, Sharpe saw a disappointed look from that fact. While he had no intention of retiring, all he could think about was his new family. "I am fine with that. But sometimes, what is closer to home is more important. Do not tell me you plan to go soft too after all this?" "Ha, far from it." "Then what is it that you mean? Don't take this personally, but all that historical footnote is overrated." Sharpe then pointed to the warrior bunny who was commanding the legionaries. "The only action that matters in the end is if it benefits the ones around you." Crisis looked toward Melina. "Her? She is just a fellow warrior like myself. Don't tell me even the great general who proudly says that he stood up against us can't even see what's happening right in front of him." Crisis merely stared at her. "I was wondering why she was sticking around. Let me give you the same lesson you gave me from Havkrisen without the whole kidnapping and saving the damsel in distress plot," Sharpe said. "Don't miss out on what is in front of you." "Possible," Crisis said after reflecting on the words. "If we survive this, I guess I'm going to have to learn how to be on the sidelines." Sharpe patted his arm on the general's shoulder before hearing a report over the radio that the enemy fortifications had been broken through. The 2 commanders headed to their units. After regrouping with Vanguard 7, Sharpe informed the team that they were going to assault. He gave the orders to Johnson and Bailey, and each went to their own teams. As everyone prepared to attack, Lelei approached and asked, "How do you think Rory is doing?" Taking a deep breath, he said, "I believe she's okay. It is a fight we cannot get involved in without heavy casualties, and we have our jobs to do. We just have to trust her, and she knows we do." Hearing another 105mm shot from the nearby light tank, Vanguard 7 and the other Vanguard teams advanced forward. Among them are detachments of Crisis legionaries. Shields up with the attempt to deflect arrows and low-level magical attacks, making themselves the larger target. This would allow the Rangers to pick off any Darlco target in safety. As Vanguard 7 advanced, Randy and Sharpe's fire teams leaped frog as they covered each other in picking off any potential combatants. As they pushed forward, their uniforms became soaked from the red blood rain. A bright light suddenly emerged from one of the destroyed bunkers. A huge flaming bird conjured by magic impacted the forward shield wall, taking out the core element of the Republican unit. Other archers and mages then focused on the other legionaries as they struggled to reform their lines. "There is still a mage in there," Andrew said. Looks like the mage is using the rubble as protection and lobbying his spell like a mortar, Lelei explained. I can't clear shot. Those rubble are too dense for me to snipe at him, Yao stated as she aimed her sniper rifle. Randy, move your team and assist those legionaries, Sharpe ordered. Andrew, Alicia, mark where that shot came from for fire support. Everyone else, prepare to storm. Randy's team adjusted their position and then provided cover for the survivors. Jerry rushed over and started giving medical treatment to the wounded, starting with a legionary who was missing an arm. Seeing the centurion who was in charge, Sharpe rushed over and asked, "What is your status?" "We did not see that coming," the centurion said. "I thought your cannons were covering us." "We are working on it. Regroup your men and follow up behind. A medical team will come and take care of your wound. We secure this entry point, and then once we do, storm the opening." Hearing another bright light coming from within the bunker, the shot impacted nearby Vanguard 7, knocking Frost and Chapman to the ground from the shock. Tuke and a legionary helped the two up from the ground. Alicia reported that fire support was inbound, as they believed they had found where the enemy fire came from. A mortar impacted within the broken open bunker as the bright light was forming again. The lights suddenly sniffed out from the impact, leading Sharpe to believe that they successfully killed the Darko mage. Scott and Sophia took points to the rest of the unit followed quickly behind, rushing past the dead and wounded legionaries. Over NETT Warrior, Sharpe watched as Bailey and Johnson's teams had already achieved their objectives. Seeing the two rangers at the entrance, Everett fired a few shots into the bunker while Frost tossed a fragmentation grenade. The two took cover as smoke streamed out from the grenade blast. The two checked the bunker again and gave the all-clear sign. After the rest of the unit caught up with the point team, Sharpe waved for Tuke, Yao, and Lelei to use fire magic to burn inside the complex, wanting to snuff out anyone who might be alive. Knowing that they were fighting a mage-heavy enemy, he did not want to take chances, nor did they have the time to properly clear out these fortifications. Fire wrapped around the three girls' hands, and flames were injected from their pawns and streamed into the bunker like a flamethrower. From the blaze, screams were heard from people being burned to death. Seeing the centurion from before approach with more legionaries behind him, Sharpe gave the order to stop and then ordered the three girls to put out the fire with water magic so the legionaries would clear out this bunker. "My lord," the centurion said, "we will take it from here. We have to return the favor from before." "One moment. They are putting out the fires," Sharpe responded. Hopefully, the flames were quickly put out and steam came out of the bunker. "That should be enough," Lelei said. "All right," Sharpe said. "It will be hot from the steam, but this should have cleared out anyone who would have given you any trouble." "That is fine." The centurion held his sword in the air. Legion, shields forward and no mercy. Nearly 24 of them charged into the bunker to begin clearing out the complex. With only being able to smell death and hear the sound of battle, Lelei wiped the blood rain off her forehead. With all the rain, she felt warmer than she expected. One of the rangers said it was related to the strong humidity. However, she could not agree. Being a nomad, she had experienced rainstorms in open plain lands multiple times before, but never experienced this level of heat. Not in this climate, at least. The only reason she could expect was that the blood rain in combination with this black creep is raising the temperature of the local environment. "I hate this rain," Tuke commented. "It was so hard to clean it off last time even with the best detergent." "I know. Had to throw away those clothes," Lelei said. "But think of it this way, we can get our boys to buy us new clothes." At first, Tuke looked surprised by the response. Then her surprised look turned into pride. "I never thought to hear that from you, little sis. It seems that you have finally learned the ways of being feminine. No thanks to you, Yao and Rory. And your boyfriend." "Quiet," Lelei boldly said as they got closer to the bunker. As Randy's team advanced toward the enemy hillside bunker, Lelei saw her old arcane master, Sordin, investigating the surrounding area. Turning, she saw her being escorted by some soldiers. They were checking out a tree that was covered with the black creep. "Teacher, what are you doing?" "Investigating this creep," Sordin said. "I have never seen such a fascinating wonder of events." "Demons are trying to conquer the world," Tuke said. "How is this fascinating?" "This is not the time for studying plant life." "Fascinating doesn't always mean good, my dear," Sordin replied. Everything about this creep is organic and defies all the natural laws of our understanding of biological science and within my Wiccan methodology and herbology. We are talking about a whole new level of understanding. While Lelei's arcane master was wise and powerful, she has always found her a bit strange. While everyone might stop to smell the flowers and enjoy life, she would stop to smell the mushrooms just because they would be different. The one thing that she always respected about her was that she did not care what others thought. "Is there anything we should worry about, teacher?" Lelei asked. "It is too early to tell," Sordin said. "I would assume that we should not spend a minute longer than required." "How come?" Everett asked. "Right now, this tree is still acting normal," Sordin said. "But watch this." Her right hand glowed red with fire as she cast a stream of fire against a tree. When a tree caught on fire, it usually had a burning smell with smoke emitted from it. The heat would eat from the bark and consume it until there was nothing but charcoal. To Lelei's amazement and confusion, this did not happen. Smoke still emitted from the tree, however, it was thick, sluggish, acting more organic and sappier with bubbles forming than plain old sire smoke. The smell was also different, being closer to a rotting corpse than burning wood. "This is an abomination," Tulis said. "How could they do this to plant life?" "Plant life is the cornerstone for life," Sordin said. "We need it to create the oxygen for us to breathe and for the food we eat. I can only assume this is how the demons take control of the worlds they conquer and force their subjects to their will. The ones who control their environment control the world. Then we must stop them," Tuke said. "My people would never allow them to turn Wereheron into this. How could they do this to such beauty?" "Stay calm, sister," Lelei said. "We will stop them before they kill our environment. We should get going, though." "I will catch up with you all in a bit," Sordin said. "I need to study this to see how urgently we need to worry about it. I fear that this radical change in the environment can be a serious hindrance to our further operation." Departing her old mentor, Lelei rushed to the top of the bunker with Tuke. Randy reported in and said they had just cleared out the path ahead and were ready to make the final push to their assigned bunker. As Randy's team approached the fortifications, they drew closer arrows from 3 slits from the hill. In retaliation, Frost and Chapman fired a rocket into the bunker, punching a hole in the bunker. Emerging from the bunker opening were several enemy soldiers. 3 of them were mages who began rapidly casting spells while the rest were militia with swords. Yao quickly created a shield while Lelei and Tuke quickly conjured 2 balls of lightning and hurls them above the enemy. The 2 lighting balls shoot out lightning and quickly electrocute the 5 Darko mages and the soldiers to death, allowing the group to advance. "You two should hold back for a moment to save your mana," Randy said. "Let us make sure this complex is fully secured before we move on. I don't want any surprises right now." "That is fine," Tuke said. The Sergeant Major team entered the makeshift fortifications. Soon enough, rifle and shotgun fire could be heard from within the trench system. "Good thing they went in," Tuke said. From the top of the hill, the two could see the valley on the other side that led to Darko. Seeing flashes from the open field, Lelei saw the effects of the apostles clashing. It was hard to see their movement because of their supranational speed and agility. However, the flashes from their impact and sounds of thunder almost echo above all else. Only the light tank's weapons rose above that echo with their 105mm cannons. "I wish I was there to help," Lelei commented. "And we would be dead," Tuke replied. "We all have our fights, and that is theirs." "I know, but Dashta." Suddenly, a large dark ball of energy burst from the sky and fell to the ground towards some airborne and legionaries while they were clearing out the fortifications. Lelei quickly cast a barrier above the soldiers, which scared them for a moment as they thought it was enemy action. The magical attack impacted Lelei's barrier hard, making it glow bright before disappearing. "That was a powerful attack," Lelei said. "It has to be." Suddenly, a bright ball of magical energy appeared and was heading toward them. The shot acted more like a mortar than a traditional spell. Before it impacted their position, Lelei was forced to create another and stronger protective barrier with Tuke and Yao magically reinforcing it. The magic mortar barrage was brutal, but the trio's magic barrier managed to withstand the intense barrage. However, as they canceled the barrier to catch their breath from heavy spellcasting, Several golem-like large dogs are quickly formed from the surrounding dirt, and rocks jump at the group. Randy's team formed up and opened fire against the incoming foe, slowly taking them out as they approached. As everyone feels relief from the sudden attacks, Lelei sees her mentor appear from the rear. "Is everyone okay?" Sordin asked. "I heard the sudden explosions." "Yes, teacher," Lelei said. "Good thing you came," Tuke said. "We are not alone." As the smoke disappeared, two figures emerged. "Is it?" Tuke asked. A large, muscular figure stepped on top of the hill. A small feminine figure landed next to him. As the smoke disappeared, Lelei could confirm it was them. The ones who destroyed Rondell destroyed her first home. "Yes," Lelei said. "It is Galric and Kagash." "Lelei," Tuke said. "Do not stop me," Lelei boldly said. "I want to kill them." "I was not going to stop you. I want to help you. I understand how you feel." Recalling that Tuke people were also forced from their homes, she is happy to have sisters to back her up on this that understood her pain. The only concern she had was that she was supposed to save her mana for the demon god, Valkyr and Zuffmet. However, retreating now will leave these two to face the Americans and legionaries alone. She decided to fight. "Watch yourself, dear. You can't lose focus, or they will get the better of you," Sordin said. "I know, teacher," Lelei replied to her old master. "But right now, I'm ready. I'm focused." The crystal gems on her gauntlets glowed brightly. Her eyes glowed bright blue as she powered up to fight. Reference: V22, Chapter 254, Galric Stand. City of Dalco, Great Plains Region. Date: August 26, 2026. Rory stood on the blood-soaked battlefield. The ground felt spongy and slimy from the ever-expanding creep, making her think twice as she used her agility. Tightening her grip around her weapon, she carefully scanned the area for her opponent. She knew that Mabel was nearby. However, the creep was making it harder for her to sense her old, brainwashed friend. A flash of colorful light from Fryen and Envira's duel brightened the distance. It seemed that Fryen successfully prevented Envira from attacking the mortal forces. An apostle, let alone a powerful magic user, could jeopardize the entire mission. Toward the other direction, Rory saw a small waterspout that was made up from the blood rain that had soaked the battlefield. From the sound of clashing steel and the annoying, arrogant taunting of Giselle, it also seemed like she was having fun. Suddenly, a blur of motion caught her eye, and before she could react, Mabel was upon her. Rory spun around, bringing her halberd around in a wide arc to block the massive red sword. Jumping backward to gain some distance, Rory charged forward once she landed. Mabel also charged forward, and the two weapons collided. The clash of metal echoed across the battlefield as the two apostles engaged in a fierce battle. Rory's strength and agility gave her an advantage, allowing her to dart around Mabel and strike from an unexpected angle with her oversized halberd. She knew that she did not have to directly defeat Mabel, just wound her enough to get the opportunity to destroy that blood sword. A brawl would only expand the fight and maybe risk her becoming under Mabel's control, so a quick victory was key. Wanting to keep the momentum, Rory lunged forward once she saw an opening. Her halberd swept in a wide arc. Mabel parried the blow with ease, deflecting the weapon with a flick of her wrist. Mabel then thrusted forward, slicing and thrusting, forcing Rory on the defensive. Falling back, Rory took cover behind a group of small trees covered with creep for protection. This turned out to be a mistake, as Mabel's blade cut the trees in half, causing this slug-like bubble to spew out at her face. Sensing poison from the creep and her eyes slightly starting to go fuzzy, Rory quickly jumped out of the way towards safety. This gave Mabel the openness she needed, though, as Rory was knocked away hard, impacting the ground. "All right, Queen Bee," Rory mumbled as she got up, seeing that her vision returned to normal. She saw that Mabel was quickly approaching. Leaping to the left, Mabel was able to hit her as she tried to recover. The force from the impact pushed her back. Finding herself back on the creep, Rory saw Mabel again coming from the kill. As the red longsword came, she blocked with her halberd. She then spun her weapon, knocking the sword away and adjusting her blade to the back of her opponent's leg, tripping her. Using the momentum of her halberd, she stood up and slammed the point of her weapon to where Mabel was. Mabel got out of the way, but received a deep cut to her side. With a quick pause, Rory saw the large battle of apostles that surrounded them, a sight that she had never seen or heard of before. With the eons of history of Uros, no legend or tale of a moment like Carlin being ganged up between two apostles, being rammed through the ground as she was torn apart until an arrow landed before them, exploding from one of Jace's spells. Martimus swooped in, and with this giant mace swung in and knocked Cronin half a kilometer away until he impacted one of the many nearby hills. He swung his mace around and knocked Apido in the other direction before 3 sharp tips from a trident ripped through his body. Carlin stood up as much of her body was torn to shreds and clapped her hands together. She quickly turned into a wolf and jumped over Martimus and ravingly attacked the trident user Valma. A musical sound spread throughout the valley as trees started to come alive by elvo music, becoming demon-like, corrupted ents. Martimus took his mace and broke an attacking tree in half. However, more came. With distraction, Apido, the Apostle of Flare, stood up and emitted a strong flare above the battlefield, blinding nearly everyone. This forced Fryen to stop his fight with Envira and place a dark sphere over the flare, opening himself to a magical attack that engulfed his body. Seeing her opening, Giselle flew down and sliced Apido in half, preventing him from casting another flare. Seeing that the Apostle temporarily dismembered, she flew across the creep and closed in on the music god Apostle, Elvo. Before she could attack, Zemoa emerged and blocked her path. With Martimus dealing with the corrupted ants, Carlin used her animal form and maneuvered around the battlefield. She got up close to Elvo and attacked, with her jaws ripping the instrument the music Apostle hands. As she landed, though, she was struck by Apido, forcing her to slide on the ground, changing back into her kitsune form, struggling to stand back up from the impact. With the flare disappearing, this allowed Jaces to aim for the corrupted ents. Using fire arrows, each shot impacted an ent, causing it to engulf in flames as they disintegrated into ash. Rory looked back toward her opponent and charged forward, and the two apostles' weapons clashed once again. The two fighters continued to clash. Again and again, their weapons rang out in a symphony of violence. Rory darted around Mabel, striking from unexpected angles, but Mabel was always one step ahead, her sword always there to block the blow. As the duel wore on, sweat poured down Rory's face, and her muscles ached with exhaustion. She could feel the weight of her weapon dragging her down, slowing her movements. Mabel stood in defiance, however showed fading resolve. Her movements were fluid and graceful as she dodged Rory's attacks and delivered devastating blows of her own. It was then that Rory saw her opening. Mabel had overextended herself, leaving herself open to attack. Rory seized the moment, lunging forward with all her strength and driving the spike of her halberd into Mabel's side. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. Mabel stumbled backward, her sword dropping from her hand as she clutched at the wound in her side. Rory stood there, her halberd still buried in Mabel's flesh, her heart pounding in her chest. Finally, Rory saw an opening and lunged forward with her halberd with the intention to slice her head off, knowing that it would end the threat long enough to destroy the sword. Before impacting her old friend, her weapon was blocked. Being forced back, Rory's eyes widened with anger and fear, seeing that Talon just saved Mabel from defeat. Michael the Archangel told her about his current state. However, seeing it in person was unbearable. Vanguard 7 maintained their suppressive fire as Darlco started turning their dead into ghouls. Unlike what happened in Sadera, where the infantry was trapped in a tight confinement within the city walls and were swarmed. This time the Americans came prepared. The legionaries marched forward in the front, while riflemen provided cover. The forward legionaries blocked any ghouls that approached and cut them down with ease. This has developed into where the melee force advanced and applied pressure on the enemy force, which fleshed them out into the open to where the riflemen could easily pick off. A dark gas appeared out of nowhere and engulfed many, suffocating 3 of them. Sharpe knew it had to be some kind of magical poison gas spell, and it had to come from one of the fortifications. Because of how dark it was outside and the spell, it was hard to find the origin point. Based on the current state of the situation, there are only 2 bunkers that were still intact enough to where this mage could hide. ordering his rangers to suppress both bunkers. He had Alicia contact one of the nearby griffins too, which had much of its new armor scarred, melted, and dark marking from all the magical attacks it had suffered, to focus fire on them. A second poison gas spell appeared and attacked a mixture of legionaries and airborne soldiers, suffocating them. The light tank fired 3 rounds into the bunker. A sudden secondary explosion engulfed the hill in flames. Unlike normal flames, this was a mix of the standard yellow and orange color mixed with purplish-black with a gas emitting with the smoke. Tar from the creep started to drip down the slope, pooling around the hill. The forward legionary, General Crisis, rallied his forces back into formation. Maintain order, men. Victory is around this hill. Glory to the Republic. Seeing that this section of Darlco fortification was destroyed, officers from other units began moving out to secure the remaining sections. Sharpe approached Crisis. Melina, the ex-Glamless warrior bunny who joined the general's side after rescuing him from Ticaret, stood there, talking to a few centurions as they prepared for their next objective. She looked at him and gave him an approving nod. Once reaching the general, he asked, "How are you doing?" "They seem to be taking a beating. After fighting your kind for a year, nothing fears them," Crisis responded with a cocky tone, shaking his head, amused by the general attitude. "Come look at this Jackson," Crisis said, confused by what he wanted. Sharpe looked toward what the general was staring at. A large valley that led to the magical city of Darlco. There is a glow around the temples. "What? See that temple?" Crisis asked. After Sharpe confirmed that he did, he continued, "I was thinking, this must be how the Imperial Army must have felt when your people first came to my world." Taking another careful look at the city, knowing that the enemy gate would appear any moment. The thought did occur to him, remembering when he first arrived as part of the first wave. The Empire was depending on their side at the gate while the US was invading to secure a beachhead. The irony, at the end of the war, it was now the opposite. They are now defending the world from an invading force through a mystical gate by an unknown enemy. "History is funny," Sharpe said. "When this war started, I never imagined that the roles would be reversed. What I would have done to be there, understanding that the general meant that he wished he was at the Battle of Alness Hill, to face off against the American invasion. You forget, though, the defenders lost that battle." Crisis turned. "Then we shall not repeat history." Sharpe looked at the valley again and smirked. "I don't agree. I think history should repeat itself." Seeing the confusion from the general, he expanded. "From how I see it, Darlco are the defenders and we are the attackers. History benefits the attackers, so victory is within our grasp." Melina shook her head, dumbfounded by what was said. "That was horrible." Crisis laughed. "But true." A sudden loud explosion hit one of the eastern hillsides, shocking everyone. "What the hell was that?" Andrew asked. "No idea," Sharpe replied. "It came from the direction where Randy's group is. Based on the sound, it had to be a spell," Melina said. "A powerful one." "Are you sure?" Sharpe asked. "Bunny ears," Crisis said. "If she thinks, so then it has to be true." "Hold on," Sharpe said as he got his radio. "This is Vanguard Lead. Report." The only thing Sharpe was able to hear was static, and his visor cannot transmit the image of what was going from Randy's position due to intense interference from combat. Probably because there are so many mages in this engagement, the mana effects interfere with all the frequencies. "I cannot get a hold of my team," Sharpe said. "There is too much interference for the signal to transmit properly of what is going on over there." "Sharpe," Crisis said, "we have almost achieved victory here. I will take care of this section. You should go investigate what is happening." "It might be Valkyr." Agreed. Seeing a group of reinforcements coming from Henderson Airfield. Among them was another Griffin, the second tank. Thrilled to see that the Air Force was able to deploy another platoon with the amount of time they had, as they would need everybody and firepower they could get. After collecting a team of reinforcements and grabbing one of their spare nearby Griffins, they quickly rushed over to Lelei's position. As Vanguard 7 moved through the battlefield, Andrew commented on the stench that came from the burning creep that was covering the landscape. When they passed a burning tree and saw it smoldering, tar-like bubbles within the smoke smuggled the air. "I hope we don't get cancer from this," Alicia said. "There is no way all this crap is healthy for us." "What are your thoughts on this, Doc?" Andrew asked. Sharpe glanced toward Jerry after noticing the lack of response. Seeing the worried reaction to the question and not wanting to respond made it clear that it was probably nothing good. Keep your mind on the task at hand and nothing else. Passing the remains of a smoking fortification that Randy's team was supposed to secure, they stopped and saw Lelei, Tuke, and Sordin fighting off against two other mages while Yao helped the wounded. The rest of Vanguard, 7 were fighting off a golem dog swarm. The surrounding landmass was scarred from magical strikes, all from different types of magic like energy, lighting, water, earth, and fire. Everyone, assist Randy's team and secure the area, Sharpe ordered. He then ordered the light tank to get into position and target the bulker mage that looked like Galric from the Battle of Rondell. Realizing the threat they face, Sharpe called out the girls' names, trying to get their attention to disengage from the engagement so that Griffin could engage. They saw, surprised to see the tank, and quickly got out of the way. Once the line of sight was cleared, the Griffin fired its 105mm cannon. However, Galric was able to take advantage of the slim pause in the battle to form a thin, dark, void-shaped sphere by his side. The shell impacted, which pushed him back a few feet, however, was deflected. As the sphere disappeared, he formed a large ball of dark energy and injected it into the ground. The ground broke apart as a large fissure emerged, heading directly toward the Griffin. The hill suddenly imploded as the tank fired its cannon again, missing from the changing landscape. The tank sunk into the hill, and the dirt around it collapsed on themselves, burying it and everyone inside. The soldiers opened fire, forcing Galric to stop and raise a purplish energy barrier. The bullets harmlessly bounced off the defensive spell, which is something every here has experienced before in the war. What was different was that this mage held the barrier with one hand as he prepared his next attack with his other hand. Small groups of small energy balls formed and left his free hand, targeting the riflemen around him. Once the energy balls impacted the ground, nearly a dozen explosions forced everyone to pull back and seek cover. A few of the balls impacted a group of soldiers, killing or dismantling them. "Jackson," Lelei said as she rushed over. Once she stopped, she was forced to take a deep breath as her physical condition was exhausted. "Can all of you distract him for a moment? I can kill him with one shot with my hypersonic spell. I just need you guys to keep him in one spot for me." "Just a moment?" Sharpe said. "It always takes you quite some time to charge that spell. We don't have that type of time with the way things are going." "Usually, yes, but Fryan has assisted me in perfecting my charging speed. Galric just has been hyper-aggressive, so I never could gain a moment to gather my mana and accuracy for it to be effective. But even he shouldn't be able to stop that shot. He just deflected a tank shot," Andrew said. "I question that. My spell is more powerful than an anti-personnel round," Lelei said. "Just trust me. The amount of mana I'm going to put into this, even his void shouldn't be able to stop it. If you just distract him, he might not be able to stop it. He has to be as tired as well," Tuke said with an exhausted voice. "We have been going at it for a long time now, without holding back." Taking a quick inventory of the situation, Sharpe saw Sordin handling Galric's wife, Kagash. The field of battle between the two was terrifying. The ground had been transformed from the duel. Flames, ice walls, earth craters, or dirt are raised everywhere, as well as multiple magic energy barges flying in multiple directions, making it hard for anyone to swoop in and assist from either side. Kagash seemed to want to kill the Earth Mage alone. However, Sordin has been making her work for it. In the rear, Sharpe saw some reinforcements arrive. There are 2 Imperial Mages alongside other melee legionaries. Looking back toward the Griffin was buried, to which he formed a plan. "Do it, Lelei." Sharpe then ordered Tuke and the others to lay cover fire against Galric to force him on the defensive. He then ordered the 2 mages to unearth the Griffin tank. To his surprise, the unearthing was quick. If they were forced to use machinery, it would have taken much longer, especially under combat conditions. Seeing the tank commander open the hatch with a sense of relief, Sharpe rushed over, and before the commander could say anything, he asked, "Can you drive?" "Yes," the tank commander said. "But why?" "I want you to ram that bastard. Like right now? Are you fucking kidding? That freak of nature literally buried us in seconds." Sharpe understood what the commander was thinking and why he was hesitant to obey the order. The normal order would have been to use the cannon again. However, that has already failed twice, and as the commander said, he buried the tank within a second. The last thing he needed was something similar again, ruining Lelei's opportunity to strike. It was clear that Galric saw the tank as a major threat and was quick to focus all his attention on it. What he needed was for Galric to feel threatened enough to change his focus and figure out what was more threatening than a 30-80-ton tank coming directly at you. "I don't have time to explain," Sharpe said. "I am giving you an order." With frustration, the commander agreed. The engine of the Griffin came to life and pushed through the remaining concave dirt and quickly drove toward Galric. Galric quickly turned as he felt the ground rumble. Before being impacted, his hands glowed black and white again as he recreated that protective void sphere. The light tank impacted against a large Darlco mage and cracked the void barrier, which triggered a brightening light that blinded everyone for a moment. As the blindness faded away, everyone saw Galric holding the tank in place as the two pushed against each other. The large mage's hands and feet glowed with magical energy as the ground moved against the vehicle to apply more pressure. Sharpe heard comments as everyone was surprised at how powerful this man was. Within moments, Galric slowly started being pushed back from the sheer strength of the light tank horsepower, slowly but gaining steam and overpowering the mage. Galric realized that he was about to be run over. He took his right hand and thrust it toward the ground. The ground around them broke and a crater formed. The Griffin once again dropped into this crater. He then rushed on top of the tank with his hands and started to glow bright white and red as smoke emitted from it, showing how hot the spell must be. He placed his hand on the top of the tank and steam burst emitted. It looked like he was going to break into the tank with whatever heat spell he was using and kill it once and for all. "Lelei?" Sharpe asked, turning toward Lelei as his eye noticed a bright light. What he saw was a bright blue magical arrow with a massive amount of lighting emitted from it formed from Lelei's left hand. The orb in her gauntlet glowed brightly with conductive magical energy as she began to thrust her left hand back to unleash the devastating blast at her hateful foe. "Fire!" Sharpe ordered. Without any hesitation, Lelei fired her trademark spell. The bright blue arrow burst from her grasp. The shot impacted right when Galric turned to face Lelei. He quickly established a void barrier, however it broke from the impact. The hypersonic energy shot easily pierced his magical protection through sheer velocity and exploded as it impacted his armor. Time felt like it stood still as everyone waited to see what happened next. Galric still stood. With some of the smoke disappearing, everyone noticed that the armor on his chest was mostly obliterated. Some parts of what remained of his armor were bright white from the sheer, melting heat from the impact. Burnt scars all over him, wrapping much of it. But in an unbelievable sight, the Darlco mage took a step forward, walking off the Griffin tank and onto the ground. "Jesus Christ," Sophia said. "If that didn't kill it, what would?" "Hold on," Randy said. Galric took a few more steps forward. How he walked looked strange. His body moved around as it seemed he lost control or was in a huge amount of pain. Parts of his armor broke. On the 5th step, he fell to one knee before collapsing onto the ground. "Frost, Sophia, Chapman, secure the body," Sharpe ordered. "Make sure he is dead." As the 3 rangers head to the body, the 3 fall backward from a magical blast that impacts in front of them as Kagash abandoned her fight with the Grand High, Witchen rushed toward her husband's body and quickly dropped to check his status. "My love!" She then bursts into hysteric crying. "No, my love, you cannot be dead. Damn you. You people are sheer evil. All we ever wanted to do was live in peace. But you killed my love. Servants of Hardy, damn you." Seeing the moment, Randy gave the order for everyone to kill her. A cloud of thick black smoke enveloped the area around Kagash and her now-dead husband. The Rangers opened fire into the smoke. As the smoke disappeared, the body of Galric lay on the ground. However, his wife was nowhere to be seen. Other soldiers helped the 3 Rangers that were knocked onto the ground. Everyone secured the area, waiting to see if there was going to be another attack. Once it became clear there was no follow-up assault, Sharpe, Lelei, took a sword in, and Randy walked over to the corpse. Galric was face down into the dirt with smoke still emitted from the impact location. Sharpe saw Lelei. She looked exhausted, but had pride in her stance. He fully understood why. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, Cato would have been proud. I hope so, Lelei said. He never liked revenge stories. As long as it does not consume you, everything will be fine. For what Galric has done, you did right. Lelei smiled and then looked back at the body. I always wondered if I was going to feel bad, though. The only reason they were opposing US is what Hardy did to him, trapping him in a curse. If they did not choose their path with Darlco and do what they did to Rondell, maybe there could have been a path for salvation. They really did love each other, though, Tuke pointed out. Up to the very end, it is rare to see true love. It would have been romantic if they were on our side. Welcome to life, Randy said. Agreed, Sharpe said. They were on their side, and we are on our side. Their motives don't mean that much at times like this. So, it is best not to stress about it. Tuke, I am fine, Tuke said. I think their goal was to evaluate us, since elite mages like them should have stayed back as the last line of defense. I agree, Lelei said. I think they were trying to see what our threat level was. Plus, to drain my mana if they could not kill us. Make us weaker for when Valkyr makes his move. The enemy is being proactive, Sordin commented. They have to know we have a plan, otherwise we wouldn't be here, right? Maybe the demons know about the spear and told Zuffmit? Lelei proposed. They have to know how they were defeated by ancient Earth and here. Possible, Sharpe said. They have to know we figured something out after securing the Roman chamber under Sadera. Even if they don't know exactly what we have, they must know we have something. It should be wise to act as if the enemy already knows our plan, Sordin said. Best not to be caught off guard because we assumed wrong. Sharpe said, we will work around all that. Right now, good job on keeping everyone alive. Randy asked, thank you for the save, sir. What is happening elsewhere? Our forces are mopping up the remaining fortifications, Sharpe said. We just need to regroup and… What about the apostles? Lelei tiredly said. They felt dread as everyone prepared themselves for taking on the apostles. While clearing out the hillside fortifications was a challenge, the apostles were always everyone's fear. Sharpe looked out along with his comrades and saw the apostles face off. We're going to have to trust Rory. V22, Chapter 255, Rory's Demon. City of Dalco, Great Plains Region. Date, August 26, 2026. Flying through a pair of strange creep-infested trees, Rory impacted on the ground hard and slid a great distance. What stopped her was impacting a creep boulder, which exploded, and a dark green gas emerged. While Mabel was a strong foe, Rory was a more experienced fighter. She was able to capitalize against her opponent and almost defeated her in battle. However, Talon changed that. It almost seemed like that was their plan, to isolate her from the other apostles and gang up. Seeing her two opponents quickly advancing, she got back on her feet and leaped away as Mabel's sword struck where she last was. However, Talon was ready and quickly attacked her new location. The two apostles' weapons clashed as they ran across the valley. Rory realized that her speed was the key. Otherwise, she would get pinned on two fronts. Seeing that Mabel was on her way and was about to be flanked, Rory was forced to stop and turn to block Talon's half-axe. She spun around so she could block Mabel's sword, deflecting it. Rory looked around as she tried to form a plan. She heard over the radio that Lelei and Sharpe and the rest of the Rangers were busy fighting Galric and Kagash and were unable to come and help. Seeing Talon standing there as Mabel moved to the left, Rory struggled with what to do. A feeling of anger and frustration started clouding her mind, remembering what Michael was saying while in Israel. What was the point of all the Archangel's questions and influence if this was how it was going to play out? Why bring up the long history between the two apostles? Deciding to fake a direct assault, Rory moved left after she got close to Talon and attacked her old friend. Her halberd spun around, blocking her opponent's sword and striking the leg, knocking Mabel over. She then turned to face Talon and blocked his axe. However, he was able to capitalize on her defensive nature, striking across her body. This gave Mabel the opening she needed. As she was busy dealing with Talon, Mabel flanked, knocking her hard onto the ground. Talon quickly sliced off Rory's right hand that held her halberd and grabbed her. The apostle's body can quickly regenerate their physical form and stamina. However, there are still limits, and Rory was starting to feel those limits. Fighting against two apostles alone and without her weapon, she felt demoralized. Feeling Talon's firm grip, Rory was lifted by the neck and forced to her knees. Her remaining hand struggled to break Talon's grip, preventing her from escaping. Noticing her weapon just below, however, with her dismembered right hand, there was no hope of reaching it from that side. Mabel approached with a smirk of victory, sword in hand, eager to thrust it inside Rory's heart to brainwash her. "Mabel," Rory said with much reverence, "you have to stop this. I know you are under Zuffman's control, but can you not see that this is wrong? The agents of our time have come to end the corruption of our formal masters." "Rory," Mabel said, "you of all should know how the gods failed our world, as you seek the aid of outsiders as my god did. We are one of the same." "Failed?" Rory struggled to say. "Your god is the cause of all this. The destruction of the world is not for the benefit of anyone. Look at what has happened. You have always seen the small picture, Rory," Mabel said. "Look around you. Is this what the kingdom of heaven was supposed to be? Daily slaughters by tribal groups, based solely on the fact that people look different. The few takes power over the many with the threat of the blade. Ask Talon here about how your empire unfolded. Is this what the almighty sanctuary world is supposed to be? Talon saw the light? Am I corked? I have dedicated my life to Eidos with the intent to protect tranquility," Talon said. "I will do whatever I have to do to protect the people of this world." Carefully listening to her ex-boyfriend's thick-headedness, usually rhetoric that he has become so accustomed to saying, something did not feel right to Rory. Even brainwashed under Mabel's control, he still stated the same rhetoric as all the other times they had fought. For a moment, she thought he might have changed thanks to the last time they fought in Sad Era. However, it seemed she was misled or given false hope by Michael, as she only saw the jewel-red color within his eyes. "Then, why are you doing this?" Rory said. "Yes, nothing we have done over the millennia was perfect, but replacing the gods with satanic ones will not bring the people blessing. Zuffman and all the gods that follow him have been manipulated by the devil to undo God's creations just because he and them cannot let go of their role in guiding mortals." Noticing no response from either of them, she wondered if Mabel decided that debating was pointless, as her intention was to just brainwash the apostle of war and love anyway. Staring into Talon's eyes, she saw how bright red they were now, the same color as Mabel's blood sword. As Mabel prepared her weapon to brainwash Rory, for a moment Rory thought she noticed something in Talon's eyes. Unlike the other apostles under Mabel's control who had pure red eyes, he still had that mystic glow, the stars of the cosmos, hiding behind the red eyes, slowly breaking out. Seeing past the mind-controlled eyes, Rory wondered what it could mean, if anything, or if she was gasping for any clue about the boy she once knew. However, she wondered what the point of her conversation with Michael was. The Archangel spoke with the two, and if he knew that this was going to be an end. She thought carefully about what Talon said, as how he spoke was bothering her. None of it made sense to Rory. The Archangel drilled her with questions, forcing her to look deep inside her heart and address the demons of her past. Then she assumed that there had to be a reason for their meeting, and why then and now. "I know she has been a great source of pain for you," Mabel said as she prepared her sword. "I will grant you the blessing by holding her in place." As Mabel raised her blade, Rory noticed what was said and took it to heart. Besides resisting, Rory loosened her grip on Talon's arm and started to cry. "I am sorry." "Excuse me?" Mabel stopped from confusion. Rory ignored Mabel and stared directly toward Talon. "I recently had a conversation with Michael the Archangel, and he told me you also have. I want to say ... Enough of this." Mabel quickly silenced Rory and aimed her blood sword at Rory's heart. To her shock, Talon let go of Rory's neck and grabbed the sword, stopping the apostle from stabbing it through Rory. The sudden change in the situation shocked Rory, and based on Mabel's reaction, she was also shocked. It seemed that Mabel did not even know about Talon meeting the Archangel Michael and seemed worried. "Everything that has transpired over the centuries has been all my fault," Rory continued. "When we were building the Empire, I ran away once things got challenging. I hid, excluded myself from the world. I abandoned everything we set out to do and allowed everything we dreamed about to crumble before us, creating the situation we have now. Then I allowed the two men that I loved to fight against one and another, all because I refused to take responsibility for my past deeds. For that, I am sorry. We never should have been enemies. For that, I am deeply sorry. I wish I could have been less of a coward. The blame is not entirely yours, Talon quickly responded. I told Michael that if your new friends intended to bring tranquility to this world, then I will lend my axe. I should have trusted you like I once did. I put my pride above all besides following the duty of my God and the people. What are you doing, Talon? Mabel asked, shocked by his defiance. I command you to hold her down. Seeing the confusion in Talon's eyes, Rory asked him a question. Is what you are doing right now bringing tranquility? Helping you accomplish everything you dedicated your life for? If so, then do as she commanded and continue. Talon stood there, hand gripped as he struggled to take a break. The cosmic color of his eyes mixing with the jewel-red ones as the two fought for dominance. Blood flowed from his nose as his head was struggling as he mentally debated the question. No. Then, Rory felt his grip around her neck loosen as the stars of the universe brightened beneath his red eyes. She never imagined that sticking to his stubborn principles would provide Talon with enough willpower to defeat or at least question Mabel's direct control. No, Mabel said, realizing her control over him was breaking. Before Talon could react, she sliced her blade through him, cutting his entire right arm and bifurcating him horizontally. As Talon fell to the ground, a strong rage overcame all other senses of reason. Unable to reach her weapon because of her missing right hand, she took a page out of Sharpe's book and tackled Mabel while she was distracted and began fist fighting. As Mabel landed on the ground, Rory got on top of her and began wailing on her old friend with as much force as she could. Blood spilled from her right arm from where her hand used to be. I do not care if you are mind-controlled. I am tired of this, Rory yelled. Using all her willpower and might, Mabel was able to throw Rory off herself. After rolling a little bit, Rory quickly recovered and stood on her feet. Hearing Talon, she looked over and saw that he crawled toward where she was held, a prisoner. He picked up her right hand and tossed it toward her, which she caught and reattached. Without warning, Mabel lunged forward, her sword flashing in the sunlight. Rory dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blade. Mabel swung again, but Rory ducked under the sword and landed a quick liver punch to her opponent's stomach with much force. Mabel grunted in pain but recovered quickly. Swinging her sword in a wide arc, Rory saw the opportunity and darted forward, striking Mabel's wrist with a swift kick. The sword flew out of Mabel's hand and landed several feet away. Seeing Rory's unusual fighting style, Mabel hesitated for a moment, staring at her empty hand in disbelief. It was all the time Rory needed. She leaped forward, delivering a powerful blow to Mabel's chest. Mabel stumbled backward, gasping for air. Rory didn't let up. She attacked with a flurry of punches and kicks, landing blow after blow on her opponent. Mabel tried to fight back, but she was disoriented and off balance. Noticing the swing incoming, she ducked and swung around, grabbing her opponent's arm and flinging her into the ground by Talon. Talon used his one arm to grab Mabel, holding her down. With only half strength, he was struggling as Mabel struck the boy. However, he held her down, pressing his elbow against her throat. Seeing the one and probably only opportunity, Rory rushed over. She slid across the creep and grabbed her halberd. She got some distance and placed Mabel Blood's sword onto the ground. Hearing that Mabel broke free but was temporarily stopped as Talon grabbed her foot, she quickly kicked the boy in the head and got back up. Rory took a deep breath and raised her halberd. With a loud roar, she thrust her weapon as hard as she could against the blood sword. The tip of her halberd impacted against the blade, causing a crack. Hearing Mabel scream from pain, placing her hands onto her head, she continued to march forward to stop Rory. A strange voice replaced her feminine voice, making Rory wonder if it was the voice of Zuffmet or someone else. Either way, it did not matter. Rory struck the sword again, and again with all her remaining might. The crack got larger, which directly caused more pain to Mabel, to the point where she fell to the ground while holding her head. With the fifth thrust, the sword finally broke in half. A large blast of red energy burst from the now split-in-half sword. The red color of the blade slowly faded away, turning dark gray. Seeing that she had finally destroyed the sword, Rory took a deep breath. She saw her halberd with a large crack going down the middle. A feeling of guilt reigned over her once she saw the damage. After all these centuries, this weapon took care of her, almost being another friend when she was alone. She hopes Mortar can fix her precious halberd after this. Hearing her name, she turned and saw Talon still split in half and unable to move. She rushed over to check on his well-being. Once over, she saw that his red eyes were completely gone and returned to his colorful ones. I feel strange, Talon said. I know, Rory said. You are under Zuffmet mind control. It seemed the Archangel was right. Thank you for giving me enough time to destroy the sword. Thank you. She then turned to Mabel, who was slowly looking around with a confused look. Rory, I have to go, Rory said. Rest for a moment, and we will regroup with Jackson. Moving away from Talon, she carefully walked toward Mabel. While her old friend seemed to be back to normal, she wanted to take no chances. Too much is at stake to blindly trust her old friend and deal with unknown magic. Is that you, Mabel? Are you back to normal? Normal? Mabel confusedly asked. What do you mean? Where am I? You tell me, Rory said. What? I do not understand, dash dot. Mabel placed her hand on her forehead again. It is coming back to me. A voiced a monster. What? Her eyes then got wide. So, you remember? Rory asked. I do, Mabel replied as she started to tear up. I think I remember. Rory. She burst from her spot and grabbed Rory by the shoulders. We have to go now? Zuffmet. Valkar. They are working together with someone from another world. We know, Rory said. We are near Darlco, and my people are fighting them right now. Your people? I do not. You mean the Otherworlders? They are here? Maybe it is not too late. Hearing a group of people approaching, Rory looked over and saw the other apostles. Just like Talon and Mabel, all their eyes were back to normal. The ones who joined her seemed relieved that the battle was over, while the ones who were under Zuffmet's spell seemed confused and distrustful. The sheer volume of apostles in one spot was impressive. In all her life, maybe 3 or 4 apostles have been in the same location together. From what she could tell, from all the apostles that are on Uros, only 3 others were missing. Probably too far to reach by Zuffmet's corrupt influence. I assume you destroyed the sword? Fryan asked. Yes, I did, Rory responded. Is everyone? Yes, Carlin said as she was putting her head back on her body. The moment their eyes turned back to normal, they all stopped fighting. What is going on? Valma asked. Last thing I remember was being in the Avion Sea. Elvira twirled her hair in confusion. Last thing I remember was walking through a forest as I was heading to the kingdom of Boragard. Then, I was attacked, and everything went black. Am I even on the right continent? Rory was shocked by what Elvira said. That kingdom was on the continent south of Falmart, further down on its southeast coast. The answer is no. We all are at the Great Plains of Falmart. Many of the apostles were in shock once they realized they are on Falmart. The last thing I remember was being on the Avion Sea island continent of Isagoy, Valma said. When was the Festival of Ogani? 9 years ago, Fryan answered, shocking everyone from the time gap. I was on the continent of Telerif, Apido said. I was helping with improving their farmers. Fryan began explaining the current state of Falmart. It did not take long for many of them to realize the large gap of time that was missing in many of their memories. While Valma had the longest memory lapse outside of Mabel, many others still were missing years. Apido was missing 7 while Elvira was missing 3. The rest had a variety of degrees, but one pattern was clear. Each apostle was targeted one at a time until they grew in strength. It was Giselle who whispered to Rory, commenting how long all this was in motion. The thought scared Rory, as no one knew about this until very recently. That Zuffmet went rogue and was slowly capturing apostles for almost a decade. Even Hardy did not know until it was almost too late. There was a small debate among the once brainwashed apostles as they tried to understand what had been happening. Once everyone came to the same conclusion, they all stared directly at Mabel and prepared their weapons. Mabel took a step back with fear. However, Rory got between everyone. Not right now. Mabel's god, Zuffmet, brainwashed her and the rest of you, so he is the one to blame. I destroyed the Blood Sword Diva, which was controlling you all, so this should not happen again. However, there is a demonic invasion coming, and we need to unite now if we want to stop it. I am sorry, Rory, Valma said. I barely understand what is going on. My mind is still struggling to know what year this is. Valma is correct, Invirus said. We all need time to understand what is going on. I need to consult with my goddess before dash dot. Enough! Rory yelled. Look around you. See those explosions over there? I know all of you can hear the screams from the mortals who are fighting for their lives to save our world from the demons for the second time. Rory is correct, Fryen interjected. The Terrans and Republicans are here, fighting Zuffmet and his host, Valkyr, before they open a gate to the demon world. Who are Terrans and Republicans? Apito asked. Why not just summon your filthy empire to resolve the issue? They're your playthings after all, Rory. Feeling the frustration building throughout Rory's veins, it was Giselle who calmed her before an incident happened. She almost forgot what interpolitics between apostles was like. The Terrans are from a world called Earth, Fryen explained. It is the same world where the humans came from 2,000 years ago. The Empire has fallen and has been replaced with a republic, Rory added. Hardy opened the gate a year and a half ago, and a lot has happened since. Too much to explain right now. Impossible, Invirus said. The gate should not open for at least another 10,000 years, maybe 15. And 2 gates at once? That can never happen. Cronin placed his hand on his forehead. Hold on. Are you telling me Rory and Talon created another continental empire? You just changed the name, and now you are asking us to clean up your mess? Not exactly, Rory said. Cronin is correct, Invirus said. We are not here to clean up your mess. This is why apostles do not get involved with mortal politics. I am sorry that we fought you, but dash dot. A large green light emitted from the temple, blinding everyone for a moment. The protective walls around the temple folded into the ground, and a pulsing, flaming green light emitted from the center. Once the light went away, Rory sensed an intense energy source and realized the end was near. She understood the hesitation coming from everyone. Most are still recovering from memory loss and are scared. Apostles have a history of never working together. Maybe in the past they would form temporary alliances for a mutual goal. However, that would be it. Talon and her intervention in forming the Empire were considered so extreme it left a dark mark on their reputations. She could tell there was still shame among many of the apostles for doing so, a black mark. Talon took a step forward. We all need to listen to Rory on this. Listen, Apito said with a disdain tone. You are one of the worst apostles here with your track record. We all know what you have done, Elvo added. I have always done what I thought was right, Talon said. Unlike all of you who just limp around the world with no care. Noticing many of the apostles were preparing their swords and the tension that was being built, Rory placed her hand on Talon's shoulder. However, she was thrilled by the sudden support from him. I think we all should listen to Rory, Mabel said. The longer I am free, the longer I remember everything. What Fryen said is true. My God has damned this world to hell, and the demons have come back to bring this world to ruin again. I do not know anything about the Terrans, but my God must be stopped. The demons are coming back, Rory asked. Rondell and Sadera have already burned with tens of thousands of casualties. She saw the horror from the once brainwashed apostles with the realization of how much had happened between them when they were captured. The ones who helped save this world before are back and fighting right now to save it again. But need your help now, or everyone will die. Rory watched the 2 apostles debate, and they seemed that they agreed to help. All the apostles departed from the valley and headed to where the mortals were. Reference: V22, Chapter 256. Hell Break Loose. City of Dalco, Great Plains region. Date: August 26, 2026. Noticing that the sound of clashing apostles vanished, Sharpe got worried that the battle was lost. He couldn't get a hold of Rory from the radio, and no answer from the other apostles responded. No need to worry, Jackson, Lelei said. Rory is too stubborn to fail. I believe she will be okay. Probably. Sharpe caught Lelei, yow, and took a giggling. What? Always a worrier under that turtle shell, Lelei said. It is cute. Do not worry, Tuke said. We are all worried. Sir, Andrew said as he looked through his binoculars. I have a lot of incoming. I think 15 of them. 15? Sharpe quickly looked through his binoculars and saw Rory. Among her almost a dozen other apostles, half of which he has never seen before, which is not a good sign. With the number of supernatural warriors that were incoming and none responding to radio hail, he could see a very worried look in everyone's manner, including himself. Noticing that Rory started rushing forward, Sharpe placed his hand on his M17 sidearm, fearing the worst. With a strong leap from the base of the hill, Rory landed in the middle of everyone. "Hi everyone, it is so nice to see you all. You are alive," Lelei yelled as she gave Rory a hug, "and not turned into a monster." "Oh yeah," Rory said, placing her finger on her chin. "You might want to talk with the designer of these radios. Apparently, they cannot withstand an apostle fight." Feeling a sense of relief, Sharpe walked over to Rory and kneeled, placing both hands on her shoulders. He saw all the damage along her body as it was still regenerating. "You're all right?" "Like, all right. Rory smiled with a sense of relief. "Yes, I am. I also brought some friends. They should be able to help." Seeing the over a dozen of apostles appear, the uneasiness still did not leave. Sharpe saw two groups, the one everyone already knew and had friendly terms with, and there was the other who were enemies only 15 seconds ago. With the size of that group, if they attack, no one here would be able to stop them. "Are you sure, Rory?" Sharpe asked. "Yes," Rory said. "We are going to need everyone we can get." Unable to argue with that fact, Sharpe faced the apostles. "All right, everyone. You will be given orders in a moment. Alicia, Frost, find them all new radios. After that, you will be split into teams and spread out throughout the line. We are about to head to Darlco and N-. As he spoke, Mabel interrupted. "Mortal, please. I know you are not from this world, but we are apostles. We are handpicked by the gods, and we do not obey your realm." Rory gave the group a glare. "Yes, you will. All of you." Rory's bold statement baffled and frustrated Mabel's group. Cronin approached Mabel's side and said, "We do not follow mortals. They are supposed to follow us, or have your emotions got the better of you again." Rory, feeling only frustration, as this was the last thing Sharpe needed to deal with at the moment. Without hesitation, he walked right up to Mabel and stared her directly in the eyes to show no fear as he realized that she had become the leader of this faction. He remembered dealing with this mindset with other apostles in the past, and knew showing strength was the key. "When you and your friends speak, you say, 'Sir.'" Mabel started directly at the lieutenant colonel with a look of annoyance at his attitude. "Mortal, I could easily crush you and everyone around you within a moment if it was not for Rory establishing her protection. Tell that to Mr. Half-Axe over there." Sharpe quickly responded, ignoring what she said to show his authority within the situation. "And it is, you can crush you, Sir. He watched as she broke the stare at Talon's weapon. Talon took a deep, defeated breath and headed up his half-broken axe. "We fought 3 times before, and my axe was destroyed because of it. You all should just listen to Rory and her mortal friends," Giselle said. "I fought his people and ended up their slave for 6 months. Locked up in their electric prison and forced to clean Alnus as punishment. And I was put in that same prison after Rondell until I regained my senses," Jaces said with a big smile. She then started clapping. "I enjoyed that prison." Rory approached Sharpe's side, acting far more protective than before. At the same time, Lelei, Sordin, Tuke, and Yao come at them and power up their lighting spell to strike down any potential hostility from the apostles. Sharpe placed his hand in front of Rory as a sign not to get involved. "Look, everyone, I get it. Right now, everything must be very confusing in the world right now, but we have to work together. The enemy does not care about these differences if you're a mortal or a supernatural cliché. Since arriving in this world, we have all been told over and over how apostles are supposed to be the great balancer, the protector of life and all that. If you are truly the protectors of your worshippers, then it is your duty to join us and bring an end to this nightmare before it is too late. We are going to fight this enemy and defeat it here and now, and are willing to put our lives on the line to accomplish that objective. If this is too much for you, then you are welcome to leave." As Sharpe spoke, that same bright green light appeared again from the distance, coming from the temple. He remembered the very same green light from Sadera. Most likely, Valkyr is using the remaining demon body they found in Aaron Labyrinth. He knows they are running out of time, and this distraction is only benefiting Valkyr. He pointed toward the temple and continued, "Everyone in life has a choice, and as you can see, Everyone here has made theirs. In our darkest hour, Rory and her comrades chose to stand by our side. If you abandon us now over ego or pride, and if we lose here today, that is on you. Either way, fall in line or get out of the way as we have a job to do. Sharpe then ignored Mabel and her half of apostles and stared at the one whom he could trust. The rest of you, gather what you need and then get yourselves up to speed as I hand out your orders. Rory, Giselle, Carlin, Jasis, Mortimer, and Fryen, regroup with me and the general in 5. Turning his back, started to walk toward Brigadier General Smith's position to report about the developing situation. Rory quickly followed behind him. Sharpe, sir? Sharpe stopped once he heard his name. Rory whispered that she knew he would be able to convince them to join forces. He turned around and saw Mabel, who was swallowing her pride. He remained in silence as he waited for a response. For now, we will fight, Mabel said. Tell us what to do. Good, Sharpe said. Hang back, listen to Frost and Alicia on how our radios work, so we can stay in communication. Everyone else, prepare yourself for orders. On the smoldering hillside that faced the magical city of Darlco, the Rangers, Airborne, Legionaries, and all the Apostles watched as the temple burst into green flames. For a moment the battle stopped as the attackers realized they failed to stop Valkyr while the city militia prisoners cheered. The only sounds were the crying wounded, the bombers overhead, and the loud echo coming from the temple. A bright green light burst high into the sky from the top of the temple. Within the temple, the green flames of fire burnt wildly as what everyone assumed was the demon corpse being engulfed. And without a moment, the pulsing flames lowered back into the temple. A dark haze emerged. The temple disappeared and, in its place, a gate emerged. It looks different, Rory commented. With a closer look, Sharpe saw what Rory meant. As the enemy gate emerged into existence, the difference between this and the gate at Alnus became night and day. The exterior of the Alnus gate seemed to be made from some kind of stone and marble, a design that was similar to ancient times. This gate, on the other hand, was dark with an organic exterior with blood oozing out from the sides. The blood reached the ground and accelerated the creep. Large veins scattered around, beating. The large gate's door, decorated with demonic figures, slowly opened, letting out a purplish mist. It looks alive, Lelei stated, eyes widened from the horrific sight. Hearing Brigadier General Smith give the order to fire, all the remaining Griffin II light tanks fired their main cannons in combination with a Lancer bomber and unleashed its payload onto the gate. The resulting explosion was large, as the payload thrown into the Demon Gate is strong enough to obliterate a large building. As the dust settled, the Demon Gate stood with no signs of ruin. Did I do this? Mabel asked, covering her mouth. As Rory reassured the girl that she was brainwashed and betrayed by her god, Sharpe left and walked toward Crisis. In the background, the Griffin II light tanks fired multiple volleys with the same result. As the Demon Gate doors opened, a horde of giant humanoid beasts started storming out, like the ones that Valkyr summoned during the Battle of Sadia. Among them were different types that they had never seen. Andrew commented how the sight reminded him of the Berserk and Doom series. A dozen bombs rained down from AB-52 high above their position. The resulting explosions incinerated the first wave of demons, with soldiers cheering and witnessing the destruction. The bombardment again had no effect on the gate and did nothing to stop more from coming through. Over the radio, Brigadier General Smith ordered all support to fire on the enemy doorway. The ground rumbled as the Griffins II moved into position. The light tanks lined up in formation on top of the hillside trenches and began opening fire. Mortars and riflemen concentrated on the doorway path as they tried to bottleneck the enemy. This was in combination with a Lancer bomber swooping over the demons and unleashed its bombers, destroying most of the enemy forces. This utterly shocked Mabel and her faction of apostles, as they never had experienced such raw firepower. With such firepower, it only dented the emerging horde that came through the enemy gate as more poured through. It quickly became clear once the demons can spread out, which they will at this rate, they will be able to easily swarm and engulf their position. The question only is how long. It looks like your bombers are holding them back, Lelei commented. Not for long, Sharpe replied. We don't have enough bombers in planet to sustain this. Sharpe, Crisis said as he approached with his guards. Is it happening? Yup, Sharpe responded. Over NETT warrior. Sharpe heard from Captain Johnson from Vanguard, too, that Charlie Company reported that there was a breach, that a large mage appeared, and that their weapons went straight through him, and that everyone they killed was raising. Valkyr just went on the offensive, Sharpe said. Crisis, rally your forces and take command here. Hearing the soldiers comment on what is coming through the gate, Sharpe saw a small break of the humanoid waves. What came through was a Balrog. A screech echoed through the valley as it extended its wings. A burst of flames spread everywhere as it took off from the ground, going into the sky, which they could only assume it was going after the Air Force. A second Balrog emerged and started marching forward, leaving a trail of fire. 3 light tanks focused fire against the giant beast. The first salvo impacted the demon, letting out a loud screech, but didn't slow it down. It raised its hand, and fireballs were shot from its fists, all landing along the Allied defensive line. The fire blasts impact many military personal positions, in some cases, causing secondary explosions. The second salvo impacted the Balrog as one of the rounds hit close to the neck. The beast fell to the ground as the flames slowly faded away. A short sigh of relief as they watched the legendary beast fall, but was only replaced with dread as more came through. This is what we summoned at Rondell? Elvira asked. How are we supposed to stop this? With sheer will, Crisis said. They're going to keep throwing these beasts against us until we crack, Fryen said. That will not take long at this rate, Sharpe said. Lieutenant Colonel, Sordin said. Did your superiors say they will deploy the nuclear option if this happens? That is correct, Sharpe said. If we cannot contain the demon here and now, it will come down to the military's final solution. I do not think even nuclear weapons are enough for this, Lelei said. From seeing how their weapons had no effect against the demon gate, Sharpe is starting to wonder if a nuke would do anything. They do not understand how the gate system works and only just learned that they are more related to a higher power. The blast would take out the city, the demons that already came through, and themselves. However, the gate most likely would remain, allowing the enemy to pour through unchecked. He realized Lelei is probably correct and that they must finish this here and now. We will meet these demons head-on, Crisis said. The slope will give us a temporary advantage. Just have your ranged forces thin the herd before they reach us. Fryen and the other apostles approached. What about the rest of us? Rory asked, seeing the other apostles gathered around. Sharpe looked toward the demon gate as more monsters came out of it. While there was time, if the situation loses total control, the Air Force is going to drop a gravity nuclear bomb on them. And remember how the demons fought in Sadera? He knew they would accumulate quickly and overrun their position. Rory, you are with us, Sharpe said. The rest of you, do everything you can to keep those demons at bay. No mercy. As everyone left, Rory approached and asked, Talon should help us. What? Sharpe asked, shocked by the request. I know it is odd with our history, but we need all the help we can get against Valkyr. I am still recovering, so having backup will help, and I know we can trust him. But it is your call, and I will respect it. Glancing over to the apostle, the two refused to meet eyesight. While their history is short, it is not uneventful. He rather not, as he does not trust the boy. However, he trusted Rory. If you think he can back you up, sure. Rory nodded and hugged him. Now let's get the bastard. Reference. V22, Chapter 257 Faith. City of Dalco, Great Plains Region. Date, August 26, 2026. The reports over the radio have been horrific. Valkyr, the demon god, had wreaked havoc with Charlie's company as they had no weapons that were effective against him. From the net feed, it seemed that Valkyr was trying to destroy their defensive line to allow the demons to easily exit the gate. This would result in the enemy flooding the valley and overwhelm their positions within moments. In the mix of the carnage, Valkyr was turning all the casualties from both sides into ghouls, which caused further chaos. From what he could understand from the Balrogs in the sky, it is causing the bomber fleet a huge headache. He had no idea if the enemy knew about the nuclear bomber or just understood that the U.S. military heavily relied on air power. However, it became clear the demons were trying to contest the skies. Either way, the nuclear option might be off the table, making the ground team the only hope to stop this invasion. Rory, Talon, Sharpe said, "Do your best to distract him, but don't fully engage." Lelei, Tuke, Yao, come with me. The rest of the team prepared the trap. Bailey, Johnson, protect them and take care of those ghouls. Where do you want us, sir? Andrew asked. Randy, take over and assist the other rangers, Sharpe ordered. What about me? I thought you wanted me to have your back. Stay with the team. Valkyr is smart and will expect something, so I don't want to show our cards just yet. I understand, sir. Good luck. Seeing the smoke from Charlie's company location, they saw soldiers carrying the wounded away from the hillside. It seemed that the company was overwhelmed and took heavy casualties, but from the sound of battle, they are still going at it. Skirmishes from soldiers attacking the ghoul swarm could still be seen all around. Equipment is littered everywhere. Smoke from a laser equipment striker was laying sideways, destroyed. It seemed that Valkyr took lessons from Sadera and destroyed anything that could harm him. Sharpe found this news good as he realized he could use this against the demon god. If he was this protective, then he could use that against him. Lelei, will you be able to trap him with the containment spell? Sharpe asked. I do not know. It will take me some time to regenerate my mana pool, Lelei said with a tired voice. I had to drain so much of my mana to kill Gowrick. I am sorry. As I said, it's not your fault, Sharpe said. We will use the current situation to our advantage. Tuke, Yao, protect Lelei. Lelei, I'm going to lure him down that path. The girls moved away to get into position. Sharpe then rushed toward the battle. Once he got there, he saw Valkyr attacking the soldiers. He tried to warn them, however, it was too late as he watched the demon god kill 3 riflemen while others pull back. As the soldiers broke their formation to get space between them and the demon god, the Griffin reversed and fired at him. The dust settled as the anti-personnel tank round proved to have no effect. Valkyr began walking toward the light tank. The vehicle fired again, and unlike the first time when he phased out, he created a void barrier, deflecting the shot to a group of mages and legionaries. Before a third round could be fired, the demon god leaped on top of the vehicle. Ignoring the rifle fire from the infantry as they tried to protect the Griffin II, Valkyr moved his hand through the vehicle, bypassing the armor like it wasn't there. The demon god ignited the inside of the light tank. After a few moments, it exploded from within. Rory landed next to him in shock from what she was witnessing. Jackson, he's going to cleanse the entire line. Rory, take Talon and cut him off, Sharpe ordered. Don't fully engage, just get his attention. We need him to move down this direction to spring Lelei's trap. We can do that, Rory said. But how are you going to make him commit? Sharpe pulled the spear from his vest. I think this will get his attention. Rory looked at the spear and burst out laughing and then smiled. Damn, Jackson, you are insane. But I guess that's why I love you. You're on my level. I don't think that is a compliment, Sharpe responded. Sharpe watched the 2 apostles get into position as Valkyr tore apart another soldier. Watching as Valkyr aimed his hand toward one of the many hills, he clenched his fist tightly and swung it toward a group of retreating soldiers. The hill broke apart and collapsed onto the rifleman position, burying some of them. When he snapped his fingers, a burst of blue flames appeared from his fist. Before he could do anything with the blue fire, a burst of lightning impacted him. While it caused him to flinch, he looked toward an Imperial mage with a soldier preparing a rocket launcher. The demon god casted the blue fire at the near-buried soldiers with the intent to burn them alive. With his other hand, he aimed it at the other 2 soldiers. The rocket first and impacted his position, which did nothing but cover the area with smoke. He again clenched his fists, and the red blood that soaked the battlefield formed a wall around the 2 before totally freezing into an ice cube, suffocating them. Valkyr then turned and placed his hands together, forming a void. He turned to another group of soldiers who were trying to keep the demons from climbing the hill. As he prepared to launch his attack, Talon swooped in and attacked his legs, causing him to lose focus. Rory flanked formed the opposite direction and sliced through the void, forcing the demon god to cancel his spell. While their attacks failed to do no harm, however, they got the demon god's attention. Valkyr stopped his attacks against the other allied soldiers and focused on the 2 apostles. The 2 synced their attack to hit him at the same time, knowing that Valkyr would phase out to allow them to pass through. Once their attack failed and land on their fleet, they sprinted away to get away from immediate danger. Seeing the apostles fleeing, Valkyr quickly followed. Seeing the demon god approaching, Sharpe radioed Lelei to be ready to spring the trap. Once in position to where Valkyr could see Sharpe, he pulled the spear from his vest and grabbed the M17 with the intention to get noticed. The two apostles conducted another coordinated strike against Valkyr, both passing through him. Before Valkyr could strike, the two rushed away, heading down the path and stopped by Sharpe. "I think we pissed him off," Rory said. "You two have always had a habit of doing that," Talon nervously said. He then looked at Sharpe. A sign of frustration and nervousness ripped through his facial reactions. "I do want to apologize for everything that has happened since we first met." Sharpe struggled to find a proper response to Talon's apology. They have been enemies for so long, being some of the most intense life-and-death fights, only surviving because of teamwork. "It is no problem. We can talk about this later." The two apostles jumped away to secure the flanks. Hearing over the radio that Lelei was ready, Sharpe took his M17 sidearm and unleashed a few rounds at the demon god. As expected, the bullets harmlessly passed through him. Valkyr looked over to see who it was. Not wanting to seem strange, Sharpe started backing up as he started loading the modified spear into the barrel of his sidearm. Seeing that Valkyr got the message and marched toward the ranger with great pace. Sharpe walked backward until the path narrowed between two hillsides, a perfect choking point for what he needed to do. He knew Valkyr wouldn't fall for such a thing, but he wanted to create the false illusion of springing into the trap. Valkyr appeared on the side of the left hill, bypassing the narrow path and flanked Sharpe as expected. The trap is set. A moment later, Valkyr moved down the hillside and onto the path. Lelei was supposed to spring her trap by now. "Lelei!" A bright light and explosion appeared where Lelei and Tuke were supposed to be. "It is Kagash," Tuke struggled to say over the radio. "Shit," Sharpe mumbled, and then saw the shadow on the ground. Looming up, he saw the 12-foot god in thick, dark armor. The demon god's hand reached toward him. As Valkyr's hand approached, Sharpe heard Rory's voice and felt a sudden impact, being thrust into the ground. Feeling pain across his body from her impact, he said, "Thanks, Rory." "We need to fall back," Rory said. Staring out on the valley, clusters of demons could be seen emerging from the gate. With the horde, the only thing keeping them at bay was the combination of magic, the few bombers, mortars, and the remaining tanks all concentrating their firepower to thin the herd. This has bought the infantry, both melee and range, enough time to clear out the stragglers. However, no one thinks this will last long. Crisis stood on top of a hill with the American field commander, Brigadier General Smith, as the two oversaw the battle. While it was not in his nature to stand behind the fight, he realized that with his missing arm and his responsibility to give orders. Seeing that a cohort needed to tighten their formation, he contacted the Centurion in command with his radio and gave the order. The error was quickly fixed, and he received word from the others that all their cohort were ready for a glorious fight. With all the technology that the general has seen so far, the one piece that he adored the most has been Terran's simplest: the ability to communicate at range with near perfection. Glossing over memories of past campaigns, having this one ability would have radically changed his tactics. As planned, the legionaries took a position below the hillside at the base of the valley in the shield wall line formation. It was agreed they would bear the brunt of the enemy attack while the American infantry picked the enemy off. For the situation, the defense was solid. However, from Crisis experience from SAT era, these demons make these kinds of tactics mute. To make matters worse, ghouls are used as meat shields to exhaust the defenders and distract them while the demons are ready to swarm. "At this rate, we are not going to hold," Brigadier General Smith said by his infantry squad vehicle. "All we have to do is hold on long enough," Crisis said. "According to command, our local bomber fleet has nearly depleted their ordnance. We blew through them far faster than we expected. I thought your Air Force was rotating their bombers to prevent this from happening? That was before a horde arrived. If this was on Earth, we wouldn't be having this problem." A soldier approached the Brigadier General and said something to Smith. He said that he had to leave for a moment and followed the man away. "Crisis," Melina whispered. "I can hear what they are saying. And Valkyr has made his move. Vanguard 7 has engaged him. However, from what it sounds, things are not going well." Seeing the warrior bunny warn him that the Brigadier General was approaching, He saw dread in the man's eyes. I take it things are not going well. How did you? Oh yeah, the bunny ears, Smith said. I will never get used to that. Have no fear, General, Crisis said. We shall win today. How can you say that? Smith said. Look, literally hell is upon us. We were sent here in a Hail Mary attempt to stop this. We don't have the forces to fight these demons and a god. Crisis looked toward the battle. A group of humanoid demons breached a legionary line as melee combat began. As some of those demons were hacked away, while others were taken out by rifle fire. The signs of faith amused him, reminding him of his campaigning in Elis and the events that rippled afterward. While he did fail there, his goal of forcing Pina Colada to carry his legacy and overthrow the Empire was fulfilled in the end. His faith was well deserved as his plan to topple the Empire succeeded. Now, he knew he must have faith that Sharpe and his comrades would defeat Valkyr and Zuffmet and bring an end to this madness. They just need time and no other distractions. Neither did I when I faced your people in Elis. But we stood tall, and our actions laid the foundation to finally destroy the Empire and reborn the Republic. We must have the same resolve and faith that our comrades will pull through. If we do our part, others will. It is not like we can go home, Smith said. Get your men in order. We hold here no matter what. No retreat. Hearing the battle raging, Crisis saw 3 Rondel and Republican mages that stood on the hill's staff glowing. In front of this section of the legionaries, the ground was raised in the form of a wall, stopping the incoming group of demons. This only bought a little time, as either the demons quickly dug through like starving beasts or leaped over the wall. The ones who leaped landed on the hill, among the riflemen and mages, and ravaged them. Guards, Crisis yelled as he watched a demon slice a rifleman before falling from a hail of bullets. Other demons landed nearby and attacked 2 royal guards. One of the guards quickly fell as the other rammed his blade into the chest of the abomination beast. While inflicting some damage as blood oozed down, the demon refused to die. As the demon struck the shield of the royal guard, muzzle sounds were heard as bullets impacted the back of the demon, finally killing it. More demons landed and attacked the command unit. This is coordinated, Smith said as he pulled out his sidearm and fired. They are intentionally coming after us. Crisis unsheathing his sword, he noticed a demon landing nearby. Once the beast landed, he quickly saw the threat as other demonic monsters were easily knocking or slicing through other soldiers with pure raw strength. Sword firmly gripped in his hands, he attacked, slicing off its arm and then head. Turning around, he saw Melina dancing around a demon, aiming for the joints with her blades. Once the demon was wounded enough, she went for the kill. A squad of airborne appeared and started picking off the remaining demons, rebalancing the line. Sirs, Melina said, the wall is gone. Crisis rushed over and saw that there was barely anything left of the ground wall as a hulking demon just smashed the cohort into pieces. Smaller ice and firewalls emerged from the mages, but they seemed to barely delay the enemy. General, we need to go. Hold the forward line, General, Smith said. I will reorganize everything here. Crisis rallied his guard, and they slid down the hill to join the other legionaries. V-22, Chapter 258, Our Destiny, Our Choice. City of Dalco, Great Plains Region. Date, August 26, 2026. Listening over the radio, Lelei heard from Sharpe that Valkyr was approaching. Once the demon god got into position, she would attempt to cast her containment spell, preventing Valkyr from phasing from this reality, as well as keeping Valkyr and Zuffmet from demerging. Hopefully, this would allow the Holy Spear to kill them once and for all. We will try to help you, Tuke said. Maybe Yao and my mana could help boost yours. Try focusing your mana on me, Lelei said. Feeling drained, Lelei realized how smart Kagash was. In the past, she used her knowledge of earth science and used it with her magic. With Freyan's guidance, she defeated Valkyr the first time they met. She has also had an impact on him during Sad Era by forcing him to retreat. Kagash must have known what Lelei would do and planned accordingly. Deplete her mana to the point whatever NATO planned would be fruitless. I see Jackson coming, Yao said. Let's do this, Lelei replied. Placing her hands together, She began chanting as static appeared between her hands. Lelei! Tuke yelled. Incoming. Lelei forced herself to change spells and formed a barrier around them. It did not take long to figure out who could have attacked them. Kagash! Damn her! She really knows how to ruin everything, Tuke said. You blue-haired bitch! Kagash yelled, her face covered with tears. Her eyes could be mistaken as dragon eyes with the sheer hate that was emitting from her soul. You killed my husband. We were going to have a beautiful future together. He was going to be free, but you two destroyed my home, Lelei furiously said. My first father was killed because of you two. You almost took everything from me. That's your fault for siding with Hardy, Kagash madly stated as her hands burned bright red. She reached out towards Lelei as red, whip-like appendages lashed out at her. She quickly reacted by hastily putting up another barrier, but with little preparation, it quickly began to crack with each strike. Lelei! Tuke shouted as she prepared to throw a huge blue scorching fireball at Kagash. Stay out of this! The enraged mage spat as she motioned her fingers in her free hand that had earth spikes protruding out from underneath the elf. Tuke quickly dove and rolled out of the way and took cover behind a nearby boulder. Yao tried to summon multiple sharp ice blocks in the air to strike the Dark Witch. Kagash quickly threw her dark fireballs toward them, incinerating all the ice blocks before Yao can throw. As Kagash is distracted with two of her elven sisters, Lelei prepares to take the initiative before she heard something over the radio. Lelei! Sordin shouted over the radio. Galric is still alive. Before I could engage him, he slipped away toward your location. Lelei couldn't believe what she just heard. She threw everything she had at him and thought that he was finally dead. Half of his body was missing, so this should be impossible. Feeling a tremble on the ground, Galric landed nearby. The hatred in Kagash's eyes quickly vanished and turned into pure joy. My love! Did Valkyr bring you back to me? What do we do? Tuke whispered. I do not think I can go another round against both of them. Same here, Lelei said. And go up against Valkyr. I need Fryen. My love, Kagash said as she got in front of her husband. Help me crush them once and for all. We are so close to the dream we dashed. To Lelei's shock, Galric struck his wife to the side without a second thought and continued onward. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. Look, Yao said. He looks different. The strike allowed Lelei to get a good view of Galric. The open gaps in the armor showed blisters. The right arm is dark and demon-like with thick claws. Whatever man he was, it is now clear that he is more of a demon. Kagash slowly stumbled up but fell back down, dazed and struggling to get on her feet. She held her side as a prominent gash was visible. What? Kagash asked, shocked by what just happened and horrified by what her husband looked like now. She slowly stood up in hysteria, asking what happened to her love. He turned into one of them, Lelei said. He is a demon now, and demons cannot love. Hardy might have cursed him, but at least he was still able to feel love, Tuke said. Now he is not even a man. You just sacrificed your husband for the demons. What did you expect would happen? No, Kagash's eyes burned bright red. A red mist slowly emanated from them while her tears, tainted by her rage, dripped down red. Ignore her, Tuke said. He is coming? Hearing the loud screech from the now demon hybrid Galric, a dark mist poured from his hands. Tuke summoned a powerful wind to deflect the gas. However, with how low her mana had become, the gas was quickly reaching them. Everything between them, creep-infested trees, bushes, and the creep itself was falling dead from the poisonous gas. Lelei, Yao, run away before my mana collapses, Tuke said. No, Lelei responded as she gathered her breath. We will figure this out. Galric marched toward the three as he maintained the pressure. Lelei could see that their attacks were having little effect. Somehow his mana had recovered, or because he was already dead, he could ignore the stress on his body. As he marched, a small glow appeared where his heart should have been. The flames spread around his body until they reached the gas that was coming from his hands. The gas burst into flames, igniting him before the flames could reach Tuke, destroying him into dozens of smoldering pieces. Confused by what had just happened, Lelei saw Kagash standing with the glow from her hand disappearing. Tears continued to flow down her eyes. However, her eyes showed nothing but rage. "Did she just save us?" Tuke asked as she lowered her arms. "I think so," Lelei responded. "From the look of it, she just literally euthanized her own husband." "You three," Kagash said. She cried as her hand shook from anger. "This is all your fault. All of you. We were going to live together as a family. Free from everything. We did not turn your husband dash dot." Lelei tried to explain, but was interrupted by a quick flame blast from Kagash. "I do not care," Kagash yelled before turning towards Valkar's direction. "You might have killed him, but he turned my love into a monster. He was my protector and a loving father to my child, always protecting me and my son from the harshness of this world and paying the price multiple times. He deserved better than being turned into an abomination." She then ran off before anyone else could respond. "Kagash!" Lelei yelled before hearing a voice from behind. "Leave her be, Lelei," Fryan said. "Her mind has been lost to rage and grief. She has decided her fate and will seek revenge against Valkar." Lelei turned to face her apostle mentor, and what she saw shocked her. Fryan was in bad shape. Blood flowed from his body from many slashes. Chunks of his shoulder and parts of his arms were missing, slowly being regenerated. His right ear was missing. It seemed the battle against the demons had been brutal. "But she will die," Tuke pointed out. "I don't feel sorry for her after what she has done to my people and my father," Lelei said. "However, this might turn into our advantage." "What do you mean?" Fryan asked. "Right now, Jackson, Rory, and Talon are fighting Valkar. Well, more like distracting him. But anyway, I need you to transfer your mana to me like you did the first time we faced him. I am already very depleted, and I informed you that would not be possible. However, there is a big problem. Valkar will sense that and stop us before the transfer is complete. Except, Kagash will be distracting him now. As the guys said, never underestimate a woman with a broken heart. Even if she only lasts a few minutes, her rage will buy us enough time to complete the plan." Fryan placed his hand on his chin as if his wounds were not bothering him. "It could work, but we need to act fast. Inform your master quickly, so we can get into position." Sharpe watched as Talon was tossed into an infantry squad vehicle like he was a bag of flour. Rory leaped in front of Valkar, stopping him in his tracks before he attacked another group of soldiers. She slashed toward him, dancing around the demon god as she tried to keep him off balance. However, Valkar grabbed and lifted her up before slamming her into the hill, sinking her deep into the ground. He pulled her out of the hill and grabbed her arm. His hand turned blue as flames emerged from his grasp, incinerating Rory's arm. Sharpe realized that Valkar was going to rip Rory apart and incinerate her wholly, killing her. Seeing a Carl Gustav recoilless rifle by the destroyed ISV, he rushed as fast as he could and slid on the creep, sliding farther than he intended and almost missed the rocket launcher. He hoped that the rocket would force Valkar to phase out, dropping Rory. As he got into position, he saw Valkar already was prepared for his attack and launched a dark energy projectile, similar to Lelei's signature spell, coming toward him, forcing him to duck into the ground and use the creep to slide as far as he could. The dark void impacted the ISV and the vehicle exploded. Being thrusted further away, dropping the rocket launcher, he felt his leg burning. Looking back, he saw that his legs were on fire and focused on patting them out as quickly as he could. However, felt the flames burning his skin. While the uniform is designed to be flame-resistant, it couldn't withstand being engulfed in fire. Sharpe was able to put out the flames but felt a sharp pain in his leg, noticing blood flowing out. This confused him at first, as a burn shouldn't have caused this, until he assumed something small from the vehicle must have impacted his leg. However, he heard Rory scream in pain as he realized he was helpless to do anything. Noticing a blue reflecting from the blood pounds everywhere, he looked up and saw multiple lightnings struck Valkar. From the sudden impact, Valkar dropped Rory as he focused on creating a void to deflect the lightning. At first, Sharpe thought it was Lelei who cast that spell. To his confusion, it was Kagash. "You bastard!" Kagash screamed in rage. "We dedicated our life for Darlco, and for you, and this is what you repaid us. You will pay for what you did to my dear husband." Seeing Talon slowly getting up from the wreckage of the ISV, the boy was covered in first-degree burns. Realizing that the god was busy, Sharpe yelled, "Go grab Rory and get her out of here." Talon took off and grabbed Rory. Valkyr became distracted by Kagash as she attacked the demon god with such fury. Talon landed by Sharpe, holding Rory in his arms. She looked in bad shape, body twisted, and first-degree burns from the dark flame everywhere. Her arm was completely incinerated. Even with her regeneration abilities, it would still take a long time to recover from these wounds. "Take her to Lelei's position," Sharpe ordered. "No," Rory said. "Do not take me away, Talon. I just need a minute and I will be back." Talon looked confused, as he did not know who to listen to. Rory was giving him the glare, not wanting to be taken away. Seeing that Rory was in no shape to continue fighting, Sharpe stared directly at the boy in a calm but strong tone. "Talon, I gave you a god to mortar, so do it." The tone scared Talon and left, despite Rory's protests. As the two apostles left, Staff Sergeant Andrew Steele appeared. "What the hell just happened? What are you doing here?" Sharpe asked, shocked and annoyed that he was here in the open. "You told me to watch your back," Andrew said, "and you haven't answered your radio." "It broke. Been kind of busy getting thrown around," Sharpe said as he pulled out his knife and probed the small object out of his leg. Andrew got on his knee and pulled out a bandage and a biogel syringe. "Do you have yours?" "No. It is burnt to hell with everything else." Once the small object was taken out of Sharpe's leg, Andrew thrusted the syringe into the wound. Small microsponges filled the wound, creating a hard, white surface. He felt a sharp pain ripple throughout his body as he felt his leg fill up with the sponges, which forced him to let out a painful scream. Slowly, he felt the pain go away as the biogel took effect, slowly neutralizing the pain and allowing him to move his leg for now. "Thank you. But what are you doing here?" "Lelei has a message. She wants to use Kagash as a distraction long enough to complete the plan. She is with Fryen, recharging her mana and waiting for your call, not fully understanding what is going on and why Valkyr and Kagash are fighting." However, he decided that he did not care and would take any opportunity he had. Seeing the two fought, he found a gap between two hills, a perfect choking point. "Tell Lelei to set up there. Then grab another Carl Gustav round and head to that opening there. I will get his attention." The two got into position, Andrew taking the rear while Sharpe stopped by a boulder. He got into the firing position and aimed the Carl Gustav right at Valkyr's feet. Kagash's fight with Valkyr had proven to be her downfall. While a powerful mage, she was no match against a phantom demon god, especially with pure rage consuming all logic. The demon god rammed his fist into her barrier, the sheer force pushing Kagash into the ground until his hand broke through the barrier. She quickly used another lightning spell to strike them both, but it did nothing to stop him as his hand grabbed Kagash's burnt body. Flames engulfed her, and she burst into ash. A few tears escaped her eyes at the very end before she too quickly disintegrated. Sharpe fired the rocket, causing a small crater and smoke. Valkyr emerged from the smoke, unharmed from the attack. Seeing that he got the demon god's full attention, he rushed toward Andrew's position as fast as he could, feeling his left leg dragging a bit from the wound. Once there, he got into the firing position again, ignoring the slight pain from the continuous strain he placed on it. Andrew quickly reloaded the Carl Gustav. "Ready? Okay. Go and take cover," Sharpe said, and then turned to Andrew with a serious look. "Do not leave your position until Lelei makes her move. Whatever happens to me, we only have one shot at this." He could tell that Andrew wanted to argue, however agreed to the order. The staff sergeant rushed away to get into cover. Seeing Valkyr walking through an infested tree, Sharpe fired the second rocket round. The shot impacted the tree, causing it to collapse. Just like last time, the blast had no effect on the demon god. Seeing how quickly Valkyr was approaching, Sharpe quickly stood up and walked backward. He dropped the rocket launcher and pulled out his modified M17 and began loading it with the spear. "It seems that you have found some kind of powerful magical weapon in order to defeat me," Valkyr said. "Do not be foolish. The gods of this world, or yours, will not save you this time. The power of all the damned souls flows through my veins. No mortal weapons, technological or magical, can harm me." "Good point. I will take your advice." Sharpe then turned and headed down the path as fast as he could. Once he got around the corner, turned and aimed his pistol, waiting for Valkyr to come around. However, he noticed a shadow of a large figure looming behind him. He turned around and saw the demon god standing there, probably phased through the hill to outflank him, as he hoped Valkyr would do. As the trap was set, Sharpe watched as Andrew broke from his cover earlier than planned. He was supposed to wait for Lelei to contain Valkyr before intervening. However, besides getting into the firing position behind the demon god as planned, the staff sergeant fled from a demon that suddenly attacked, forcing him from his cover. He was forced to drop to the ground to avoid the attack. However, the demon grabbing his foot with his claws. Without hesitation, Valkyr grabbed Sharpe by the vest and lifted him 5 feet off the ground. On the other hand, the demon god grabbed Sharpe's other hand and burned it until he let go of his pistol and the spear, causing him to scream, leaving blisters and third-degree burns. Moving his hand to his chest from the pain, he looked down at the demon god. He could not help but feel fear gripping his body as Valkyr stood there silently and calmly, only seeing the demon god glowing eyes staring emotionlessly at him. Watching as the dark god slowly looked toward the spear, analyzing it. Once Valkyr finished studying the spear, the dark eyes glowed brightly with rage. His hand glowed as a large charge of energy jolted through Sharpe's body, causing much pain. This is not a magical weapon, just a normal spear tip. Seeing that Valkyr was not amused and witnessing Andrew nearly being mauled by the demon as he fought for his life. A loud scream could be heard as Alicia with her knife jumped off the rock and onto the back of the beast. Valkyr started to turn to see what was happening, and then Sharpe realized that he just had to buy more time, that he needed to keep the demon god's focus on him while his team helped Andrew. The only reaction Sharpe could muster was a loud laugh, which got Valkyr's attention again. What? Mr. God Almighty does not know the difference between a common spear and an overhyped cliché paperweight? My wife has a book for dummies that explains the difference. Seeing that Valkyr was not amused with the sarcasm, he crushed his figures into the man and then rammed Sharpe into the hillside just hard enough not to be killed but to cause pain. His hand then glowed bright from mana, burning most of his vest off. You have a plan, or you would have fled long ago. Tell me. Feeling his chest burning, Sharpe looked and spit blood on Valkyr's helmet. As the blood evaporated from the armor, Valkyr's hand glowed bright, and then an intense heat was felt on his chest as the demon god's hand burnt through his vest and jacket. Sharpe couldn't tell that Valkyr was torturing him to gain information or for his own pleasure at this point. He had no idea how long he could last and hoped Lelei was almost ready. Having no radio, he could only have faith that she was nearly ready. Seeing that the demon was trying to swing Alicia off his back, Scott and Frost charged forward and rammed the demon into the ground. Alicia was able to jump off beforehand as the 2 rangers fired their rifle rounds into the beast, unloading most of their magazines. Jerry followed up behind to help Andrew as the rest of Vanguard 7 prepared to intervene against Valkyr. More demons approached, however it was killed by the rest of Vanguard 7 as they formed a protective formation. Randy quickly took control of the situation as they repelled the incoming demons. Based on the interaction Sharpe could see, Andrew was telling everyone not to intervene as he struggled to pull out the 1911 Colt sidearm, the one that Sharpe gave him before the battle at the airbase. Jerry helped him load the Holy Spear of Longinus into the .45 Colt pistol as Alicia grabbed her radio and spoke to someone, hoping that she was telling Lelei to spring the trap. Seeing that Andrew was safe and that the rest of his team helping him aim the pistol, Sharpe turned to the demon god and forced himself to say, "You know, I have noticed something about all of you supernatural bastards. You all always work alone and think you all are high and mighty. You really thought that I was really going to put the fate of the universe in a man-to-man death match." Sharpe then noticed a sudden bright blue glow beneath their feet. He saw Andrew as his friend and close teammate intent to shoot Valkyr in the back of the head once he was immobilized and stuck in this physical realm. Changing his glare to directly meet the demon god's eyes, he returned the death of horror look with an overconfident smirk. "That is why we always win. Checkmate, you cliché motherfucker." A blue sphere enveloped the 2. Their bodies felt heavier as gravity concentrated while static charge burst out. An eclectic charge from the ground impacted the sphere that was building around them. Sharpe felt fuzzy as the electricity built up around them, all within moments from when he first saw the blue light. Unlike before, where Valkyr's electric shock was concentrated to cause temporary pain, this feeling was across the body. A sharp pain was felt as he felt his body burning up. Valkyr let out a loud screech as he took the brunt of the spell. The combination of gravity to keep him in place and the electric charge building up within the containment sphere. Feeling parts of his body burning, Sharpe saw someone slice Valkyr's arm in half and then felt a strong tackle being pushed from the sphere. After hitting the ground, Sharpe lay there as he struggled to control his body from the burning pain. His body shook as smoke came off what is left of his uniform. His skin was red from burns as it felt like it was boiling. A continuous thumbing feeling from his vest, as that was where most of the damage was located from Valkyr's grasp. Looking over, to Sharpe confusion, he saw Talon kneeling next to him. The boy was in a similar state as his body struggled to function. Looking down, he also saw a Valkyr hand that was still attached to what was left of the army vest. He wanted to knock it away, but struggled to summon the strength to do so. Remembering what was going on, Sharpe looked back at Valkyr. To his pleasure, the trap seemed to be working as the demon god had yet to leave the containment sphere. As he stood within the sphere, a mystical man tried to leave Valkyr's body, but was forced back inside. This happened multiple times as someone was trying to escape, but now was stuck in the Phantom Lord body, letting out loud screeches of pain. He thrashed around, his body and shadowy figures slamming into the spherical prison. His loud screaming turned more into a beastly howl and roar. Like a caged animal, the god thrashed around to break free until he saw something that, for once in his life, brought fear into him. His eyes locked with the soldiers, but what terrified him the most was the amount of divine energy emanating from the weapon he wielded. Ender got into position, locked eyes with his target, and fired the pistol. The holy spear pierced the sphere wall and impacted Valkyr's head. A sudden but loud scream echoed throughout the valley, forcing everyone to cover their ears. A mystical, ghostly form emerged from the body, trying to escape. What looked like arms impacted the sphere walls, but were trapped as parts of the ghostly form dissipated from the mere touch. At the spot where the holy spear impacted, the armor cracked, and a bright light emerged. Cracks formed all around the armor until it started to spread along the ghostly figure. The containment sphere burst apart from the sheer amount of energy that was coming from Valkyr and the ghostly figure as the energy disperses. Sharpe saw the ethereal body of the wraith fades into nothingness, while a naked, old-looking man with an ethereal body appears next to Valkyr's fading body. "That is Zuphmet," Talon said. "I thought the spear would end both him and Valkyr at the same time," Sharpe said. "Zuphmet must have saved a portion of himself somehow," Talon said. "It seems that Valkyr is dead, though." "The bastard looks almost dead," Sharpe commented. "Then he is weakened," Talon said. "We can finish him off before he recovers." Seeing the importance of the moment, Sharpe tried to get up but failed to. He felt his hand, still blistering from the pain. Jerry quickly appeared along with Alicia and Chapman. The medic quickly started treating the burns on his hand and chest. As Zuphmet tried to crawl toward the holy spear, Rory dropped from the hillside and landed next to the holy spear. She stood, still missing an arm, much of her body still deformed from her fight against the Phantom Lord. However, she is still standing with her halberd. Rory picked up the holy spear and looked down at the formal god of light and order, a once powerful being now limping across the broken ground. She wanted the now mortal to retract his hand, slowly moving his hand onto the ground, feeling the steaming hot burnt dirt, as if he was feeling the ground for the very first time. She gripped the holy spear and shoved it into his back. A small shockwave spread out as cracks around the spear appeared on Zuphmet's skin. A bright light peeked out from the cracks, expanding as more of the body broke down. Noticing Mabel approaching, Rory asked, "My lord, why?" Zuphmet glanced around, witnessing how everyone was staring at him. Vanguard, 7 aiming their weapons aimed at the ready as they surrounded the god, ready to finish him. He then looked back toward the ground. The story of Starlight, stretching eons as the universe ticked away. As life comes and goes in the blink of an eye, unable to accumulate sight, feeling, praise, and sadness. from the darkest of days to the rising warmth of flare from the east. Having unlimited essence while limited to this sphere, Zuffmet looked up and stared into Rory's eyes. A star life of imprisonment, bearing the role of caretaker for their sanctuary, gazing upon the stars as they slowly adventure away. I wanted to see everything, feel everything, to touch everything. I wish to be free. Rory took a deep breath. You made a pact with hell to be free from your responsibilities, all the death and suffering for your own self-importance. As the body was consumed by the divine power from the spear, Zuffmet could only reply, with death, stagnation shall finally be broken. His entire body fully cracked in a massive light until he faded away. It is over, Talon said. Sharpe took a deep breath of relief and tried to get up. Before he could do anything, he was suddenly tackled by Rory. You prick! Rory yelled, sitting on his lap and hugging him. How could you be so brain-dead? Going up against a god without an apostle? You are a stupid mortal. You could have died. Feeling nothing from pain, Sharpe slowly said, Rory, my body hurts. Rory then lightly slapped Sharpe. I do not care. You did not care about my feelings, so you deserve it. And I'm going to tell your wife how reckless you were. You are in trouble. Sharpe stared into Rory's angry eyes. The eyes turned from frustration to pride as she hugged and kissed him on the cheek. You did good. She then looked at Talon, Andrew, and the rest of the team as they gathered together. All of you did, slowly patting her on the head. Sharpe saw Fryen carrying Lelei as she was exhausted with Tuke and Yao right behind. Nice shot, Andrew, Sharpe said. Thanks, Andrew replied. I see why you are an officer, always taking the easy jobs. Sharpe tried to laugh. Fryen sat Lelei down next to him, seeing Lelei staring at him. Smiling as she felt a massive relief from her shoulders disappear, he gave her a fist bump. Good job. Body hurts, Lelei mumbled. I want to go to bed. The Grand High, which rushed over to Lelei and gave her a hug. Thank God Almighty. You are all right. I was worried that you might perish, but you have prevailed. Thank you, teacher, Lelei humbly said. It was my dad and Andrew here who truly defeated the Dark God. Don't be so humble, Sordin replied. Without your magic, they wouldn't have succeeded. Well, Lelei said, I must thank Fran a lot for that. All of you helped me to get to this point. Smiling, Sharpe looked at Talon, who seemed very different. All the times they had faced off, the boy was always confident, determined, single-minded. Now he seemed unsure, out of place. While the two had a strong history of being enemies and that feeling would not go away soon, he could respect that in the final moment, the apostle did save his life when he didn't have to. Thank you. Talon sat there, not knowing how to respond. No words needed for now, Sharpe said. He then looked out to the battleground with the realization that now that Valkyr and Zuffmet were dead, the enemy army was still a threat. Now, we need to deal with the demons. Contact Dashta. Too late, Fryen said as he looked up. Within the dark clouds, a bright orange and red light emerged. The clouds were pushed away as the flame beast, a Balrog, emerged, landing nearby. The giant demon's eyes stared at their location. Once landed, its large hand reached down to their position to engulf them. Fryen and Sordin took the center position to protect everyone. As the hand got close, the fist started bursting into ash. The Balrog arm and the rest of the body burst into ash, until there was nothing left. What just happened? Tuke asked. It is raining ash, Rory commented as she held her only hand up, letting the ash fall into her palm. That is because it is all over. Hearing that same strange voice that he had throughout the war, Sharpe saw a sign of relief on Rory's face. Turning around, he saw a man with wings walking over the creep, which disappeared with every footstep. Are you? I am a friend who came to aid, the winged man said. That shall be enough. Reference. V22, Chapter 259, Divine Victory. City of Dalco, Great Plains Region. Date, August 26, 2026. Seeing an incoming demon, Crisis was forced to move back and take cover behind one of his guard shields. Once the beast was stopped, he quickly outflanked it and cut it down. As the group caught their breaths, Crisis looked toward his men. Only half of them remained, and the ones who lived their armor was shredded. Blades are becoming dull. And most importantly, the looming sign of defeat within their eyes. "Stay calm, men," Crisis said. "Everything is on the line. We hold here and dash dot." Something large impacted one of the guards, forcing him onto the ground. Investigating, what horrified them was that it was a strange-looking organic sac latching onto the man, tentacles burrowing into the skin, causing him to scream in pain. The skin started to turn dark. The human element of the right arm faded away and slowly transformed into what a demon arm looked like. Seeing that it was impossible to remove the sac as the tentacles were too deep, Crisis took his blade and killed his comrade. "I expect you to do the same. Now, keep your eyesight strong and back against a comrade." As another group of demons approached, 2 of them were picked up from rifle fire, leaving 5. Taking a frustrating breath as Crisis was forced to walk behind one of his guards with a shield. He would prefer to stand side by side. However, missing his left arm, he struggled to be effective and were forced to rely on others. The demons collided against the royal guards, of which 2 were tossed away by the sheer strength of the demons, while the others engaged the rest. Seeing a demon that broke through, Crisis blocked the demon's hand with his blade. Melina swooped in from under and swung her sword up, cutting the beast wide open. She then hopped left and jumped on top of another, ramming her knife into the eye into it. Seeing the opening, Crisis rushed toward the beast and cut down it. Melina landed on her feet as the corpses dropped to the creep-infested ground. "We need to fall back." "No," Crisis said. "The only place to fall back to is the airfield, and we never would reach it. Even if we could, the enemy would never allow the Americans' airplanes to take off, and Sharpe would lose any opportunity to kill Valker and Zuffmet. I know you are his friend, and he saved you, but are you willing to die here for that?" "The decision was made before we left Alnus, my dear. Such is the art of war." Melina smirked and faced the enemy. "I guess you do live up to your reputation." "Few do." The 2 engaged another group of demons, and little by little, the royal guards and other legionaries, along with some American troops, fell to the sheer strength of the horde. Hearing from Melina that another pouch was incoming, Crisis was able to slice it in half before it impacted. Before he could recover, a more giant demon with horns and a bulkier form attacked with a large hammer. One of the royal guards blocked the hammer with his shield. However, succumbing from the sheer strength and weight, he died instantly as he was smashed into mush. Feeling anger from witnessing one of his comrades be crushed, he moved behind and sliced against the giant horn demon. The blade struggled to cut through the thick skin, which seemed to be a combination of bone armor and thickened skin. To Crisis' surprise, the demon barely reacted to the attack, either not caring about its own wounds or unable to feel pain. The demon smacked Crisis hard against his armor, making him fly back and hit the ground with sheer force. Once he completed sliding against the creep, he felt his armor pressing against his chest, exactly where the horned demon hit. Seeing the demon rushing toward his position, he looked for his sword and struggled to find it. Then he saw it to his left. His body instantly tried to reach it. However, he quickly remembered that he had no left arm. Seeing that the demon was almost on top of him, he was forced to roll right, just missing the hammer. Rolling back onto his feet, Crisis tried to judge how to get a weapon. Seeing Melina in the back with a worried look, rushing to his position, he started to yell, making sure the horned demon was paying attention to him. This had the opposite effect. The horned demon turned around and saw Melina coming. It was clear that this one was more intelligent than the others. He took off his helmet and tossed it against the demon, which got his attention for a moment. This gave Melina the openness she needed to strike, cutting its chest. While her blade did cut through the skin like before, it did not cut deep. Crisis rushed past the demon as his focus was on Melina. He slid and grabbed the sword and rammed it into the opening Melina made. This time, the blade went much deeper. The horned demon thrust against the general, forcing Melina to catch him, and both fell onto the ground. "The bastard won't die," Melina said. Feeling frustrated, Crisis saw the shadow of the demon walking toward them, pulling the sword from his chest and tossing it away. It swung its hammer above, in preparation for its strike. Suddenly, the demon slowly turned into ashes, falling to the ground. "What just happened?" Melina asked as she helped him up. Looking around the battlefield, Crisis saw the carnage. Two airborne soldiers are being attacked by a group of demons. Other swordsmen were cut down as they were overwhelmed. A legionary, closer to a boy than a man, stood face to face with a demon, shield and sword at the ready. A demon moved up behind him and jumped to tackle him. But before impacting the boy, it also burst into ashes. Then the one in front of him, General, hearing his name over the radio, Crisis saw Vanguard 5 approach as they engaged the demons. Crisis saw demons randomly bursting into ash throughout the battlefield. He smirked as he realized that Vanguard 7 completed their mission and must have killed Valkyr and Zuffmet. Noticing that the demons stopped attacking, the monster also seemed to be confused about how their forces started to burst into ashes. Seeing one nearby, he could see the fear in its eyes as the demon next to it suddenly turned into ash. Taking a sword from a dead legionary, Crisis got on his radio and said, "Legionaries, Terrans, advance and kill them all." Reference: V22, Chapter 260, Victory in Falmart. To my fellow citizens, I am here to announce that the war on Falmart has finally come to an end. As we saw, the war presented many unique challenges that we never faced before. First contact with an alien civilization and what we deemed fantasy has become a normal part of the universe. And most of all, for the first time our military had deployed to a foreign land that was on another world. With all those new challenges, they still thrived. The aggressors who first attacked Philadelphia have been brought to justice, and the regime who opposed us has been overthrown and replaced. The ones who purposely instigated the war, Darlco, had the goal of opening their own gate to challenge us. They have failed thanks to the quick reaction of our ally military forces. I want to start and say thank you to our NATO and allies on Falmart for their assistance. Thanks to their contributions, they helped prevent a destabilizing situation throughout the heart of Falmart. Famine, civil unrest, ethnic tensions, economic collapse, and the expansion of slavery were all prevented by all our forces. This was a key objective in our plans to have a stable post-war, and we will maintain that as our primary goal. Now that the war is over, a new era has begun. Going forward, we will be leaving a multinational force to help maintain security and prosperity throughout the continent. Through this, we will begin and expand on a new effort of scientific and thaumaturgy discovery. Our nation has always had two sides. When called upon, we are willing to fight for what we believe in and rise to that challenge, putting away any differences and become one. However, we are also adventurous, not just with our military might, but with the push of our knowledge and innovation. We will pioneer a new era of development and prosperity for both worlds. President Emily Potts' speech to Congress. Alness Liberty, Alness Community. Date: September 10th, 2026. Sharpe watched the large television that was on the wall as he took a drink from his Alness ale. As he watched the president's address, he leaned on a cane, still feeling the burns around his body, still feeling a small amount of pain from the burn. Even with Carlin's healing ability, there will be some nerve damage for the rest of his life. However, they achieved victory, so he considered it a worthy trade. At least his wife enjoys the new scars. It has been 2 weeks since the Battle of Darlco. While it was a victory, it came at a high cost. According to Hardy, once Valkyr and Zuffmet had been killed, the gods of Uros intervened and won the battle. The demons were either turned into ash or were repulsed through the demon gate. With the people of Darlco, the gods decided that the survivors were forced to go through the gate as punishment. The reason was that they betrayed their world by serving gods from hell, so it was decided that they should live under those terms. If they wanted to serve the demons, then they shall go to them. Now that Zuffmet was killed, this allowed Hardy and Emroy to take control of Demon Gate. The citizens were forced through, and then the gate was closed, ending the impending threat. When the White House learned of this, they decided to take a back seat and classify it as much as they could. The current public narrative that was pushed by the government was that once Valkyr was killed, the city opened terms to NATO forces and agreed they would leave Uros if NATO agreed to stop their aggression. Everything relating to the gods of Uros being corrupted, the Earth gods, Michael the Archangel, the Holy Spear, the gods of Earth, and the Big Man were classified from the general public for the time being. The speech continued as the president explained her goals for the future, shifting from a military focus to a scientific and exploration one. A new division based around the Vanguard program will be created to protect Alcatraz, the Republic, and the local allies. As the president continued over the television, Sharpe looked around the bar that everyone had come accustomed to. Vanguard 7, many of the Rose Knights, and other people they have encountered during their adventures. Pina approached while wearing her silk royal robing. "Good party, Jackson." "Thank you," Sharpe said. "I did set it all up myself." He then felt a strong elbow nudge from his wife as she corrected him. "Okay, fine. You helped like 10% of it. Maybe 11. "You are right," Sarah said as she rolled her eyes. "I only just made the appointments, arranged the crew, and the drinks, set the table, and put up the drapes. Now who is the egotistical one?" Sharpe replied, cutting out the girl's tribute in all this. He then felt a second nudge on the shoulder. "I can see this marriage will last," Pina commented. "At least until the end of the week, that is when rent is due," Sharpe said before feeling a slap on the arm and being told to knock it off. "Speaking of marriage," Sarah said, "I hear that he popped the question?" Sharpe saw the Empress blush bright red, looking embarrassed before confirming that she was now engaged. He saw Oloyat Dusses by the bar, talking to some Rose Knights and Rangers. Of all the knights he had encountered, he had not spent much time with him. However, found that he and Pina had developed a close relationship. From what he understood that the soon-to-be emperor believed in Pina's vision of the future, he was still an independent mind. He stood up to her and the rest of the Rose Knights before an operation in Elis, which was them going to save Fabius and his legion from the Opergnina. Pina and her knights wanted to go to Ticaret to save her brother and was upset that Sharpe overruled her. He correctly pointed out that her people needs come before hers, and they went on the mission. Sharpe is glad that Pina found someone that believed in her, but will also challenge her. It is too easy for power to corrupt, and if they could balance each other out, then the Republic should thrive. "Congratulations," Sharpe said. "Do you think he will be able to pull off being emperor?" "Probably," Pina said. "His family name will help with rallying cities to our cause and are well connected within the Senate. This should free me of more pressing matters. Besides, what do you always say, Sarah? Behind every great man." "Very true," Sarah says. "Just don't forget aspirin." "I heard aspirin," Rory said as she quickly appeared. "Are you talking about me?" "Yes, Rory," Sarah said. "Everything revolves around you. From now to the end of time, it is always about you. Thank you for finally understanding your place," Rory said as she crossed her arms. Sensing the coming war, Sharpe placed his hand on his wife's shoulder. Pina laughed and then said, "Hey, Rory, how is it going on with the other apostles?" "We are still working on that," Rory said with a stressful breath. "There have been many clashes on how to go forward. Some want to form an organization that will coordinate our abilities to help with the changing world, while others want to go back to the way things were." "That is short-sighted," Sarah said. "The world is changing, and they will need to adapt. The divide is mostly between who is brainwashed and who is not," Rory said. "I do understand their position, though. For many of them, all of this was still new. They have no experience or reference point interacting with any of you as I do. For some, an entire decade of their lives are missing, so they are still struggling with coming to terms. I do think they will come around. Everyone just needs time." "You will convince them," Sharpe said. "Change can be hard and scary, but if it is worth it, over time people will fall in line. Just stay confident and committed, and they will respect your leadership." "Yup," Rory said. "I do believe that all apostles should come together and assist in the coming prosperity. No more infighting over the scraps, competing with each other for worshippers. The people deserve better." "I can drink to that," Pina said. After taking a drink from his beer, Sharpe noticed Lelei approaching with her new boyfriend, Jaleo Wyalgan. "Stay out of trouble?" Lelei stopped and looked at Jaleo. She looked away, blushing, after the boy winked. "For now. I was wondering if I could have some champagne." He couldn't help himself from chuckling. "I don't see why not." Sarah nudged him on the shoulder again. "She is not 21. She is 18, Sharpe said. "Fought a demon god and his best warriors, on top of everything else throughout the war. One drink wouldn't kill her." "Well," Sarah said, "fine, but one glass. And stay in eyesight, no hiding in the back." "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Lelei grabbed Jaleo's arm and pulled him away. Feeling a strong protective urge to overcome everything else, Sharpe tried to tell Lelei to stop before Sarah stopped him. I agreed it was okay for a little drink, Sarah said. She could spend a little time with her boyfriend. Pina and Rory looked at each other and laughed. Unable to stop himself from chuckling, he decided to let it go. That was when he saw Selena quickly walking toward him as she carried his baby son, John, after having a conversation with Lelei. Before she could say anything, he quickly told her no, upsetting her. I am 14. Why cannot I have a drink? Selena said. Because that is still too young, Sarah said. Fine, Selena said. But can I go dance with Naman too? Go for it, Sharpe said. Go be the life of the party. Sarah reached out and grabbed John, holding him in her arms. Selena waved goodbye before dashing away and started dancing with the farmer boy. They all grow up so fast, Sarah commented. Yeah, Sharpe said. Too quickly. Hearing cheering from the other side of the room, Sharpe saw many people patting Andrew on the back. He could only assume they were celebrating that he got the kill shot on the demon god, killing Valkyr. The plan almost imploded. However, the team came together and stopped the demon who was attacking Andrew. Even when he was being attacked, he remained committed and took the shot with the holy spear. I will be right back. He handed John to his wife and left, slowly walking across the room as he was forced to rely on his cane for support. Before reaching the crowd, he was stopped by Gray, Pina's old mentor. Hey there. I want to personally thank you for helping to raise and teach Pina, Gray said. I never would have been able to mold her to take the throne the way she did. Thank you, Sharpe said. She has come a long way in a short period of time. I just hope she is ready for the task at hand. I promise she is, Oloyat said as he approached. He took Sharpe's hand and shook it. We have not had much time to talk, but I want to say she talks about you a lot. She has a lot of respect for you, and I can see why. I want to say, your family will always have a place in the capital. Thank you for that, Sharpe said. She is a driver, so be warned. You will need to keep up. I am learning that, Oloyat said. I just want to assure you that, as Emperor, I won't get in the way of the changes she wants to implement. I fully support and agree with her agenda and what she fought for, so no worry. It is your nation now, not mine, Sharpe said. I trust that you two will do the right thing. As the two left, Sharpe walked over to his team. He saw them with their relationships. Scott with Persia, Frost with his bat girlfriend Mentiv, Alicia with the Rose Knight Jalen. For Andrew, his wife, Hamilton was almost glued to his side, wearing a beautiful dress. Hey sir, Alicia said. How is the recovery? Don't bother asking, Frost interjected. He has been beaten up so many times he probably walked it off. Benefits of a thick head, Alicia said. Going good, Sharpe said. Still, Alicia said. The ball's on you for being bait. You are insane, sir. It is easy to be insane when you're not alone, Sharpe said. Besides, didn't you jump on top of one of them? That was a crazy ride, Alicia said with a hint of pride in her voice. Yeah, thank you, sir, Andrew said. Thank you for trusting me that much. He then pulled the M1911 pistol from his holster in an attempt to return it. Sharpe saw the pistol as he remembered his former mentor, Major Harper. During a bad mission in North Korea, Harper was shot and handed the pistol to him. He held on to it ever since. He always wondered why Harper did that, and now he understood. It had nothing to do with the pistol but the man behind it. Andrew is a good man with a lot of potential. After talking with Colonel Yang, it was agreed to propose to Andrew that he should enroll into officer school to help lead the new Vanguard division. No, Sharpe said. You can keep it. Time for me to move on, and you have earned it. Thanks, boss, Andrew said. Does that mean you are retiring? Hamilton asked. Sharpe gave her a glare and then laughed. I am only in my 30s. I have a long time to go. Oh, good, Hamilton said. I do not know if we could tolerate you being around all the time. Being jobless and all. What do you mean we? Sharpe asked and then realized she meant the wives and the rest of the girls in general. Never mind, I get it. I wouldn't want to spoil your good time. Sharpe then looked toward Andrew. I just feel like it's time to move on from the past and look forward. Alicia held out her beer along with the group. After a quick but loud hooah, they all took a drink. Sharpe noticed a proud nod from Andrew, showing the level of respect the two had for each other. Glancing around the room, Sharpe saw Noriko in a fine purple dress as she held her son. She was with one of his soldiers, James from Vanguard 5. The two had become a couple right before the battle and are now mingling with the guests. His wife informed him what happened. The Aprachima tried to kidnap Tenchi, reminding everyone that while the war was over, there were still remnants to deal with. With James saving the two until Crisis showed up, there was no debate that he was the perfect fit for Noriko, and it thrilled him that she finally started breaking out of her trauma and moving on with her life. Noticing Johnson and Boses talking with Bailey and Delilah, Sharpe decided to join his two buddies. "Hey Sharpe," Johnson said. "I see you finally came over to us," Bailey stated, giving him a strange look before Delilah told him to knock it off. Chuckling, Sharpe responded, "What are you guys talking about?" "Trying to decide who should get the movie deal," Bailey said. "In other words, guys being dumb," Boses commented. "They have been debating this topic for 15 minutes, Delilah added. "I have no idea why this is important." "Because," Sharpe said, "whoever wins could get millions of dollars in that deal." Sharpe watched the two women's eyes widen as their eyes turned into dollar signs. They suddenly started debating amongst themselves, saying how much jewelry, clothing, shoes, and type of house they could have. "Maybe we should sell tickets to this fight," Bailey said. "Would make more money than a movie deal." "You are forgetting one key detail," Sharpe said. "If you want a Tropic Thunder movie, you have to fake being in combat." "I knew you were going to bring that up," Johnson said. The three laughed and chugged their beers before a drink. The two women looked at each other and laughed. "Anyway, have you guys figured out what you're going to do?" Sharpe said. "Delilah, are you going to Tayul's new kingdom?" "No, I am not," Delilah said. "A lot of bunnies are going to the new kingdom. However, for my daughters, I think it is best if they learn your ways, as that is where the world is going." "However," Bailey added, "I do want us to buy a second home there at some point. I want the kids to know their people and history, and I think Tayul wouldn't mind having a friend come by here and there." "What about the army?" Boses asked. "Are you staying in?" "For now, yes," Bailey said. "In 5 years, I might reconsider, but right now, I don't see the point in stopping. Too much in flux to drop out now." "That is one way of looking at it," Johnson said. "I will be leaving the army. Fighting demons was enough for my career. Going to go to Sadera as a defense consultant, help with the rebuild effort." "Yup," Boses said. "I like Alnus, but Sadera is my home, and with Pina stepping into her leadership role, she will need me more than ever." She then placed her hand on her man-arm. "We are going to start our family there?" "Oh, congratulations. So, you're finally going to start that family of yours?" Sharpe asked. "What makes you think we haven't started already?" Johnson commented, making Boses turn bright red and get elbowed in the shoulder. "We decided to put off the domestic stuff until the war ended," Johnson said. "And here we are." "Congratulations on the 4 of you," Sharpe said. "That sounds like the story of everyone, and I get it. I expect Lelei to be settling down very soon, which she should. She has seen enough war, and her mind is more valuable in the library." "I still remember when we picked her up," Johnson said. "She has grown a lot since then, but she should enjoy life. Not this soldiering." "Agreed," Sharpe said. "Sir," Boses said. "Thank you, but you can drop the sirs now," Sharpe said. Boses nodded with a smile. "Jackson, I personally want to say thank you for taking an interest in Pina. I was very suspicious at the time, but glad I was wrong. My best friend deserved everything that is coming to her." "Pina is a tough nut," Sharpe said. "She was lucky to have strong friends. All of you Rose Knights should take more credit for giving her the support she needed. She always knew she could count on you. Speaking of support, what is going on with your friend Beefeater? I noticed she has been with the Colonel since coming back." The two girls giggled as the guys were left clueless. "She has had a crush on him for a long time now, but she found it hard to interact with him as he worked in the CP more than the front. Once he came back from Darlco, she confessed her feelings, and I guess they hooked up ever since." "The joys of post-war," Bailey said. Hearing a loud commotion on the other side of the bar, they looked over and saw an arm wrestling match unfolding. On one side of the table was Sophia, cheering on the head Rondell Knight, Reldon. On the other side was Crisis that was being cheered on by Melina. Fryan just stood there, watching the match, acting as the referee. "I think I better intervene," Sharpe said. "Before World War III starts?" Heading over, Sharpe was able to reach the match as it was starting. The two men went at it with all their might as their fists leaned back and forth. The two women standing right over them, cheering and yelling at their men to try harder and win. While Sharpe was not that surprised by Melina, Sophia was another story. When she joined the team, she had a lot of hatred within her heart from what happened to her home city. It took the events of Rondell to finally break that mindset when the previous head knight of Rondel assisted Darlko to bring death to the city. Reldam had to face him in battle, and Sophia assisted, which turned the fight to their favor. He assumed she couldn't watch as someone else's city was destroyed and realized why they were there. After a minute, Crisis smirked and slammed his opponent's hand down. "I can't believe you got beat by a one-handed man," Sophia said. "You have youth," Crisis said. "I have experience. One day, you might be able to fight a one-armed man." 2 out of 3, Reldman said as the two started round 2. Melina looked over and saw Sharpe. "Hello there. I did not hear you approach." "It is pretty loud in here," Sharpe said. "Glad to see his spirit still strong." "Yeah," Melina said. "After everything he's been through, I am shocked that his attitude is this positive." "It is because of that," Fryan injected. "Every part of his life was surviving impossible battles, either in the gladiator arena or as a legionary. In that life, you either overcome or die. No middle ground." "I hate that," Melina said. "I completely hate that. That is not living, and I'm going to fix that." "That is what my wife said," Sharpe said. "Still fixing that. Men like us, we are fighters to the day we die." "Speaking of fighting, how did you two meet?" Melina asked. "Not many men would risk their lives to help each other. He was an enemy general, and you assisted in his rescue and trusted each other against the demons." "Because he's a massive pain in the ass," Sharpe said. "When we first met, Crisis heard a rumor about Sharpe," Fryan explained. "The man who saved Italica and assaulted Sadera. Of course, that was a challenge my master needed to face. In short," Sharpe said, "he kidnapped Tuke's people, faked being a rebel against the Empire, and freed Tuke and found us. We snuck into the mighty fortress of Legrath. However, it was a trap. My master wanted to have a private duel with him," Fryan said. "Of course he did," Melina said, rolling her eyes. "As your kind says," Fryan said. "The rest is history." They had many more battles together, many more duels, and with each fight, they respected each other more. "That is one way of saying that," Crisis said as he stood up from his second victory. He placed his hand on Sharpe's shoulder and added, "I noticed that you forgot the part where I defeated you." Sharpe looked to his good old friend and saw this smirk of pride on his face. What he said was true, and in that fight, the general had the upper hand. However, Sharpe also had a duel up his sleeve. "Remember Havkrisen?" Sharpe asked. "You kidnapped my wife after I beat you at the CP." The pride in Crisis' eyes quickly vanished as he realized what was about to happen. The look of "I hate you" took over the general's face as he heard his bunny girlfriend's voice. "What?" Melina's ears bursted high as her eyes went from joy to anger. "You kidnapped Sarah? Even for you, that is low, bastard." "What?" Crisis said. "It worked out in the end. This coward wouldn't have married her if I didn't." Melina gave the general a glare before hitting him a few times, stating that he crossed a line. "Hey, Melina," Delilah said as she approached. "You want to show these boys what bunny strength is all about?" "We are not done. We will be finishing this later tonight," Melina said while shooting Crisis a glare before turning around to sit down at the table. Sharpe tried to hold back his laughter as Crisis merely shook his head. A moment of silence soon fell between the two warriors as they watched the two bunnies arm wrestle. As the crowd cheered for their side, Sharpe asked, "So, speaking of being a coward." "I said that in jest," Crisis said. "I did not realize you were that sensitive." "Not me," Sharpe said. "Just calling you out on your BS." "BS? BS. Bullshit. I do not understand." "Yes, you do," Sharpe boldly stated. "We talked about that hillside. She likes you. She looks up and wants your lifelike strength." Crisis remained silent for a moment. "You are correct. So, why don't you?" Sharpe asked. "You're not going to find a lady every day who could handle you." What Fryan said was true. "I have no regrets, but my life is a bastard life. Every moment was survival with a spear aiming for my back. Story of all men. The truth is, you were not wrong about that moment being what led to Sarah and I hooking up. It forced me to get over my insecurities and move on. I also was stuck in the past, and I had to move on to defeat you and everyone else in battle." "And for me," Crisis said, "you're going to tell me that what made me who I am is no longer enough." "Correct. Crisis took a deep breath and looked at his armless arm, coming to terms with his life and destiny. I never realized how easy war was compared to this. You have no idea how true that statement is. But it is worth it. The two looked at each other and shook hands. It has been an honor being your opponent, Crisis said. It has been an honor being yours, Sharpe said. Feeling a tug on his jacket, Sharpe saw Rory. What is up? Now that you two are done bromancing, do you mind talking with Talon? Rory asked. Looking past the apostle, he saw Talon sitting alone at a table. Rory invited him as an attempt to help bridge the divide between the ones who sided with the enemy and the ones who supported the Terrans, starting with the one who sided with the former Empire. While Sharpe understood what Rory was doing, he wondered if this was the appropriate time. He then remembered what happened at the final battle and that Talon saved him. On the other hand, that apostle has caused a lot of problems for NATO, his team, and for himself. Like all wars, it would take time to move on from seeing each other as enemies. Taking a deep breath, Sharpe said, I guess it is better now than never. What? Rory asked. Never mind, Sharpe said. Can you get us 2 beers? Seeing a big smile on Rory's face, she dashed off to fetch them a drink. Sharpe walked over to the table and noticed that Talon was not having a good time. After taking a seat, the two looked at each other in silence. For Sharpe, he found himself not hating the boy, and from Talon's eyes, he believes the feeling was mutual. When the two met 13 months ago, they had had many clashes in war and ideology. Rory approached and set 2 large glasses of beer on the table. She then warned them that the war was over and then dashed off. Sharpe couldn't help himself, but shake his head as he took a drink from his glass. You know, she's a strange one. You should show more respect, Talon said. Once she grows another inch, then I will think about it, Sharpe replied. You know we cannot grow taller. I know, man. Sharpe noticed that Talon had not taken a drink yet. Speaking of respect, if I was you, I would take a drink before she takes it personally. He watched as Talon grabbed the glass and chugged 3/4 of it down without effort, feeling a bit inadequate from the sight. You know, there is this one thing that I have always hated about apostles. That is, your ability to drink 3 times more than us before getting drunk. I have always been jealous of that. Well, we are better, Talon said. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Sharpe replied. Why are you here, Sharpe? If you do not want to talk, that is okay. To be honest, there is not much to talk about. Too much has happened to be able to speak in a single conversation. Noticing that Talon finished his beer already, he looked down and saw that he drank less than a quarter. But there is one thing I do want to talk about. He grabbed his glass and slid it to the boy. Thank you for saving my life. Carefully watching the apostle, the cosmetic blue eyes glanced toward the drink. The boy then reached out and took the drink, finishing it in one go, showing that there is no distrust between the two. Chuckling, Sharpe stood up. All right, let's go join the party. I honestly do not want to, Talon said. Do you think I want to? Sharpe asked. I hate parties, but people like us have to do it for them. That is part of your tranquility, right? Taking an annoyed breath, Talon stood up and followed Sharpe back to the victory party. Reference: V22, Chapter 261, Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus, Greece, Earth. Date: September 12, 2026. The pilots of their Chinook said that they would reach the top of the mountain in about 15 minutes. The aircraft was full. Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe, Rory, Lelei, and a bunch of Secret Services and Navy SEALs escorting the President of the United States. Sharpe couldn't help himself but feel antsy, meeting the Earth gods once again. What comforted him was feeling his wife's hand over him as Sarah sat beside him. Calm down, Jackson, Rory said. I highly doubt they will challenge you to another duel. You say that. Sharpe thought about every battle so far. History says otherwise. He heard a giggle coming from the other side of the Chinook from the President. I would not mind if there was another duel, Potts said. I have yet to see one of these duels that you like to do so much. Hearing what the President just said, Sharpe looked toward Rory as the two burst out laughing. If it is a duel you want, Madam President, a duel you shall receive. However, I will be charging tickets this time. Potts smiled and said, glad you still have that sense of humor. But I guess it would be best if this went down as peacefully as possible. What are you going to propose? Lelei asked. As of now, Potts replied, peace and a permanent forum of dialogue. I do understand their desire to be left alone, and I believe that would be wise. However, after everything we all have been through, the revelation from the Roman chamber, and the fact we needed their help to defeat the demon god, we cannot ignore their presence. We are both part of this world and need to maintain a formal relationship. I expect them to wish to remain isolated from the world, Rory said. I have had enough conversations with them that they do not want to interfere with your development as a worldwide civilization. I do believe that would be best, Potts said. The world has already experienced a lot, and maybe one day when they choose, they can join us in the public realm. The Chinook hovered above the great Mount Olympus, slowly descending until it touched the ground. The loadmaster walked past everyone and lowered the ramp. The Navy SEALs were first to walk off down the ramp, securing the area. Once the area was secured, the Secret Service escorted the President, Sharpe, and the girls of the helicopter. A strong breeze blazed through the mountaintop, forcing the females to protect their dresses and skirts. That felt unusually strong, Sarah said. Because they know we are here, Rory said, hearing the Hellenic Army Chinook land nearby, which was carrying the Greek Prime Minister, the French President, and the English and Japanese Prime Ministers. The other major players within NATO that contributed to the war effort. The helicopter landed and they all floated themselves. Seeing nothing on the mountaintop, Sharpe saw the disappointment in the president. Is something wrong? I was expecting a welcome party, Potts said. Nothing. Do not underestimate them, Rory said. They are here and watching. The intense wind suddenly stopped dead. The mountain chill disappeared as the surrounding area became room temperature. The air went sweet like an olive wine smell. What just happened? Sarah asked. As I said, they are here, Rory replied. A fog emerged around the mountaintop to where there was no visibility outside of it, like a protective wall was being formed. Sharpe heard Lelei mention that she saw a ghostly figure. With adjusting his eyes, he saw a man form from thin air until coming into full form. Hello, Apollo. Welcome back, Apollo replied. We were beginning to wonder if you were going to return. Sharpe saw other gods emerge. Aphrodite and Athena appeared by the side of Apollo. The Navy SEALs and Secret Services aimed their weapons. Sharpe held his hand, warning them not to do anything foolish and lower their weapons. The president's security lowered their weapons after she ordered them to do so. Once the situation calmed, Sharpe took out the spear from his vest. He approached the god of protection and held it out. As promised, here is the holy spear. Thank you very much for helping us in this moment of need. Apollo took and held the spear up as it turned bright as the sun before it was strapped to the god's armor. I believe our business is complete. Wait, Potts said. I would like to speak with your leader. Now that we know of each other, we cannot ignore one another. We had a feeling that you would bring that point up, Apollo said. I recommend that you stand back as he likes to make an entrance. Upon hearing Apollo's warning, many of the security looked at each other with confusion. Some considered it a threat and wanted to aim their weapons to protect their leaders. Rory took a step forward and faced the ground. It is okay, everyone, you can trust them. These are not the enemy of mankind, but your fathers and mothers, your past, your history. For 2,000 years, they have trusted you to forge your own destiny. Please trust them. There was a moment of silence before Potts spoke. Everyone, lower your weapons. All the security lowered their weapons for the final time. Noticing a blue light from above, a large single lightning strike impacted the ground. A bright white light emerged, blinding everyone. As the light faded, a tall man wearing golden armor walked out, towering over everyone. Potts took a step forward and smiled. Zeus, I presume? Within Greek mythology, yes. Zeus then changed into a man with 4 arms, red skin with eyes all over his body. Others call me Indra. He then changed again, his red skin turned blue. 2 of his arms folded back inside his body as a black, thin, but long beard formed. Ammonius, Lelei said. The Egyptian god. That is correct, Ammonius said. He then turned back into the golden armor Zeus wore. As Rory and Lelei already know, we are the gods of all your cultures. We have allowed your people to choose how you saw us. Even when we ruled this world, the freedom of choice was always yours, Athena said. After much debate, Aphrodite added. That love is what allowed this world to be different compared to the other worlds with life, like Uros. There is much for us to learn, Pot said, staring up at the massive king of gods. I understand you wish to remain in isolation. It is what is best, Zeus said. Our presence over not just your nation, but all of mankind only limits your potential. For our children to flourish, you must stand on your own 2 feet. I understand that, but I wish to disagree with you, Pot said. Sarah leaned in and asked her husband. The president is taking a huge risk by not addressing these gods appropriately. Sharpe understood what his wife meant. Being a religious woman, she had used terms to express their mighty creator. Everyone throughout history had always done that, and he would agree with that statement. From what he had seen throughout the war, one of the biggest issues that resulted in the war was that respect was not given when it was due. However, he disagrees with her and thought the president was respecting the god who was representing the form, Zeus. She is, Sharpe whispered. From what Rory and Lelei informed me, is that they want to be respected, but not overbearing. That they are not above us. That is correct, Lelei added. That has become the fatal flaw in Uros as we all worship our gods, so we never challenge ourselves to be more. Your kind, for better or worse, always push further, harder, and faster, never knowing of a ceiling of your imagination. If you all say so, Sarah said. I grew up a different way, but okay. Sharpe wrapped his arm around his wife and watched history in the making, watching the leader of the free world and the king of earth gods speak. Zeus took a step back as he found it fascinating that a mortal would disagree with him. I find it strange that you would disagree with my statement. I have informed you that they have become interesting, Athena said. They are no longer the blind followers that they once were, Aphrodite said. Our children have grown up in a blink of an eye. Speak, young one, Zeus demanded. Speak on what you mean? While I enjoyed being addressed as young at my age, I cannot, Pot said. But I know of one who can. A strange silence emerged throughout the quiet mountaintop as Sharpe noticed everyone turning to face him. A strong feeling of confusion sank in as he thought he was only here to deliver the spear and watch as the world leaders negotiate. Men, Rory commented. They always need clear directions. She walked over and grabbed Sharpe's arm, pulling him to the president. Confused, he stopped and looked around. Before he would ask any questions, Rory walked away. He turned to face the president, but got the "you should know that" to say look, which he had no idea what he was supposed to say. Well, hearing the voice of the all-powerful king of gods, Sharpe turned around and looked up at the tall man. Zeus had to be close to 10 feet tall. A blue aurora filtered around his body, making the golden armor shine slightly brighter. Well, Sharpe said as he tried to stall for him. He looked toward his family and just saw them smiling, waving, showing their support. Well, the reason is that everything has changed. All of you were right to step aside and watch us grow. The kids of an overbearing parent are doomed to be weak and fall victims of their own sins, never looking up into the stars and dreaming about what is to come. If it was not for that, we never would have been able to deal with the situation with the Gate, the Empire, and Darlco. However, from what I learned, being absent is also not a good thing, as there is no one to help in their darkest hour, like what happened to us. For me, when this war started, I was in a dark place as I tried to figure out what to do with my life after losing my team. I never would have been able to break from that if it was not for my team and my now family. By myself, I never would have been able to face the challenge in this war. Talon, Crisis, Zorzel, Valkyr. I was only able to because I knew I had others watching my back. Rory and Lelei have informed us of all of your accomplishments, Zeus said. Calm, father, Apollo said. There is a reason why I sided with him. I understand, Zeus said as he crossed his arms. Please continue. Not fully understanding the dynamic between these gods, Sharpe continued. What I am getting at is that, with all those accomplishments, as you said, not just me, but Rory, Lelei, my wife, everyone, we still needed your guiding hand in defeating the most powerful enemy we have ever faced. We needed it 2,000 years ago, we needed it now, and we will need it again sometime in the future. If you want us to give you the Lance of Longinus again, Zeus asked. I do not, Sharpe quickly responded. I mean us as a whole. I needed my family to come home. I mean we, mankind. With the war over, A new chapter will begin for us of rebuilding Falmart and exploring the galaxy with our own gate one day. We will have many challenges. Maybe we will face the demons again. The only way we can do that as a people that's not divided, but meaning all of us, which includes you. He is correct, Pot said. I am not asking you to appear at the UN and publicly declare yourselves to the world. However, we need to come together. You guided us when we were young and then allowed us to grow in your absence. Now, we must become whole. Zeus placed his hand on his chin, rubbing his beard. Aphrodite, Athena, Apollo, you were correct. He then lowered himself until he was on one knee, holding out his hand toward the president. The people of Earth's destiny are in their own hands. However, we shall become one. The president took his hand. The other leaders of NATO approached and joined in. Sharpe walked away as the political leaders talked among themselves. As he got closer, Rory and Lelei talked him into a hug. Ready to go home? Not yet, Athena said. There is one more task for you all, Apollo said. Rory, please approach your goddess. This time Rory looked confused as she did not know what to do. After a push from Lelei, Rory walked over to the Earth goddess of love. What is it? It is not me, but the Archangel, Aphrodite said. You have told us that your days as an apostle are coming to an end, that you will be separated from your family. Taking a deep breath, Rory teared up as she said, That is correct. I have lived a full life, and while I only have a few decades left, she turned around and saw Sharpe, Sarah, and Lelei. She also thought about Selena, Yao, Tuke, and baby John back at Alnus. If you recall, Aphrodite said, Michael the Archangel said that your journey was not over. I do recall him saying that, Rory replied. She then turned around as she saw a wingman shadow emerged. All of you have done well, Michael the Archangel said. You have followed through on his Lord wishes and brought peace to Falmart, ending Satan's plot to conquer the sanctuary world of Uros. Life has been preserved. No problem, Sharpe said. I assume there will be no more surprises? In the game of life, there will always be surprises, Michael said. For now, you can live in the peace that your soul had fought for. He then turned to Rory. You did well, Rory Mercury, the apostle of Emroy, Michael stated. Our time has come, and I wish you all a goodbye. Hopefully we shall not meet until your time. Wait, Rory said. The angel stopped and turned toward her, smiling, almost as if he knew what she was about to ask. I have a request, Rory said. Rory noticed that the Archangel did not respond, only staring at her with a smile. Because we killed Mabel's god, she lost her apostle abilities, Rory explained. No god, no abilities. What are you asking? I am asking, can you return her powers to her? Not permanently, just until her time is up like before. The Archangel crossed his arms with a smile. After everything she has done, do you really think she is worthy of renewal? I know, Rory mumbled. And I get that she nearly brought the end to the world and all, but it was not really her fault. Me and Talon were the ones that created the Empire after all, and I go on joyrides all the time, so we all make our mistakes. Just like me, she deserves a chance for redemption. I can take responsibly for her. She just needs a place. Michael placed his hands together and said, You have finally come to terms with yourself and passed your final test to become a proto-angel. One of our kin. A proto-angel? Rory struggled to speak, as if she was not expecting that. Are you ready? Rory felt a strong inner strength, as if all her hard work and redemption had paid off. Yes, I am. The Archangel placed his hand on the apostle's head. A bright golden light consumed her. As the golden light faded, the once black and red Gothic cloth vanished and was replaced with saint-white armor. On her back, a small set of wings grew as her body height grew into a young adult. What just happened? Rory asked as she looked around her body. For your deeds of the almighty plan, Michael said. You have proved that you can rise above your needs to save others. You have been granted the status of proto-angel. As a result, your friend Mabel will serve you until her redemption has come to pass. This is an honor, Rory said. Your duty is to guide the people of Earth and Uros. Assist Sharpe and his comrades through the gate to new worlds when the time comes. You will be his hand to bring a new golden age. Thank you, Rory said as she checked out her wings. She then turned to face the angel to ask a follow-up question. but realized that he was gone. Where did he go? His job is done, Aphrodite answered. We were informed about this before your arrival, Rory. As the Almighty One commands, you are humanity angel and shall assist in Earth and Uros protection and exploration of the universe. I am so proud of her, Sarah said. I am too, Sharpe said. He has been dreading the day he had to watch Rory fade away and join her world's gods. Emotionless and detached from everything she loved. He couldn't imagine a worse hell than that. Rory rushed over and started showing off her new body. Check this out, I have these cute wings. Firm, sexy body, and best of all, I am not that short, so you cannot joke about that anymore. That is fine, Sharpe said with a confident smirk. I guess I'll just have to ignore you now. Let's go home. He then walked away. But Rory mumbled, wait, I still want to be picked on. Jackson, hey, stop ignoring me. Sharpe let out a laugh as he saw that everything was going back to normal. He stopped at the ramp and looked at the mountaintop one last time. The four gods stood there watching, some waving goodbye as they faded away. Hearing the Chinook engines turning on, Sharpe walked inside and got into a seat. He looked at everyone and was ready to go home, to Alnus. Satera, Falmart, Uros. Date, September 23rd, 2026. Staring at the mirror, Empress Pina Colada struggled to look away as she saw her wedding dress. The realization that everything for the past year and a half had finally been completed. All the fighting, struggles, betrayals, and reunions. All finished. Staring at her robe, a multicolored fine silk with a wide ribbon went down her side. One of the most expensive robes that was left in Satera. The clothing helped settle the new reality of the situation that she was now in. That she was about to officially be crowned Empress and marry Oiloyat. The war was over, however. The peace must be won now. And this was step one. I am so excited for you, Hamilton said. It is finally happening, Boses added. I mean, everything we worked towards has finally been achieved. Do you remember? Beefeater asked. When we first left these walls, we were rebels. But now, we are crowning you Empress. What an amazing adventure we had, Pina said. I never imagined this is how life would turn out. Looking around the room, Pina saw her friends gathered around her, all wearing colorful noble robing. Everyone was well dressed for the coming crowning ceremony. For the moment, Pina was just happy to be surrounded by her closest friends. Hamilton, Boses, Beefeater, Panache. For many of them, this would be their last time seeing each other consistently throughout the war as new relationships were formed and must be followed. However, their friendship would last forever. I cannot believe this is happening, Hamilton said. I'm going to miss all of you. Do not worry, Beefeater said. We will be able to visit anytime. She is correct, Boses said. We will always be friends. Still, Panache said. It will be strange not being part of the Rose Knights anymore. Noticing the look in everyone's eyes, Pina understood what they were feeling. 8 years ago, they formed the Rose Order of Knights to rebel against their parents, seeking adventure and later, respect. All thanks to an old play that they saw when they were kids, watching heroic warriors defeat their enemies and be glorified, something she deeply wanted. A part of her now wonders if they only wanted their father's approval. Either way, now that they have won their war and gained respect within society, so their reason to stay as soldiers ended. However, she decided the legacy of the knighthood should remain. You are all welcome to remain, Beefeater said. With you in charge, never, Panache replied. The girls laughed. Beefeater, being the only remaining senior Rose Knight to stay, Pina decided to promote her to captain of the Rose Order of Knights. Thank you again, Beefeater said. It is an honor. You have earned it, Pina said. The Knights are in good hands. A servant woman walked in and stated that everyone was ready. Acknowledging the servant, Pina turned to her friends. I cannot believe this dash dot. She stopped herself as she realized everyone else said those words multiple times this morning. The past few years have been the greatest time of my life. I never would have been able to get this far if it was not for all of you always being by my side. I love you all, and remember, all of you will always have a home here. We love you too, Pina, Hamilton said. She said it for us, Boses responded. I think I can speak for everyone by saying, we have no regrets. When we first set out from Satera to Italica, we never could have imagined what that journey would take us. At the time, I hated its siding with the Terrans. I was confused and questioning everything. However, now that I look back, everything has been worth it. I could not say it better myself, Beefeater commented. We set out to prove ourselves, and I say we exceeded that. And look at you, Pina. You are now the leader of our people. A people that only saw us as childish, and now look upon you to be guided into the future. Thank you, Pina said. Now, it is time for history. The 5 women quickly gave each other one large group hug before heading toward the door. Pina took the lead and walked through the halls. Unable to use the Capitol building as it was destroyed almost 2 months ago, the crowning ceremony was forced to move to one of the large cleared-out plazas. NATO engineers plus Imperial mages cleared out an area to allow for this ceremony to happen. Exiting the hall, Pina emerged on the upper stage of the plaza. She remembered this place as a child, where thousands gathered to play, trade in the markets, or watch the mini arts. While she had yet to reach the platform, she could already hear the massive amount of crowds. Seeing 4 of her formal Rose Knight at the entrance in full uniform. As she passed them, they pulled out their sword and held them into the air, giving one last cheer. As Pina emerged on the platform, she saw many of her friends, senators, and generals like her brother Chrysis, Fabius with his Nico wife and Peprios, President Potts, General Stanford, and their respective staff. There were other political leaders like King Duran, Queen Tayol, Hodder, and others throughout the continent. By them were her Terran comrades, Sharpe, Sarah, Noriko with her baby Tenchi, Rory, Lelei, Selena, and the rest of Vanguard 7. Then there is her soon-to-be husband Oiloyat Dusses, standing on the platform as he waits for her. As Pina passed everyone, they all congratulated her in their own ways. She stopped for a moment and looked at Sharpe. She recalled it was only a year ago when she was standing at the gates of Alnus, angrily yelling at him like a child. Now, she was about to formally become the empress of the new constitutional monarchy and republic. She received a nod, and she returned it before walking along. She stopped at the platform and looked at the thousands of people, surprised by the sheer amount. That is a lot of people. They came for you, Oiloyat said. It is time for a new era, as you spoke about. Pina smiled, feeling nothing but pride. A priest approached with 2 crowns on a pillow. Pina grabbed the crown and then placed it on top of Oiloyat's head. In return, he grabbed the crown and slowly placed it on her head. The announcer yelled out through the microphone that was installed on the stage so everyone could hear with ease. To the citizens of Sadera, your new emperor and empress, Oiloyat and Pinalata. The newly crowned empress looked out as she heard thousands of people cheering, whistling, and more types of celebration gestures. Behind her, she noticed everyone clapping. Oiloyat then took a step back, opening the platform for her. You have earned it. Time for you to speak to your people. Taking a nervous breath, she smiled and approached the stage. My fellow citizens, 2 years ago, there was a dream by my father to expand our lands and bring glory to the formal empire. The gate provided an opportunity to accomplish that dream. However, great ambition came at great cost, and we plunged ourselves into a war that we did not understand. We became aggressors to serve a select few and not champions of our world. But I must be truthful, as when the war started, I did not seek reform or the needs of the people. I was no different than my father or my brother. I only wanted glory for myself. Then I spent time fighting alongside the Terrans. The freedoms, the liberty, and the pride of one's country. During my time with the Terrans, I also spent a lot of time among my brethren, the legionaries. During my time at Legrath, I was reminded of what it meant to be Sadran. Long ago, the people of Falmart looked up to us as great protectors. We stood with honor and respect. During my time with the Terrans and the legionaries, the one thing I quickly learned that we had in common was this. We are warriors of our beliefs. We are warriors of faith, love, passion, and ideas. Our empire once had a purpose. We stood on values and principles. Somewhere down the line, we allowed personal greed to overtake our pride, but no more. While my family wanted the war to be about enriching personal wealth, it developed a new meaning among the common legionaries and citizens. Against the impossible, our warriors were not fighting to conquer some distant lands or personal wealth. The Terrans were too powerful for anything like that, and yet they still held strong. The war was not about fighting off an invader, but rediscovering our honor. The old empire was founded on opposing evil throughout these lands, and now, when the moment came, we united, and together with the Terrans we saved Falmart from Darlco's evil. We stood as we once did. A new era has begun, not just for us but for everyone. As the new republic, I will entrust the Senate to rebuild our people. Not just humans, but all citizens will have a place. We will work with our new allies and bring about a new golden age in the likes we have not seen. With our allies and our pride, the era of self-doubt and chaos is over, and a new era of pride, honor, and respect has begun. Let there be peace between our worlds. Reference: V22, Chapter 262, Epilogue Point 1. Talras Forest. Date: April 22nd, 2028. Staring out the side of the Valor Tiltrotor helicopter side window, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe saw a reflection of Uros on a nearby lake. Looking out, he saw two other Valor in formation as a formation of 6 prepared their final approach. It has been 2 years since the War of Two Worlds ended. Within that time, a great number of things have changed. After Empress Pina Colada was officially crowned, most of the major cities sided with her administration. There were some who opposed and remained loyal to the old regime. However, that did not last long. When an armor unit appeared with a certain imperial general with a very legendary background, while riding on top of that very same armored column, scared most of the rebel cities into submission. Outside of skirmishes and partisanship, most of the fighting died down. The only exception came from an alliance between the Oprichnina and the Hario tribe. Being espionage by nature, they proved harder to eradicate than other rebel groups. As part of the peace agreement, the 8th Infantry, Alnis, Division remained stationed on Falmart with the mandate to protect American territories around Alnis, but as part of the NATO Stabilization Force. Their mission was to help the new republic to clear out rebels and prevent the continent from collapsing like what happened in Libya, Iraq, and Afghanistan. For the Vanguard program, they were officially split off from the 75th Rangers and became their own unit. Jackson? Rory asked. Looking away from the window, Sharpe saw Rory Mercury sitting uncomfortably in a seat. Unlike in the past, when she had a petite body, which allowed her to fit nearly inside military space without issue, now being uplifted to a proto-angel, she has become a more fully grown adult woman with short wings. Still enjoying the wings? Sharpe asked. Rory gave him a frown. Yes, it makes things uncomfortable at times. I knew you missed being a midget, Sharpe said with a wink. Anyway, what is it? Rory again shot him a glare before going to the rear of the helicopter. Realizing what Rory was referring to, he looked at the back of the helicopter. Sitting there was a girl in a blue dress with white lacing and a bow scattered around the shoulders, back, and chest. With white eyes and goldfish brown hair, she held her shoulders as she breathed heavily. It was clear that she was struggling to prepare for this mission. Sharpe looked over to Rory, and the two chuckled at the sight. All right. Moving toward the back, bypassing the other Vanguard warriors, he sat down next to the side of the girl. Take slow breaths and focus on what is in front of you. I tried. I did not know it was going to be fighting. Marley, Rory said. Roy is the god of war. Of course, you would have to fight and kill people. I do not know how you all do this, Marley said. I have tried and tried ... Sharpe placed his hand in front of Marley. Stare at my hand. Once he saw that Marley focused on his hand, he continued. Marley, never try. Always do. Once you accept that, everything else will fall in line. Marley took a deep breath and wiped the stressful tears from her cheeks. Okay, I think I am calm. As I said before, once we land, remove all unnecessary thoughts and only think about the task at hand. Protect your friends and attack the enemy before they attack you. I understand, Marley said. Just give me a moment. With a pat on the shoulder, Sharpe moved back to his original seat. Thank you, Rory said. Were you this scared when you first became an apostle? Sharpe asked. I was more accepting of it when I first became one, but it is never easy in the beginning. For anyone, the early years of an apostle can be very dangerous as they are still untrained and unsure of their abilities. Second Lieutenant Andrew Steele leaned in. You would think the gods would leave a manual. With the reshuffling of the Vanguard program, Sharpe pushed Andrew to become an officer. Seeing the young man as loyal and committed, Andrew would make a perfect officer for the changing world. You would think, Rory replied. Staring back at Marley, Sharpe remembered when they first found her. Once Rory was uplifted to a new realm and became a half-angel. That meant Emroy would need a replacement apostle. It did not take long to find her, located more to the western side of Falmart. From there, Rory and Sharpe had been training her to be Rory's faithful replacement. Reaching the landing zone, the Valors hovered above the tree line. Underneath the aircraft are circular pods that were dropped to the ground. Once they hit the ground, they glowed blue, and a burst of energy was projected in all directions. The blast cut the trees down and created a makeshift landing zone for the tilt-rotor helicopters. They lowered themselves until they were close enough for the soldiers to exit. The Oprichnina/Hario tribe shifted their operations into the mountains, cities, and dense forests, which were harder for U.S. forces to find and assault. With the new clearing tool, a hybrid of science and magic, it was hoped this would allow Vanguard to get right up against the enemy before they could react. Once Vanguard and the two apostles landed, Sharpe saw the enemy camp. From the feed from the Valors, it seemed that they caught the enemy by surprise. Surround and swarm. The four Vanguard teams quickly assaulted the camp. While many were new, many of the NCOs like Andrew were veterans from the war. With the two Rose Knights team, they were transformed from Pina's Club of Princess into a rapid response special force. It was decided while the leaders had moved on with their loved ones, the spirit of their knighthood should remain. Two strong energy bursts inside the enemy camp from two Rose mages. A team of bolt-action crossbow units fired alongside the Vanguard riflemen as the swordsmen prepared to storm the camp. A large gust of flames burst from the camp, forcing many of their soldiers to take cover. Sir, Andrew said. Large contact. A large, deformed humanoid charged forward. When the old empire invaded Philadelphia, they kidnapped hundreds of citizens. While most were rescued, manufacturers were given to the Hario tribe for their secret experiments. They believed that Terran technology was partly related to their genetics. As part of their research, they mutated many of their prisoners and turned them into mind-controlled monster foot soldiers. The Vanguards engaged the incoming mutate, however. It was carrying a large boulder that was deflecting their bullets. Rory, Marley, go, Sharpe ordered. The two apostles flanked the soldiers to face the new threat. The mutant tossed its boulder toward the infantry. Rory took her halberd and sliced it in half while Marley charged forward. Taking her long sword, she rammed it into the mutant's thick muscle chest. I did it, Marley said until she looked up, noticing the giant beast staring down at her. Rory, what should I do now? Kill it silly, Rory said. Use your strength and agility and leap over it. Marley was forced to pull her sword out of the mutant as he reached for her. She then sliced the beast and leaped over him, carrying her blade into it until her weapon carved him in half. Good job, Rory said. Stay in the game, you two, Sharpe said. Everyone press. The melee Rose Knights formed two columns and marched inside the camp while the ranged forces provided protection. Using their shields as protection from the desperate attacking Oprichnina and Hario pigmen. Once they breached the camp, they splintered and started cutting down anyone who opposed them. Once the enemy defensive position cracked, the rest of the Vanguard and ranged Knights pressure forward, securing the area. Within moments, the few survivors started to surrender except for the pigmen, who were quickly tranquilized as they are known to explode from a genetic gas chamber within their bodies. They prefer to die than be captured, making it hard for them to be captured for integration. Giving the all-clear sign, Sharpe left his position and was escorted by Rory and Marley. As they walked, the new apostle couldn't stop talking about how scared and excited she was for fighting such an opponent, which Rory teased that was only the beginning of her journey. Andrew, report, Sharpe said. It seems we caught them completely by surprise, Andrew said. They didn't get the chance to burn their documents or anything. Good, Sharpe said. It seems that we might finally be putting this resistance to an end. Bring in the second team and load them up in the Chinook once it arrives. Sharpe walked through the camp, witnessing more of the usual genetic modification chambers he saw during Operation Ghost Soldier. The only word he could muster was horrific, but even that word struggled to state the emotion of the sight. Sadly, he had become accustomed to the sight, as this had been reported from every Hario tribe base. I cannot believe this, Marley commented. How could they do such a thing? She then looked toward the group of surviving Oprichnina. She pulled her sword out and was about to slaughter them all until Rory grabbed her arm. "Do not act like that," Rory said. "We need them, but look what they have done." Marley angrily replied, "We are apostles. Is this not what we are supposed to do? Punish those who we see fit." "Not like this," Rory said. "We are here to help them, not to do what we see fit. Trust me, they will be punished, but the right way." She glared at the Oprichnina, who she was about to murder. "Fine." Sharpe shook his head, impressed by how much Rory had grown. That was when he noticed Andrew approaching. "To be honest," Andrew said, "if I was her, I would have swung." "And no one would blame you," Sharpe said. "But she needs to learn the rules. Power does not equal right." "I know," Andrew said. "I do not want to go back to the days we had to fight apostles. Spent too many lives on that game." "Same here." "Any information on Svenhard?" "Not yet. He is definitely a snake." The words never rang truer. Svenhard Lupus Moon, the ex-leader of the Oprichnina, has proven to be a hard nut to find. He was one of the men who pushed the betrayal against the Legion during the war for his own self-interest, and while it helped lead to the end of the war, he proved to allow himself to go into the underground. The last time Sharpe ran into the man was when Vanguard 7 assisted in rescuing the pro-peace faction at Sadera. As part of a plan with Zorzel to trap him, using the wife and daughter of a senator as human shields, Moon's wife ended up killed during the exchange. He swore revenge and escaped with his 2 kids. While he believed it was an empty threat, the fact that he still had not been captured left a hole in his gut. One thing he learned from the war: anything could happen. Alnus, Alcatraz, Falmart. Date: April 22nd, 2028. As the class of students left, Sarah leaned back in her chair as she brushed her hands through her long hair, exhausted from a long day. Finals were coming, and the stress of the growing school size finally got to her. "I see you survived," Noriko said as she entered the room. "Survived?" Sarah asked and then laughed. "There are always those 2 troublemakers that have to spice things up. Test time has always been stressful because it is so hard to convince them that their education matters. I really want them to pass, but getting them to study is hell. It is just not in their culture yet." "You cannot help everyone," Noriko said as she took a seat and pulled out her lunch. Sarah understood how true that was. All she could do was her best. Hearing a notebook hitting the ground, she looked over the ferry assistant, Sebel, who was cleaning up after the students. "Oops, sorry," Sebel said. "It was too heavy." "It is okay," Sarah replied as she noticed Noriko giggling. "Sebel, take a break and come over here. You were telling me that you got a letter from one of your companions recently. Do you mind sharing?" "I did," Sebel said with much excitement. She flew over and buzzed next to the 2 women. "It was from Melina, but I got an update from the others too." "Really?" Noriko said. "How is everyone?" "They are all good," Sebel said. "Melina and Nelia are the ones who mostly write to me. Melina is busy keeping the general and your husband in line, Sarah, but you already know about that." Sarah couldn't help but place her hand on her forehead, remembering the report of how the 2 got trapped in an Oprichnina trap 6 months ago, went MIA for 3 days, and were found at a nearby bar. Apparently, they had a bet who could have defeated the ground quicker, got too deep in trouble, and Rory and Marley had to save them. She does not remember all the details as she decided she didn't want to know. Yes, she has to keep an eye on them. She is still struggling to adapt to a noble's life at the capital, Sebel said. Always moving from one place to another, she finds it strange being in one place. If it was not for their kids, she claimed she would have gone insane. "Strange," Noriko commented. "I thought kids were the ones that make you go insane." Sarah chuckled and sipped her drink. "And the rest?" "Nelia is having a good time in Ely's with Lartia," Sebel said. "She was acting as a servant, but became Fabius' second wife. I hear she's going to be a mommy soon, too." "Oh my, they have been busy," Noriko responded. "Not just growing his region, but his family, too." "Huh?" Sarah added with a chuckle. "How did Lartia feel about that?" "Oh, don't worry, he got permission. She was the one who suggested it," Sebel replied as Noriko and Sarah giggled. "Alden has helped the Woodline State grow as much as he could and has moved on from there, hoping to find opportunities elsewhere." "Really? I heard he left because Hodder chased him around for a good while as he tried to seduce his daughter." "Tuke," Sarah said with a more serious tone. That could also be, but he has moved on to do what he normally likes doing. I hear he works at a tavern now, playing music, but I think that is only a ploy to meet women. Apparently, his music is doing well on Earth, so Melina says he might be going there to seduce women with it and his charm. That sounds lovely, Sarah said, rolling her eyes, realizing that plot would work. How is Kriyan? Noriko asked. Is she still helping newcomers integrate into Alnus? She is doing good, Sebel said. We had a meal last week. Her work keeps her busy, almost comedic at times. Teaching people how a light switch works brings many different reactions. She jokes that she would be rich if she would capture their reaction and put it on your invisible computer web. The internet, I think you call it. That is funny, Noriko replied. But I bet they see it as magic. But it has been helpful from what I hear, especially those scared and looking for a new start. I always knew she had a big heart, Sebel finished with a smile. Well, I'm glad she was able to find a place here for herself, Noriko said. I know how comforting it is to know someone's there worrying about you when you feel so alone. Sensing the conversation might be taking a negative turn, Sebel quickly changed the subject. Anyway, how is James? Sebel asked. Is the new job working well? He is settling in good, Noriko replied as she ate a rice ball. It took a while for him to adjust, but I think he will like this construction job. The money should allow me to remain as a housewife. Private construction had become a major booming industry in Alnus and the territory/state of Alcatraz. Once the military left and those facilities were transferred to civilian use, Alnus became the heart of the continent. People from both worlds migrated to Alnus or the nearby settlements for many different reasons, ranging from exploration, research in magic and other fantasy elements, the fusion of magical manufacturing, and so on. Everyone seeking opportunities in this new era would travel there. The line of work for Noriko's husband should last decades. For Noriko, Sarah is thrilled that she had recovered from her enslavement. While she was employed at the school, it gave her the flexibility she needed to focus on herself. That is good, Sarah said. You have to keep your man busy. Is that why you let Jackson still work in the military? Noriko asked. After everything he has been through, I would want my man to quit. As I said, you need to keep your man busy, Sarah said. I would love it if Jackson retired from the army, but I know he needs it. I don't see him doing well in the civilian market. I think you are right, Noriko said. Hearing a small feminine voice coming from the door, Sarah turned and saw two young girls. One human was called Uria, and the other was a dark elf named Karai. Both girls joined the school 4 months ago, and while they had never seen any Terran technology or educational knowledge before, they quickly became some of her top students, eagerly willing to learn. What can I do for you too? Sarah asked before rolling her eyes. Stupid question. You want to see John? Of course, Uria said. The baby of the hero of Falmart. Yes, you can. Sarah got up from her seat with Noriko and left the classroom. Sebel waved goodbye and continued with her tasks, tidying up the classroom. While the school was small, it had grown over the past 2 years as more parents wanted at least one of their children to learn the ways of the Terrans. It had gained much support within the community. In the back of the school, Sarah established a small nursery. It was her idea when they moved into a bigger building to help student teen mothers and employees like Noriko and herself. Feeling Noriko's elbow, Sarah then noticed the two girls giggling behind them. She wondered if this was how she acted at their age when the teachers brought their children to school. They reached the nursery, and Sarah opened it. Inside, she saw a large playpen with Yao taking care of the children. Mrs. Sharpe, Yao said. Is everything okay? Yes, Sarah said. The kids want to see my son again. Yao laughed. He is a popular one with the ladies. All right, girls, Sarah said. Be nice to him. She watched as the two walked in and headed to John. The dark elf reached into her backpack and pulled out a local doll and handed it to him. Do you ever get tired of that? Noriko asked. I would have gone crazy by now. Taking a deep breath, Sarah nodded. While she found it cute how many kids like her son, it could be overwhelming. Being the wife of a hero had its benefits and curses. For one thing, any moment of privacy and peace in public life had gone out the door. I have grown used to it, Sarah said. I cannot really blame people. We have been a major part of Alnus since the beginning. It will die off sooner or later, but until then I will manage. Hearing her child, Sarah stood up and walked over. All right, girls, that is enough. But he is so cute, Karai said. I want one so badly, Uria said. When you get older, Sarah said. You're both way too young for that responsibility. Teacher, I am 15, Uria said. If it was not because of your people's rules, I would have been married by now. And that is what we call progress, dear, Sarah said. Now out. The two girls giggled and rushed out of the room. Noriko approached after they were left alone and asked, I cannot understand why they want babies so much. It is just cultural differences, Sarah said as she placed her hand on her forehead. Uria isn't wrong per se. By their standards, they are of adult age. Trying to crush 2,000 years of social development within a decade isn't easy, and they're just being silly. At least they focus on their studies, Noriko said. What are you doing after school? I'm heading over to the market before heading home, Sarah said. Dad is going to be home in the next 2 days, and we want to do something special. Noriko giggled. Kids. Anyway, mind if I tag along? Sarah quickly realized that Noriko did not want to go home and be alone while her husband was at work, which she could understand. One of the reasons she remained at the school was just to stay busy. Sure, Sarah replied. You are always welcome. I hear there is a fresh shipment today. Once school ended, the two grabbed their kids and headed toward the market, which turned out to be busier than she expected. From what she could, a trade convoy came from Italica today, which explained why it was so busy. I have to say, Noriko said as the two passed through the market. This place has changed a lot since when it was first built. Yes, it has, Sarah said. She saw a dwarf selling fruit to a female Nico and an elf. While the stand is still built in the traditional method of this world, the dwarf had adopted tablets and a credit system. Some of the other stands even had television screens that listed prices, information on products, and so on. The market showed what the rest of Alnus had become, a hybrid of this world and of Earth. It just shows how people can adopt and change. As the two stopped by the bakery, Sarah heard someone call out her name. Turning around, she saw Delilah with her 2 children. Among them was Persia, a Nico Scott married after the war. Hi there, Sarah said. I did not expect to see you all today. I thought you guys were in Italica. Scott got a job with the convoy company. Persia said, I like to come with him on these trips. And I came to say hi to an old friend, Delilah said as she pulled out her cell phone. I tell you, these are amazing. Just don't make TikTok videos, Noriko mumbled. Persia laughed before looking at the 2 boys. These are your kittens? They are very cute. Thank you, Sarah said as she adjusted John in her arms so her 2 friends could see better. I would say, though, Noriko said, they do get heavy by this age. But he just loves to be carried by mommy. That is so cute, Persia said as she rubbed the fur on her paw on John's face, making him sneeze. I bet both of them will be fine gentlemen when they grow up. So, Delilah, how are your dash? Sarah started to say before she saw the bunny's facial reaction. Delilah's eyes were glued to John, like he was a target or prey, an eyesight that Sarah had never seen before. Sarah couldn't help but bring John closer to her body. Can I help you, Delilah? Is everything okay? Delilah blinked and then smiled. Yes, I am sorry. I just had a memory from the war. Do you mind if I can hold John? I never had before and like to see the hero baby myself. While Sarah had gotten used to hearing that request, and normally she wouldn't mind that much, especially with a close friend. However, all her senses were screaming not to hand over her child to Delilah. Something fell off. I think he is good right now. Maybe later at my place? I am sorry, Delilah said as she lightly pushed one of her daughters behind her legs. But I really would like to see him at least once before I leave. I will have to get back to Bailey. It is okay, Delilah, Persia said. He is not going anywhere. If Sarah does not want to hand him over, it is okay. John suddenly started crying as he struggled within his mother's arms. Sarah wondered if the excitement was getting too much for him. I am sorry. It is probably best for him to go home. It is his nap time. Delilah released a frustrated breath. I am very sorry. The bunny then grabbed Sarah by the arm and extended her claws, thrusting them into John and ripping the boy out of her arms. Horrified by what had just happened, Sarah grabbed Delilah's arm and used all her strength to try and pull John back. She found herself struggling from the superior bunny's strength, unable to overpower her friend and free her baby. What are you doing? Let him go. Let go, Sarah, Delilah yelled. Trust ... John let out a loud cry before he knocked Delilah and Sarah to the ground. Once freed, he fell to the ground. However, he quickly grew into a 10-foot-tall monster that was covered in tan fur and razor-sharp claws. People in the surrounding area screamed and started fleeing. The beast let out a loud roar before turning around to face Sarah. The monster raised its arm as it prepared to strike. Sarah looked up, eyes widened as her mind rejected what she had just witnessed. "John?" Delilah hopped next to Sarah and grabbed her, pulling her to the side. "Girls, watch over Sarah and Noriko. Get them to safety so Mommy can deal with the shapeshifter." Sarah watched as Delilah rushed away and started fighting the shapeshifter. She felt Noriko grab her tightly, asking if she was hurt. However, she ignored it. The only thing in her mind was that her child, John, was in her arms and suddenly turned into a monster. She only then realized what Delilah said. Bunnies are the only known species on Uros that are able to see past shapeshifter abilities, which mean her son was never her son. John. Reference. V22. Chapter 263, Epilogue Point 2. Sat Era. Date: April 22nd, 2028. Watching the Valor helicopter leave the helipad arms of the Republican Army headquarters, the other one began to land. Legionaries, CIA agents, and military police gathered to extract the prisoners that were collected at the forest outpost. It was another good operation with no causalities. Watching the transfer of the prisoners, it was a surprisingly large batch. The Oprichnina and Hario tribe have been a hard group to capture, so Sharpe hoped this would result in something of value. "Finally, we are back," Marley said. "I am ready to take a shower." "Not yet," Rory said. "We have to report in." "But, shower," Marley slowly replied. "Job comes before pleasure," Sharpe said. "Nice catch." Hearing the Empress of the Republic voice, Sharpe said, "Fancy seeing you here." "It is a big day," Pina said as he watched the tranquilized pigmen be transported away. "We have to be getting close to the end of the Oprichnina and Hario." "We have to be," Andrew said. "We have been hammering them hard recently. I take it you want to debrief now?" Sharpe asked. "Of course," Pina said. "And Yang want to plan the next phase." "All right, Andrew. Get the men taken care of." The two left the helipad and headed inside. The modernization of the Republican Army was beginning. It was decided to focus on communication and logistics first before changing the style of warfare, as that would take longer. Some specialized units like the Rose Knights have been given modern rifles to help maintain the peace and joint operations. However, the hope is that within 2 decades they will meet NATO standards that applied to the rest of society. The capital city of Sadera and Rondell was still going through heavy reconstruction after the battle with Valker/Zufmet. While everything was still being repaired, other modernization programs had started, such as bringing electricity to the city and an airport next to many of the key cities. "How are the brats?" Sharpe asked. "Good," Pina replied with an exhausting but happy smile. Since the wedding and taking the throne, the two so far had one son. "Domestic life has proven harder than I expected." "Yup," Sharpe said. "A lot of little sleep. Tell me about that. On top of running a nation. Could always quiet and live in the woods. Only if I can bring my mattress. I like my comfy bed." As the two laughed, Sharpe looked down the hall. "Yeah, but the kids are worth it. Beefeater mentioned that you guys want another. At least 3, Pina said. "I hope we can cut out the family betrayal storyline." "Good luck with that." With a short pause in the conversation as the two walked down the hallway, Sharpe asked as he noticed a tech team installing wiring. "Are people embracing this stuff?" "A little," Pina said. "It will take time, but it will work. I think people are just happy that peace has returned. I will say, though, the merchants like the internet markets saw that coming. Who wouldn't like the ability to sell your goods at a moment's notice anywhere?" "Yeah, but the problem is getting those goods to the seller. That has proven to be the next challenge. It will all be fixed over time. Rome was not built in a day." As the two reached the operation room door, Pina stopped and placed her hand on his shoulder. "Jackson, I don't want to say thank you. I really do enjoy that we continued our friendship." "No problem," Sharpe replied. "I do intend to bill you on the hours, though." Pina shook her head. "Always the smartass." She then pointed her finger at him. "Be careful. If I have a daughter next, maybe your son and her would get married." Sharpe stared at the Empress, silent for a moment. "You've been taken to my wife too much." Pina laughed and opened the door. "Maybe, but if so, that means we're family, and you cannot bill family." "Shit," Sharpe mumbled, realizing women are masters at scheming. Entering the main operation room, Sharpe saw Yang, Crisis, and other supportive officers throughout the room. "Hello, Sharpe," Yang said. "Good job on the mission." Pina walked over and gave Sharpe and the two apostles. "Nice to see you three. It has been a while." "Too long, Empress," Rory said. "Surprised to see you here," Sharpe said. "We have other leads," Pina said, "and I want this thorn out of my life." "If you don't mind, let's get at it," Yang said. "Sooner we get this briefing done, the sooner you all can take a shower." Quickly sniffing his uniform, he heard Marley bragging about how she was right to take a shower first. He shook his head and then stared toward the Empress. "I was not going to say anything," Pina said as she plugged her nose as a jest. "Where is Oiloi at?" Sharpe asked. "He left for Ticaret," Pina said. "It seems that their civil war is coming to an end and left to help with the peace process. Hopefully your agreement can be forged and the fighting will end. Our side won? It seems like it." Falcon faction finally defeated the dwarves. Thrilled by the news, one of the last legacy pieces from the last war had finally wrapped up. The group gathered around the digital table. Above it was a large, decorative lamp that was built in Rondell. Partnering with Earth companies because of their needed knowledge, some low-value production has been started up in key cities for protection like light bulb manufacturing. Right now, this technology is primary for the government. People are slowly adopting the new light source as they grown used to the artificial light. "This is where your teams strike," Yang said. "The size of the resistance lead intel to believe that this was a hub. There has to be other bases in the region, so we will want to focus our efforts here." "I don't need to explain how serious this is," Pina said. "Last week, my staff found out about an advisor in Rondell who was sowing rebellious propaganda. You think people would be tired of that conversation?" Rory said. "There are many who still blame Sadera for the destruction of their city," Yang said. "If it was not for the fact that Pina here also helped save the city from Darlco and the demons, the city probably would be in full succession. Healing will take years," Pina said, "but I am committed to that cause." As Pina spoke, Sharpe saw Beefeater enter the room and walk directly to Pina, bypassing many regulations. The only reason someone would do this was because something serious just happened. "I wonder what it is," Rory whispered. "Could be many numbers of things," Sharpe replied. "Probably the Oprichnina conducted a retaliation for our raid." "This quickly? Don't know." To Sharpe's confusion, he saw this horrific facial reaction from Pina. "Shit," Sharpe said. "Good chance someone just happened to Oiloi at." "Then why is she staring at you?" Rory asked, confused. Sharpe only just noticed that the Empress was staring at him with that look. "Empress? Jackson. Underground chamber, Dumas Mountains. Date: April 23rd, 2028. Hearing the annoying crying nearly drove Svenhard Lupus moon crazy. Being the head of the Oprichnina, he had a large amount of tolerance. Very few things could get under his skin, and that was by design. His job required him to do the worst to people, a job that he grew to love. Every barbaric act was always for the greater good of the state, for Sadera, for the royal family. That was until it all came crashing down. "NATO seems to be successfully hunting us down," Uros said. "It does not matter," Moon replied. "If we cannot rule, then we will destroy." "You state that it has already been done," Uros said. "Even our creations have not had the strength to fight their technology. At this rate, we will never declare dominance over this world." Moon couldn't help but chuckle at Burrow's statement. After everything that had happened over the past few years, he and the rest of his kind still believed that they would replace all other races and rule over all. Apparently, this had been the dream of these pigmen for centuries. For Moon, this only proves that Burrow's people are nothing but a failed race. Their only strength had been hiding in the shadows, and while they dream of something greater, their own nature proved that they would never replace man, let alone the other races. "You state that you have a plan," Burros said. "All we have done is kill a few people here, a few assassinations there. Nothing that would allow us to claim this continent. Because I do not intend to reclaim the Empire," Moon explained. "I fully understand my day has come and that the world will move away from my ways forever. I will just seek vengeance against all my enemies and make this great transformation as bloody and painful as possible." "You complain about my words," Burros said, "always complaining that I am too high, and yet, For all your talk, you have no real accomplishments. Your sister still marches forward with her new allies. Moon smirked. That is the problem with your kind. You think it's too small. I learned much from one of my former enemies. Defeat could be a path to future victory. And now, after months of waiting, I finally accomplished one of my greatest goals. Vengeance for my wife. Noticing his son walking into the room, Moon asked Skotati, "Did everything go well?" "Yes, father," Skotati said. Politia and her dark elf friend had arrived. I am pleased to report that their mission was a complete success. So, they have the boy. That is correct. Buro looked at the two men with confusion. What is the meaning of this? Simple, my good friend, Moon said. With much careful planning, spending months studying our enemies and setting up distractions across the region, I set the stage to where I have the hero of Alna's son. The plan was bold and daring. It required careful planning and putting his own daughter in great danger. Politia and her elf friend would join Sharpe's wife's school for children. During his time within the Oprichnina, he learned how soft women's hearts could be and wanted to exploit that as much as possible. How men and women of most races would blindly accept a cute young girl who needed help. Sharpe's wife being a big heart, he realized that with the proper backstory, she would embrace his daughter into the school without question. From there, they would act like any other student, building their reputation and trust. Find Sharpe's son and establish a trust to allow for Phase 3 to begin. Once the time came, the two would find the son. The elf would use her sleep magic to put the baby asleep, while Politia made the switch with a shapeshifter. Once the switch was made, the two would head outside the city and meet Skotati, and head here. With the shapeshifter, Moon wanted it to start in the baby form until he found Sharpe and from there, attempted to assassinate the entire Sharpe family. With the high number of free bunnies within the city, Moon did not expect this to happen, but that was ideal. If caught, cause as much damage as possible. Alnis, Alcatraz, Falmart. Date, April 23, 2028. Sharpe quickly stepped off the Boeing Uros transporter, an aircraft designed based on the old Douglas DC-3. Being a classical-era civilization, it was decided the jet propulsion was still too advanced for the people on Falmart, so older designs were upgraded with modern technology and sold to the Republic and Elba. There being no U.S. cargo planes at Satara Airport at this time, Sharpe and everyone else used Pina's VIP aircraft to quickly reach Alnis Airport. The flight between the two cities had been the longest and hardest fight in his life, being mostly cut off from any updates and was forced to hope the situation had improved. A Humvee was waiting for them and transported them to the 8th Division headquarters. Throughout the drive, Rory and Pina continued to reassure him while Yang and Crisis debated how to respond. Marley asked Fryen questions on the situation, trying to figure out why someone would do this. Sharpe refused to respond until he got more information. Once at the HQ, Sharpe got out of the Humvee and saw his wife standing outside. She quickly rushed over and hugged him, crying. He wrapped his arms, trying to comfort her. Following up behind was Lelei, Noriko, and Selena. To his surprise, Bailey, Scott, Delilah, Persia, and other past Vanguard 7 personnel that lived there were there. "I am sorry, but we have to go," Yang said. "Please just find him," Sarah said, "and kill the bastard." As they head into the HQ, Bailey and Scott followed. "Hey, sir," Bailey said. "I can give you guys the rundown. Now or never," Sharpe said. "Apparently, 2 young teen girls kidnapped John," Bailey said. "They used a shapeshifter to trick everyone. My wife realized it when they ran into Sarah at the market. There was a brawl until Scott here drove a truck into the bastard, knocking him out." "Smart," Crisis said. "So, it is still alive?" "That is correct," Bailey said. Sharpe stopped and looked at Scott. "Thank you." "You're welcome, sir, but Delilah did most of the work," Scott said. "I've been making calls, so the band should be getting back together." "Did you guys learn anything from the prisoner?" Rory asked. "Right now, no," Bailey said. "He is being stubborn." The group moved through the facility and were escorted to where the prisoner was being held. Inside a reinforced room with a bulletproof glass window was this monster staring at them. Sharpe stopped at the window, staring back. He knew that the glass was a one-way mirror, but he could tell that the beast knew he was being watched. "What do we do?" Sharpe asked. "They're probably close by," Yang said. It has been a day, but because of how isolated Alness Hill is from other towns, they couldn't get far. Plus, we still have a monopoly on motorized vehicles, so that option for them is out. Wagon could only go so far. We already ran the report on who left the city, Bailey added. There were no matches from any CCTV. We did catch a recording of them in the residential area, however, by the time we responded, they were already gone. The shapeshifter ruse bought them a large amount of time. It is clear that this was professionally done, Yang said. Point is, the people who kidnapped my son did it right under everyone's noses, Sharpe said. But how do we find him? I can do it, Fryen said. I will read his mind. It will not be easy as I filter through his memories. But it can be done, can it? Sharpe asked. I can only assume this was done by Svenhard Moon, and I doubt he would be that dumb to leave a trail like that. You forget, Fryen said. Mind magic is not common. Hidden in the vaults of library of Eliash from the rest of the world. Do it, Sharpe said. Fryen stepped forward and looked at the glass. He placed his hand on it and began phasing through the wall, freaking the shapeshifter out. In response, the shapeshifter transformed from a large beast into a small Nico girl, rushing over to the glass, banging on it as she cried, begging to be saved. Damn, Rory said. That even affected me. It does not matter, Sharpe said. It might be best if we leave, Pina proposed. We do not have to see this. Sharpe felt Rory place her hand on his shoulder. He watched as Fryen grabbed the little girl and forced his hand on her head. Rory was correct. The crying and tears are hitting his gut deeply. The mind knew it was all fake, but the heart wanted to save her. Crisis noticed that Sharpe did not respond, so he turned to face his friend. You should go. There really isn't anything you can do right now. Me and Fryen will get an answer. We can go prepare while we wait, Rory said. Besides, your wife and daughters need you right now. Taking a deep breath, Sharpe nodded and walked out of the room, followed by Pina and Rory. Heading to the lobby, Sharpe saw Sarah, Lelei, Selena, many of his formal Vanguard team, and others, all hanging around the lobby. Some seemed to just arrive. Alicia, Scott, and Andrew approached. So, when are we going? Alicia asked, still wearing her machine shop clothing. Behind her was her boyfriend Jalen as he waited for orders. Just say the word boss, Scott said. We got your back? Most of Vanguard, 7 had retired from the army after the war, choosing to enjoy their lives and settle down. According to regulations, none of them would be allowed to go on a mission. Seeing the determination and brotherhood in everyone's eyes, he thanked God that they were on an alien planet and had a friend as a general. The correct response to everyone would be to go home and tell them they cannot help saving their son. He decided to trust in them and accept their help without question. Thank you all, but right now, I have no information, but we have a prisoner. Fryen will get what we need. Be ready when it is time. The group left as they were itching to get going. However, Sharpe saw his wife sitting on a couch. She was surrounded by Delilah, Perea, Lelei, Hamilton, Noriko, and Selena as they tried to comfort her. Based on Sarah's facial reaction, Sharpe already knew what was going on through her mind. How could he not notice that their son was not their son, but a monster? There was no rationalization around that, and he knew that could happen to any parent. It just sucked that it happened to her. She looks devastated, Rory whispered. I know, Sharpe replied. There are no words for this. I'm honestly barely keeping myself together. I know, Rory said. You two go talk for a moment. I will see what I can do on my end. Realizing that Rory was correct, he needed to be as strong as he could for his family, even though he had no idea how to do it. He walked over to his family. Sarah, mind coming with me for a moment? How couldn't I have known? Sarah asked. He was my son, and I didn't know. She has been saying that for a while now, Noriko said. He nodded to Noriko and looked back at his wife. He walked up and grabbed her hand. I said, I need you to come with me. He then pulled her, making her realize that she needed to move. The two left the lobby until they were alone in a hall. Sharpe stopped her and faced her, placing his hands on her arms, staring directly into her eyes. It was not your fault, but it was, Sarah said. I had that bastard for hours and I didn't know. I know, Sharpe said. No one could have known. He then pulled her close and gave her a tight hug, allowing his wife to cry in his arms. After a minute, he continued, Sarah, I will find him. I won't stop, and I promise I will find the ones who took him. Okay, Sarah said. I know you will. This is just so hard. That is okay. Now let's go. The two walked back into the lobby and saw that everyone was waiting. Conversations were little, as there was not much to say outside starting arguments or expressing anger. Rory mostly maintained the peace, not wanting anyone to express their frustration, as it would only lower morale and cause infighting. Not that anyone really was angry at each other. It was more about sitting around and waiting when time was running out. Hey Daddy, Selena said. What is the plan? Once Fryen and Crisis figure out where the beast came from, we go in for the kill. Lelei walked over. I heard it was Moon. Are you sure? He is the only one who could pull this off, Sharpe replied. We have been hammering him a lot recently, and he never forgave us for killing his wife. Damn him, Lelei commented. Right now, just sit down and wait. Over an hour had passed, as everyone frustratedly waited for information. Everyone could feel the stress level throughout the room. A man in a uniform walked into the room, asking for Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe. Here, Sharpe stood up and followed the man. He was led back into the room and saw Fryen informing Yang and Crisis about something. Sharpe passed the prisoner's cell and saw the natural form of the shapeshifter, a fur-like humanoid. He lay on the ground, blood running down from his nose and eyes. Is it dead? Yes, Crisis said. It did not deserve to live for what it did. Then I assume you have a location? Yes, Fryen said. I cannot be positive that this is where they are taking your son. However, I can confirm that this was where it was trained. I can also confirm that the human girl that took your son was Svenhard Lupus Moon's daughter, Polytia. That is a good sign, Sharpe said. Was there anything else? Crisis and Fryen looked at each other for a moment, as they debated if they wanted to explain further. We also found out that the shapeshifter's primary mission was to try and kill you and your family, Crisis said. If it had the chance, then he should have, Sharpe said. Brigadier General, permission to dash dot. You had it when we left Sadera, Yang said. Already mobilized the other teams? Where are they holding out? Sharpe asked, walking away from the prison cell. In one of the hideouts in the Dumas Mountains, Fryen said. What? Sharpe asked with great concern. During the war, the Imperial Army and their dwarf allies built hundreds of underground tunnels and chambers, most of which are still undiscovered. For the Oprichnina and Hario tribe, hiding out in that mountain range would be perfect, close to their enemy's main base of operation while being almost impossible to detect. I hope we have directions? I believe so, Fryen said. As I said, I know where they trained from so naturally that meant they would be close to there. This mission would be too important to be regulated to a side outpost, Crisis said. Knowing Moon, he would want to oversee this. Seeing no other choice, Sharpe agreed to follow Fryen and Crisis' plan. V22, Chapter 264, Epilogue Point 3. Dumas Mountains. Date, April 23, 2028. Gazing toward the surrounding area, Sharpe could only see the usual terrain that made up the mountainside. The pine trees of the Dumas Mountains littered the area. Rocks and bushes are scattered everywhere. Everything that made up a natural environment and not a secret military camp. Are you sure this is the place? Sharpe asked. The memories showed this area. Fryen said. There must be a dwarven door somewhere. I do not feel anything, Lelei said as she held her hand up, trying to detect mana. If they are using a magical door, it is well hidden. Hearing Rory incoming, Sharpe looked up and saw her land onto the ground. The once apostle of war, now a proto-angel for her deeds in defeating the demons and uniting both worlds, had been flying around. Sorry, Rory said. I couldn't see anything. Sharpe felt nothing but frustration throughout his body. Scouting around and watching as many soldiers searched for anything was only making the situation worse. It started to seem like there were two realizations. Either they are in the right location, but couldn't find a way in, or they are in the wrong location. Knowing that he couldn't accept the latter, he continued to explore the area as he tried to figure out what they missed. Pina approached as she brushed dirt off her armor. I do not think they are here. They have to be, Sharpe said. Then we will keep looking, Pina replied, no matter how long it will take. Sharpe shook his head and looked toward the Empress. Thank you, but you should head back to Sadera. Pina stared at him with a baffled look. I know you're stressed. But are you insane? He held out his hand, trying to think practical here. Let's just say we find them. Things will get messy quick, and this could be a trap by Moon to lure us out. Either hoping that you would come aid in the search and rescue, making it a perfect opportunity to assassinate you. Or, now that you are away from the capital, they could be launching some kind of coup or something. That is why both of my brothers are there, Jackson. Pina then smiled. After Fryen gathered the information from the shapeshifter, she ordered Crisis to head back to Sadera, just in case. I get what you mean, and I see you're still looking out for others. Luckily, I do not have to take orders from you anymore, as you pointed out back in Ely's all those years ago. And you put yourself in danger to save my family multiple times, so this time, it is my turn. Feeling a sense of inspiration from his friend, happy that Pina was by his side during his time of need, the two continued to search. As Sharpe looked around, he felt a short gust of wind moving east up the hill, going uphill. At first, he ignored it. However, he stopped and looked up at the path of the wind. Taking a deep breath, he decided to follow it. What is it? Rory asked. A feeling, Sharpe replied. Noticing that the air was stale, Sharpe carefully analyzed the surrounding area. From what he could tell, everything looked normal. Wait a minute, Sharpe said. We are looking at this from a military perspective. Moon isn't military, but a spook. What do you mean? Andrew asked. I mean, we have gotten used to looking for magical doors, markings, and defense structures, not spies. One of the best disguises is blending into the surrounding area and no one noticing. You think it might be simpler? Rory asked. Why not? Sharpe replied. The group scattered and started investigating the local area, going from overturning rocks and trees as everyone looked for any clue or signs that there was an entrance or sign of life. It was Lelei who found something. Rory was standing next to the blue-haired girl as she was lifting a small boulder. There, a small man-sized hole was discovered. How did you find it? Andrew asked. I thought we checked this spot already. We did, Rory said as she set down the boulder. Lelei made a good point. So we double-checked what we already searched and had Lelei magically remove the first layer of dirt. That is sneaky, Pina commented. I was thinking, Lelei said. Remember when we snuck into Legrath, using a tunnel entrance that was hidden within the environment? Why wouldn't they do something similar here? Andrew looked in and commented. I hate to disagree, but those roots are blocking this hole. Only a small animal would be able to fit through. Fryen held his hand toward the roots and ignited them in flames. Once the roots burn away, Lelei put out the fire. There, Lelei said. Still small? Andrew replied. But a small man could fit through it. Question is, will it go anywhere? Lelei said. Fryen, Pina said. Go investigate and see if this goes anywhere. Fryen nodded and placed his hand on the ground. His body turned into a ghostly form and slowly sank into the ground. I have to say, Andrew said, after all these years, that still freaks me out. Realizing that they were going to have to wait, the group also noticed that they were sitting ducks. Being on a slope, it was a perfect location for the enemy to ambush. If the war was still going on, they knew the old Imperial army would quickly ambush from a different hidden entrance. The only difference now was that the Oprichnina might not have the manpower to properly defend these entrances or capitalize on their position. You realize, Pina said, even if this works, the main force will not be able to fit through here. They still need to find a proper entrance. Agreed, Sharpe said. We still need to find the main entrance, but we can figure that out once we get down there. Hearing a small feminine scream, everyone pulled their weapons out and turned to Marley. She was sitting on the ground, holding her weapon, her entire body shaking. Below her was a dark elf's head. It turned to face everyone. It was Fryen. Empress, Fryen said. I have found a tunnel network below. I believe we have found our objective. You are not kidding, Lelei said. That is freaky. Ignoring the strange sight, Sharpe faced Lelei and ordered her to unearth the tunnel to allow them to quickly move through. They found an entrance, and now it was time to find his son and kill the Oprichnina and Hario tribe once and for all. Tunnel network? Shut that brat up, Moon demanded as he placed his hand on his forehead, feeling a massive thumbing. Since Sharpe's son awakened, he never stopped crying. Because they were in a chamber underground, the weeping amplified, making it far louder than it should be. Just kill it, Skotati proposed. We got what we wanted, so why make us suffer? You will not, Uros stated. Taking a frustrated breath, Moon yelled for his daughter. Politia, take the little brat and put him in a pot or something. Politia walked in and approached John and picked him up. He is not smelly, so he must be clean. I bet he is just hungry. Then why don't you give him milk? Skotati asked while holding his ears. Stop being a prick, Politia responded. Enough you two, Moon said. Just put him away. Watching his daughter take the baby away, for the first time, he was able to hear himself think. Father, Skotati said, why are you wasting your time with the boy? Because I agreed to, Moon replied. I must have the boy for my research, Uros said. He is the blood of the man who slaughtered a demon king and toppled the empire. I must know that power. The research, something that Svenhard Lupus Moon had gotten annoyed with. To the Hario tribe credit, they have unlocked a new way of alchemy and what the Terrans call gene splicing with their experiments. However, all they have done with that power was create monsters with other races' abilities. They state they are trying to unlock the secret of the Terrans' technology, believing that their technology is related to their biology. Early in the war, Moon could have understood that logic, however, it has been 3 years. He even realized by now that their biology had nothing to do with their technology. If it was not for the fact that he needed allies, he personally would have purged these pigmen for their insulting stupidity, wasting groundbreaking research for a fool's goal. That is why, son, Moon said, even if it is stupid, especially, this is part of our alliance, and we share in the reward. All right, then why not cut a finger off and send it to him? Moon smirked, enjoying the mindset of his son. I would normally agree, my son, but it is wise not to poke the beast more than we already have. Sending anyone back to Alnus now would only increase the chances of us getting caught. While they are demons, they are resourceful. Trust me, Sharpe is a father. His mind is punishing him greatly for his failures right now. We will make our next move when the time is right. If we are patient, Skotati said, maybe one day we could make Sharpe fight his own son to the death. Feeling a great amount of pride, Moon placed his hand on his son's shoulder, rubbing it. Before he could speak, though, he noticed a shadow within his prevailing vision. Realizing that they had been made, he reached for a cup that had oil in it, as if it was a cup of water. Moon faked drinking the cup before he tossed it into the shadow, spilling oil everywhere. Seeing a shadowy figure, Politia grabbed a torch and tossed it on the shadow. A dark elf emerged as he was engulfed in flames. They are here. Moon turned toward the thick steel entrance door. Prepare for battle. The lock and hinges of the door exploded open. Once it fell, armed soldiers stormed into the chamber. Hario and Oprgnina either charged the enemy soldiers with whatever they had or took cover, firing arrows, magic, hand cannons, or whatever tools they could find in a desperate attempt to repel the enemy. Coming behind the enemy soldiers, Svenhard Moon saw Sharpe, Rory, and Pinnet. Not understanding how they were found, he knew their only hope was to use Sharpe's child as a hostage. Moon turned to his daughter. Politia, bring over the dash dot. He saw his daughter and her dark elf friend lying on the ground, holding her chest as blood flowed out. The jar was lying on the ground, broken. Father! Hearing his son, Moon saw Buro rushing down the hallway with Sharpe's child. The pigman killed his daughter and escaped with his prize. You bastard! Wanting to chase afterwards, he was forced to take cover against the emerging firefight. Father, Skotati said, did Buri kill my sister? Yes, my son, Moon replied. Use that rage and kill these people. Then we will seek vengeance. I want you to reload. Grabbing a hand cannon and aimed it toward the Terrans. At first, he wanted to take out the 2 apostles, but noticing that they rushed past them, heading down the same hallway as Buro, he aimed his weapon at the rifleman and fired. Reload. Skotati handed him a freshly loaded hand cannon while taking the empty one. Moon aimed again, aiming for the Terrans. Rory, Marley yelled. Hearing her name from her apprentice, she saw a pigman rushing down a path, moving past many other defenders. In his arms looked like a child. Looking over at Jackson, she noticed he and everyone else were busy fighting against the Oprgnina. Marley with me. The 2 apostles regrouped and charged through the defending group of pigmen, quickly pushing through them. Rory, Marley said, why did they take his son? Are they really going to mutate a baby? That is correct, Rory said. Exactly what they want to do with John I do not know, but that does not matter. We cannot let him suffer the fate of so many others. Whatever happens, we must get him back. Seeing an end to the stone hallway, Rory adjusted her wings and glided, picking up momentum and rammed through the metal door that was blocking them. The two apostles formed up, weapons at the ready. That was when a shadow from the nearby fire hovered over them. Their eyes widened as a half-man, half-wolf, bulky giant stood in front of them. Noticing that Uros was about to escape, Rory turned to Marley and said, "I will deal with him. You get John. Hurry." Nodding, Marley dashed past the giant mutated beast. It turned, and its third arm that was attached to its back swung, its mace toward the young apostle. Rory tried to maneuver to cover Marley. However, she was forced to block the large hammer. She watched Marley dodge the main attack, but was knocked into the wall from a secondary attack. Turning back toward Uros, realizing that he was going to escape with John. Deciding to forget her fight with the mutated monster, she took her halberd and sponged it like a boomerang. It flew around the monster and hit the exit, just blocking it before the pigman leader could escape. The blade embedded into the wall with the handle was blocking the exit. Feeling a sense of relief, she then was impacted by the hammer, being smashed into the wall with such sheer force it caused a major crater into it. She fell onto her knees as her mind was in a daze, recovering from the impact. Noticing a shadow on the ground, she looked up and saw the mace from the third arm incoming. She braced herself and grabbed the mace, using all her strength to hold the weapon back as she was pushed back into the wall. Glancing toward Marley, Rory saw the young apostle recovering. Noticing that Marley was preparing to help her, she yelled, "Get John!" Marley, looking distressed, turned around and leaped toward the pigman. With the realization that he couldn't escape, Uros laughed. Parts of his body started to grow bigger. Blisters formed over his face and arms. Marley landed next to Uros and rammed her weapon into the pigman arm, cutting John free. She quickly grabbed the boy. However, Uros exploded. Witnessing the explosion consume Marley, Rory felt a boiling rage ripple throughout her body as she realized that her baby godson was just murdered. Slowly pushing the mace back, surprising the mutant, it raised his sword to ram the tip into the angel. The powerful monster believed that he had her trapped in a tug of war of strength, and in her old body, they would be the case. Pushing the mace back far enough to get free from the wall, Rory flapped her wings and swung over the mace, allowing the momentum of the weapon to slam into the damaged wall. Quickly ducking, the sword moved past her, just grazing the tip of her head. Rory heard the sword impact the wall. Before the monster would retract his weapons, she stood up and punched as hard as she could into the vein of the monster's hand, forcing him to scream and let go from the shock of the pain. Seeing her chance, she grabbed the sword handle and lifted it up. She then looked toward the monster, reflected her wings, and charged forward. "Die, you bastard!" Rory yelled. Rory lifted herself from the beast's arm and leaped toward the mutant, using her wings to gain speed and adjust her course. With all her might, she sliced the sword through the giant monster's neck, separating the head from the rest of the body. She stopped and hovered within the chamber as she caught her breath, looking down as the monster fell to the ground. Seeing that she had won the battle, she flew over to where Marley was, seeing that she was coughing up guts, sitting on the ground. As an apostle, Rory knew that she was going to be okay from that kind of blast. However, that was not her current concern. "Is he okay?" Marley said as she unfolded her arms. John emerged from the arms crying and shaking. Feeling a sense of relief, Rory cried and hugged Marley. "You did it! Great job! You are hurting me!" Marley struggled to say. Leaning back, Rory saw how badly burnt Marley was, taking most of the blast. "You did good." Feeling a tremor from the battle, both looked up as they saw debris starting to fall. "We should go," Marley said. "Agreed," Rory replied as she got on her radio. "Jackson, we have your son. We are heading back to you." "Negative," Sharpe said. "Get him out of here." "Roger," Rory replied. Feeling nothing but anger, Sharpe noticed that they were so close in saving his son, but just missed it. The pigman already escaped, forced to engage in a firefight, letting the enemy escape with his son. The only silver lining was that Rory and Marley were able to break through the Oprichnina. Seeing an incoming pigman, Sharpe unloaded a third of a clip from his M17 before the bullets finally killed the beast. Andrew, Alicia, Scott advanced forward, firing their M4s, taking down a few Oprichnina. Two other Vanguard flipped over a table to provide cover as the rest fan out. At this rate, we should clear them out quickly, Pina said. Not soon enough, Sharpe replied. Let's engulf them and dash dot. Something impacted the nearby wall and exploded. What the hell was that? Alicia asked. A hand cannon, Scott replied. Everyone take cover. A second shot was heard firing, blowing apart a pillar. A second Oprichnina fired another hand cannon, blowing a pot, spilling, boiling, or on the ground. Shit, Sharpe said, seeing that Moon wanted to bury everyone alive. He is going after the pillars. Not if I cannot help it, Lelei said. Lelei held her hands toward the ceiling as they glowed blue. Parts of the ceiling that were beginning to crack stabilized. Having the immediate threat taken care of, everyone knew they had to protect Lelei as she was an open target. Pina already ordered 3 Rose Knights with their shields to huddle around the blue hair girl, proving a strong protection. Arrows and bolts left dents, but were easily deflected. That was until a hand cannon from one of the soldiers impacted right next to one of the soldiers, forcing him back and nearly breaking his shield into pieces. One hit from that and they are dead, Andrew commented. Pina approached and said, You can leave Lelei's safety to me. Sharpe turned to face his best friend with a "they stole my son" face, which gave the general the reaction he wanted. Pina nodded. I understand, Jackson, but we still need a plan. Already ahead of you, Sharpe said. We will stay right here and provide cover. You take the right half and flank around. I get it, Pina said. Then we will put pressure on both ends. Understanding their jobs, Sharpe stood up and ordered the Vanguards and his formal team to provide cover fire. Pina Ground was able to flank around, slowly engulfing the enemy forces. As the two teams got into positions, one of the hand cannon men fired at one of the nearby pillars, having it collapse toward Lelei and her 3 guards. The pillar was stopped by Fryen, being all burnt from the oil from before. I got it. Beefeater rushed over and ordered one of the Rose Knights to continue with his shield protection while she assists with the pillar. Once they were able to push aside it and get back into formation, protecting Lelei, Fryen assisted in maintaining the ceiling. One by one, the enemy hand cannon men fell and pigmen fell dead. Sharpe looked out and saw Svenhard Lupus Moon hiding behind a group of stone forging equipment, looking for his next target with his hand cannon. Seeing that Pina was in position, Sharpe gave the order to advance. Andrew, Scott, Alicia, and the rest covered each other as they advanced forward, taking out anyone who moved. He could tell that everyone wanted to make these people pay for crossing the line. Noticing Moon from his cover, aiming his hand cannon at Scott and Alicia position, he stood up and fired. The bullet impacted Moon in his unarmed chest. The cannon fired and the ball broke through the center of the table, just missing Alicia. Secure the area, Andrew ordered as the Vanguard checked the wounded. Sharpe rushed cover and saw Moon struggling on the ground as one hand covered his chest. The man looked over and glared at him. You bastard, Moon said. But I won in the dash dot. You won nothing, Sharpe said. Rory radioed a moment ago, and she has my kid. Moon glanced back toward Sharpe, and with much anger, he said, You killed my family. Sharpe looked to the right and saw a young boy lying on the ground dead. He then saw another girl roughly the same age as the boy. While he had never seen her before, he recognized that she was the one who kidnapped his son based on the security cameras. You have no one but yourself to blame, Sharpe said. You used the innocent as a human shield and then kidnapped my son. On top of everything else, there will be no peace for you. Pina approached and placed her hand on his sidearm. Don't do it, Jackson. It is over. Do not below yourself. Sharpe could only stare at Moon as the man laughed, almost begging to be shot. He glanced over at Pina and saw in her eyes not to forget everything that he taught her over the years, that he already won and do not be consumed by hate, so he lowered his weapon. Good, Pina said with a smile. Now we can achieve justice. Justice, Moon defiantly said as he coughed up blood. For once, my dear, we agree. What? Pina asked with confusion. When I kidnapped your son, Sharpe, Moon said. I never imagined that the Empress would come down here. Sharpe realized that Moon was delaying the battle as long as they could and weakening the structures around. Hey guys, Alicia said, staring at the boiling liquids inside the forge equipment. I'm not expert at this stuff, but isn't this supposed to be yellow? Fryen took over control, maintained the ceiling, so Lelei would walk over. Jackson, you want to come over here? Rushing to the two girls, Sharpe saw what Alicia meant. The boiling liquids were not orangish yellow, like in most forging stations. This was white with traces of black and blue specks. What is this, Lelei? Lelei leaned in and smelled it, carefully looking. She then inspected the buckets before her eyes widened. He is creating a bomb. We have to leave now. Can you stop it? Alicia asked. No, Lelei said. Everyone roll out now, Sharpe ordered. Without a warning, everyone quickly regrouped and started to leave. Jackson, Pina said. What about him? Leave him, Sharpe replied. I won't kill him, but we don't have to save him. It is over. As everyone tried to escape, they could hear Moon laughing echoing as they ran down the hallway. Sharpe was angry that he fell for the trap. His son might be safe, but everyone else might have marched to their deaths. I don't think we're going to escape, Pina said. We should stop, and Lelei and Fryen create a force field with my shield wall providing extra protection. Can you do it, Lelei? Sharpe asked. I might be retired, but I have not forgotten what I have learned, Lelei responded. However, that isn't the problem. What is the problem? Sharpe asked. The problem is that all the air will evaporate, Lelei said. We can survive until we lower our force shield. Just one more thing, Pina replied. Like old times, we should not be far from where we first entered. Fryen said. We should not have to go far to escape. I guess the air within our force shield could trap enough air long enough for Fryen to find a way out, Lelei said. Just don't breathe too much. Do it, Sharpe said. The group stopped. Beefeater quickly formed up the shield wall to help deflect the blast while Lelei and Fryen formed a double-layer energy shield. A moment later, a large blast shook the hallway, causing parts of the stone ceiling to collapse. A bright light emerged from the hallway and impacted the energy shield with such force. Everyone gathered behind the shield wall to get away from the intense heat. Why is it so powerful? Pina asked. Because we are in a confined space, Sharpe replied. All the energy is being directed toward us. The first layer of the force shields broke, and the second one cracked. However, a few moments later the blast disappeared. Everyone emerged from the shield wall, looking down the hallway that they came from. They only saw scorch marks. The walls were smoldering, and blackness replaced the stone-gray look. I will say, Fryen said. That was close. What the hell was that? Andrew asked. Something they were developing for Sad Era, I bet, Pina replied. Good thing we stopped it here. Feeling a sense of relief that everyone was safe and that the last enemies from the war were dead, Sharpe turned to Pina. He saw her look at him, noticing the same sense of relief in her reaction. They too smiled and then laughed until they were forced to be quiet by Lelei, reminding them of their limited air. Acknowledging the issue, Sharpe gave a thumbs up and everyone headed to the exit. Alnis Army Hospital. Date: April 23rd, 2028. With only just getting back to Alnis, Jackson Sharpe marched through the hospital halls. With him are many of the people who assaulted the Harrio and Oprichnina headquarters. Once it was clear that John was extracted and the enemy leadership was neutralized, they quickly left the enemy base. Brigadier General Young moved his forces onto the headquarters to secure the area. The campaign should still be ongoing, however the outcome is assured. This will be the death of the Oprichnina and Harrio tribe as an organization and a threat to Falmart forever. The issue was once Sharpe reached the hospital, the nurse at the front desk had mentioned that they never received anyone with a baby with that name. Young confirmed that they got onto the Blackhawk. So if something happened, it had to be between the airfield and here. I do not understand, Lelei said. Rory and Marley should be here. Maybe they were captured? Pina said. But that makes no sense. We know they landed at the airfield, Sharpe said. They have to be here. After turning the hallway corner, Sharpe saw his wife standing in the hall. Among her were Selena, Marley, and Rory. Marley was sitting on a bench, wrapped in bandages while Rory was talking with Selena. Rory turned as she saw everyone approaching. Hey, Jackson. Selena rushed over and gave her father a hug. She then turned to Lelei and gave her a hug also. Did you kill them? Yes, we did, Lelei replied. That is good, Selena said. I wish I could have gone. No one will ever mess with our family again. Agreed, Sharpe said. Still, Rory said as she approached. Did you kill him? while Sharpe was thrilled to see that everyone was okay. He was confused about how they were here, but had no record of it. "We got him. Moon is dead. But how are you here?" the front desk said. Sarah partly raised her hand to stop any further questions. "I convinced the hospital to put John under a false name and to come through the back door. While you were gone, I took steps to ensure no one else could sneak in and tried this again." "Smart." Sharpe then gave his family a hug. He looked toward Marley and saw all the burnt wounds. Rory informed him that it was she who saved John. With a smile, he gave her a good job nod, which made her body start to bounce with much excitement. "Is Carlin on the way?" Lelei asked. "She is already in there," Selena said. "See." Looking through the operation room window, Sharpe saw the nurses and the kitsune inside, treating his son. "Apparently Sarah made the call right after we left," Rory said. "That's my wife," Sharpe said. "Always prepared. Now, how is he?" "Don't know yet," Sarah said. As the group waited for the operation to be complete, Carlin came out with a big smile. "I am happy to say that he will make a full recovery," Carlin stated. "Maybe a scare here and there from the explosion, but he will be fine. You got him here quickly." "Oh, thank God," Sarah said. She then fell into her husband's arms with joy. "For the next few weeks, have Selena give him a few treatments with her healing," Carlin said. "He will struggle to breathe for a while, but that too should go away." "I can do that," Selena said. "Thank you, Carlin," Sharpe said. He turned to face everyone. In front of him was his old Vanguard team, Pina and Beefeater and his girls. "Thank you. You do not have to keep saying thank you," Pina said. "We're just glad everything worked out." Staring at the group, Sharpe felt a large burden fall off his shoulders. Maybe because his son was safe, or because Moon and Burrow were dead, the final legacy of the war was finally over. Then, they all could finally rest and move on with their lives. He turned back to the window and held his wife tight. Reference: V22, Chapter 265, Epilogue Point 4. Satira, Royal Palace. Date: December 25th, 2028. Seeing the glow coming from the city blocks, the electric lights were glowing green and red besides the standard white. Rows of shimmering lights and decorations could be seen all down the main roads. Snow blanketing the city gave a picturesque sight of a magical wonderland. The center of the city had a brightly lit, massive tree with a star, enchanted with light magic that outshined anything else. Crowds at the marketplace sang songs. Some important government buildings that have electricity were laced with lights with the same two colors, with a jolly, overweight-looking individual standing on top, holding a large red sack waved down below. Pina Colada looked out from her balcony, taking a deep breath of joy as she looked out at her beautiful city. 2 years from the battle, when her army and allies took the city from her out-of-control brother, Zorzel, the price of his desire to remain on the throne could still be seen everywhere. Reading upon the aftermath of World War II, she learned that 30 years later many cities still had scars from that war, and she saw a similar time length. Hearing noises from below, Pina looked down and saw a group of Nikos playing with some of the decorations. 2 guards appeared and had them knock it off before they ruined the setting. She couldn't help but chuckle from the sight. "I see you're happy that the event worked out." Hearing her husband's voice, she turned and saw Oyloyat. "Yes, I am." He walked over and leaned on the railing. "I am surprised people accepted the holiday so well." "Not everyone," Pina replied, and she looked out. "There are still people who think it's a cultural invasion. Who cares?" "True. Personally, I just think people are ready for something positive. The war ended, but reconstruction and modernization has not been easy. It too shall pass," Oyloyat said as he wrapped his arm around his wife. "We are alive. The Oprichnina and the Hario tribe are gone. The people's lives are getting better, and we are at peace. What more can we ask for?" While Pina agreed with everything her empress said, there was one thing he missed. She glanced over and said, "I do not know. Maybe some ice cream?" She watched as Oyloyat looked over with a baffled look and then smiled. "Sure thing. The sooner you make it back, the sooner we can have some." Rolling her eyes, she lightly slapped him on the arm before rubbing her head onto his shoulder. Looking back into the city, seeing the glowing red and green lights. While only a few places had electricity, she can see the future coming. Hopefully one day, every home will have such power and prosperity. Since taking control of the city, Pina knew she needed to bring back morale throughout the city. After a trip to Philadelphia in June and seeing Christmas decorations already set up at the stores, she got the idea to bring the holiday to the Republic. A holiday about family, spirituality, gift-giving, and more importantly, coming together. She saw it as the perfect opportunity to help shed off the dead weight from the war. This being the first year of implementing the holiday in sad era, she hoped it would help turn the page from the past and bring the future to the people. That better days are ahead. Hearing a loud thump, and then her eldest brother making a commotion, Pina took a deep breath and said, "I guess it is time to go back in." She felt a kiss on her forehead, and the two headed inside. The large room was lit up by multiple lamps. The fireplace was alive, heating up the large room with ease. Just like throughout the city, the room had been decorated with the theme of Christmas. A local tree that was cut down from outside the city and is now standing in the middle of the room, covered with ornaments that the kids put on the other day. Around the room, Pina saw her friends Boses and Hamilton with their husbands and kids, both of her brothers and their respective families. The children from all the families ran around with excitement, playing tag and hiding, a game that she couldn't understand. Boses, Panache, Beefeater, and Hamilton all sat on the couch, gossiping about their daily lives while some of their men were in the back drinking beers. Andrew was still helping with security matters, assisting Sharpe, while Johnson had become a key manager who was working with establishing security training with the Law Enforcement Guild. Diabo, on the other hand, was standing by the fire, confused by what was going on while Crisis stood between the kids as he attempted to maintain discipline, an objective that the general was losing. Hearing his eldest brother's wife taunting the general, Pina approached Melina. "How is the war?" "Going great," Melina said, laughing. Looking back to the game, she saw two little bunnies jump on Crisis' back while her child grabbed his leg, causing Crisis to fall forward. They wore cute little Christmas-themed outfits, vibrant red dresses with black belts and white puffy fluffs at the ends, black little shoes with black socks that had matching white fluffs at the end, and classic Christmas hats completed their looks. "We did it," one of the bunny girls yelled. Hey, Melina said. "No presents if your father is killed." "Hey," Crisis responded as he held his only hand up. "Do not teach them to be soft and leave a job half finished." "I see why my people do not have males," Melina jokingly said. "You can say that," Pina said, "but you do not get silly moments like this." "That is true," she said with a giggle. "How are the two?" Pina asked. "Jarly is doing great," Melina replied. "She takes after her father. Calvi is the softer one, but high in spirit." Looking over to waging war, Pina saw Jarly, who was on top of her father's head, boasting of her victory. Calvi was standing there tugging at her sister and telling her to get off their dad. To Pina's joy, her daughter, Livia, was among the two bunnies, standing on top of his back. That was until her husband approached, telling them to back off as they prepared presents. As Oiloyat took control, Pina walked over to her brother, Diabo. "Thank you for coming. I know these types of events are not your thing." "It is fine," Diabo said. "As we are family, it is important for us to stick together and maintain an appearance of unity among the people and Senate." "If that is how you want to see it, that is fine," Pina said. "I'm just happy we are together." "And that is why they call it a holiday?" Diabo asked. "I do not understand the logic of this Christmas. How does a fat man fly with animals to millions of homes in one night and to multiple worlds? How does he make all these gifts for them? And how does he know when someone is good or bad?" As Pina heard her brother ramble, she placed her hand on his shoulder. He had always been the logical one within the family, placing his time and his studying over anything else. While his intelligence was unquestionable, it clearly had a negative effect on his social life. "Diabo, shut up and enjoy the moment," Pina said. "The point is we are together, and you should spend time with your engagement." "That is what she said," Diabo replied before looking toward Panache. "I also want to say, I am proud of you, Diabo. I know you do not get a lot of credit, but you have done a great job in helping the transition from the Imperial Empire to a more Republic one." "That is fine by me," Diabo said. "I prefer not being in the spotlight. I enjoy the daily meetings and debate." "I am sure you do," Pina said. "Now excuse me, I'm going to help my daughter open her gift." As the formal Rose Knights, royalty, and loved ones gather around the tree, they each remember what got them there and the bond of their forever friendship. To the next generation, Pina toasts. Now let us begin. Alness Liberty Tavern. Date: June 14th, 2030. The day of days had finally come for the Sharpe family. After years of war, battles, kidnappings, and stress, they must watch as one of their own starts to move on with their life. On the stage, Lelei stood while wearing a white dress with a small crown on her head, a bouquet of flowers, native to Falmart, in her hands. There is a small bulge in the dress, showing that she was 6 months pregnant. By her side was Jalio, who dressed in the rondel style of robing. Sordin stood between them and granted them husband and wife. The two kissed in front of the large crowd of friends and comrades, all celebrating their newfound union. While the intention was for a small wedding, it became clear to everyone that they had met so many people since the gate opened that it would be impossible. Almost everyone had arrived for the setting to witness the celebrations. Sarah took Sharpe's hand as she teared up, watching the two officially getting married. He understood why. While they only knew Lelei for a few years, she became family. Started off as an extreme introvert and slowly broke from that shell and became the bridge of two worlds, one science while the other magical. The two newlyweds started walking through the crowds, thanking everyone for coming. While many were in the crowd, many started moving into groups. Some went to the food table, others formed groups to catch up, and others started playing games. Over in one corner, there was Pina and her husband Oloyat were talking with the bunny queen Tayul, Potter of the Koan Woodline State, and Mimosa from Rondell, most likely talking about the current state of their nations and the continent as a whole. There had been plans to expand the highway system NATO built during the war through the Dumas Mountains. The goal would be to allow better travel. While once enemies at one point, the three want to expand their relations and be close allies. Among some of the military folk, there was Chrysis and his wife, Melina. For Chrysis, he had spent less time on the front and learning to enjoy life rather than living in a state of survival, helping the next generation of soldiers to take the lead. While still the general of the army, his wife correctly pointed out that he had done his duty and should enjoy what he had captured, his freedom from his past. Most people had gotten married and settled down somewhere in the state of Alcatraz. Scott married Persia and lived in Italica, working in logistics. Alicia got involved with the Rose Knight Jalen, both working in the small but growing automotive and other machinery industries in Sadera. Jerry married an adventurer named Lily and started a clinic in Alness. Frost did marry the Batgirl, Mentiv, and moved to Valtris and worked at the market. Sophia, one of the most troubled soldiers on the team, finally moved on from her past and is engaged to the head of the Rondell Knights, Reldong. For Randy, after the war he retired and spent the rest of his life with his wife and kids, deciding that 2 wars were enough for one man's life. They did move to Alness and establish their life there. He opened up an academy to help pass his knowledge down to the next generation and help build the bridge between both worlds. For Andrew and Hamilton, they had 2 kids and lived between Alness and Sadera, depending on his deployment and current assignment. Andrew decided to join the Army Officer School and became an officer, with the future coming with the upcoming bridge network, which allowed a nation to create their own temporary gates to new worlds. A new age of exploration has begun, and he wanted to spearhead that adventure. Noticing Rory talking to Marley, Fryen, Talon, Carlin, Mabel, and Giselle, her dream of a united Apostle Council was successful. The age of being disunited and working for their one self-interested goal had to come to an end for this new era to work. It took time, however. The brainwashed apostles finally agreed and worked together rather than against it. It also helped that the Archangel Michael uplifted Rory and set her on the path to becoming an angel. That moment helped convince everyone that they needed to change. Once the ceremony ended, Lelei went to talk to her sisters, Rory, Tuke, Selena, and Yao. Tuke stayed with her people and helped them rebuild their civilization, marrying Cato's servant from Rondell, Welua. After a decade of being chased around Falmart and forced to fight multiple wars, they finally could live in peace. Yao ventures between her tribe and Alness, as she helped with childcare for many of the military families and schools. Selena had gained approval to go to West Point, wanting to start a military career and follow in her father's footsteps, feeling the fire to stop the ones who would do harm to others, which comes from her time as a slave and evil men that tried to kill her. For Rory, She had decided her time in following and protecting the Sharpe family. With this new era of exploration, she will follow them through the artificial gate and see these new worlds, spreading the lessons she had learned from the Imperial and Demon War, and most importantly, protecting the one she loves as they go on new crazy adventures. Sharpe placed his arm around his beautiful wife and held her close. "I am so proud of everyone," Sarah said. "I know," Sharpe said. "Soon enough you will be a grandmother." "Don't start." "All right, dear." Finally, the bride walked over. Her puffy white dress could almost blind any man's eyes. "I think it is a custom for you to dance with me," Lelei said. Sharpe gently took her hand and said, "It would be an honor." Escorting her to the dance floor, the two started dancing among the other couples. "I want you to know that I am very proud of you," Sharpe said. "Cato would be very proud." "Thank you," Lelei said. "I love you very much and thank you for everything. I wish Cato was here, but I am glad I am not alone." "You never will be," Sharpe replied. As the two slowly danced, Lelei had a big future planned. She helped start a new magical school at Alnus with the goal of bridge the two worlds. Gaining a Harvard PhD degree in the new thermalgy field, she will be taking the knowledge she has learned from Swordin and applying it to Uros magic. Her future, safely at the school, and helping unlock a brighter future. With all those achievements behind her, if anyone asked what she was excited, she would respond with becoming a mother, settling down with her husband, and teaching their child the arts of magic. "All right, everyone," Sarah said. "Time to gather for a photo." People gathered around a large wall, painted with flowers and a rising sun. It proved to be complicated with the sheer size of the number of people. However, it worked out. Sharpe and the girls took the center with a married couple up front. Everyone else staggered out as they faced the camera. A flash as the camera crew captured the moment. A large picture of everyone together. Fort Minnick. Date: June 22nd, 2032. With a bright sunny day gazing over the base, everyone gathered to the northeast side. Their new facility was built for one special purpose: to open an artificial gate. Newly promoted Colonel Jackson Sharpe stood by a group of young men and women, all loading up 6 vehicles. Everyone was eager to go on their first mission to another world. Another world, letting the thought linger a bit. "I cannot believe this day has finally come," Rory said with much excitement. "Yeah," Sharpe said. "It took a while, but it is finally here." "Hold on." Hearing a female voice, Sharpe turned and saw his daughter, Selena, approach. She was in her military uniform, bag in hand. She recently graduated from West Point and went the better part of a year doing everything she could to get into the Vanguard program. The drive, wanted to be on the first mission to the new world with her father. Never wanted to be left behind while others fought again. What Sharpe was most proud of was the gold second lieutenant bars on her shoulders. Now she is commanding her own Vanguard team, Vanguard 4. "You finally made it?" Rory jokingly asked. "I would not miss this for the world," Selena said. "I have been dreaming of this day for 8 years." She stopped, dropped her bag, and saluted her father. Looking down, Sharpe couldn't be more proud of her. He returned the salute, and the two relaxed. "Are you ready to make history?" "I am, sir," Selena said. "But I will admit, I am nervous." "Were you this nervous when you first went through the gate?" Placing his hand on his daughter's shoulder, he said, "You will do fine. Remember everything you have been through. As long as you believe in yourself, you will be able to overcome anything. Just remember that you are the leader of your team, and you must look after them. Remember that and your principles, whatever we face, we will overcome them together." "Thank you," Selena said. "I needed to hear that." "You two are so cute," Rory said. "All right, we are almost ready to depart," Sharpe said. "Go get your team ready." Selena nodded and walked off, heading to her team. The two walked over to the command center where many personnel were typing on computers, making final adjustments. "Colonel," Yang said. "Brigadier General," Sharpe responded. "Is your team ready?" "I think we are ready for the Mrs. Short Temper here to start another war." Rory quickly punched him in the arm and then crossed her arms. "Hey, that is not funny. I would say that was a joke, but with you two." "I am not sure," Yang commented. "We are ready, sir," Sharpe said. "Good," Yang said. "Make humanity proud." The two head back to the convoy. Captain Andrew Steele approached and saluted. "Everyone is good to go, sir." "Thank you, First Lieutenant," Sharpe said. When the gate opens, we head right in. Stay close. As Andrew left, Sharpe got a text message from his wife. I'll be right back, Rory. Sharpe quickly headed outside the facility and saw Sarah standing there. Without hesitation, he approached and gave her a hug. A hug, I see, Sarah said as she returned the hug. That, and I wanted to let you know I wanted steak for dinner, Sharpe said. She lightly pushed him away. Really? Well, if you come back, sure. However, if you don't come back, then I will start making you eat veggie burgers every night. That is evil, Sharpe said with a chuckle. I guess that's good enough motivation to come back alive. I need to go. He gave her a kiss and walked away. Before opening the door, he heard his wife speak. Jackson, I love you. Sharpe turned and replied, I know. He then winked and headed inside. Did you tell her that you loved her? Rory asked. I will when I get back, Sharpe said. Now let's get this party started. The two walked to the lead vehicle and waited for the gate to appear. The countdown hit 0 as a mist slowly emerged. Small bolts of lightning shot out in all directions, hitting pre-established lightning nods. Look, Rory said as she pointed. Slowly, a gate phased inside the facility. Moment by moment, the structure formed until it was completely there. Unlike the Alnus Gate, which had a classical-era themed design, and the Darlco Gates, which was more organic and blistered, this one looked silver. The stone was replaced with metal lights that blinked all around it. It is different, Andrew said. That answers that there, Rory said. Lelei theorized that the gate form matched the dominant civilization of that world, which in this case the Terrans. The doors opened and darkness filled the interior, just like the first time the Alnus Gate opened. The darkness leading into the unknown. However, past that darkness will be another world. An alien world that was ready to be explored. To make first contact. To see what wonders that world has. What makes this world unique among the god of creations? Colonel Young said, we have a stable connection. Your team has a go. Hearing the engines of their vehicles come to life, Sharpe looked toward his team. He placed his helmet on and said, Vanguard, roll out. The end. Post what W, writing reflection. Table of context. Intro. Why I wrote what W. My thoughts on web novels. What is next? Lesson I learned writing what W. What I liked. Regrets. What I would do differently. Deleted ideas. The end. Hello everyone. I cannot believe we are at this point, but here we are. War of Two Worlds has finally come to an end. I started this project all the way back in March 2019, so it has been a long ride. I want to start by saying thank you all for reading my story and going along on the journey. I understand it was a commitment, as it was not a short read, 265 chapters plus the 23 shorts, and I understand. I hope it was unique and interesting enough for you, and I hope to see you in my next project. It has been a blast writing this book. After over 4 years of almost non-stop writing, it feels weird to say that, but here we are. It has been an amazing journey, and thank you again. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone who helped with brainstorming, editing, and other contributions. Thank you for your time and late-night conversations as we work through this. And I want to say thank you to my Discord staff. You guys have been great. Why I wrote What W. It all started about 9 months after watching Gate, where I got stuck at home during a snowstorm and got bored. While I enjoyed Gate, I was very disappointed how it failed to live up to its premise. I kept having these ideas on what I would have done differently, so I started it only thinking that I would get a few chapters in and stop. The idea of going to an alien world, fighting and exploring in fantasy and magical people. The idea of meeting these cultures, their social orders, and the relations between all these species. How do modern forces deal with all these factors, etc.? So many opportunities, and all we got was a watered-down simp harem story. At the time I was working on a story bible for a different science fiction book, I knew I needed writing experience. As you can see, I am very creativity imaginative, except for naming things. However, that didn't always translate on a paper. I had to gain writing experience, which became a good opportunity to do so, knowing I would go on to future projects. From there, I mostly ran on pure passion, figuring things out as I went. Some thoughts on web novels. These are very interesting, and as I wrote What W, I found some pros and cons to them that I think are important to keep in mind while writing a web novel. This isn't a statement if they're good or bad, better or worse than traditional books, more to keep in mind as you write your book. This is new technology and will grow to be more important in the future. Just my opinions from my limited experience, and everything I say, I am guilty of its slightly smiling face. I think a good way how to look at the differences is like a traditional book is closer to a movie. You have a hard stopping point, and you have to work around that, while web novels are closer to TV seasons, where you can spend more time on ideas. Pros. With traditional books, you have about 300 pages to cram everything you want into it. You have to be very efficient with your storytelling. This is good because, in theory, only the most important details are in it. However, I would say this is what's great about web novels. There are no page limit, so you can go far deeper into a subject, the lore of the world and characters. You can really go all out and put a lot of investment into what you want. If you have a story arc, you can add those extra details that you otherwise would have to delete or only reference. Maybe spend more time with characters, seeing a side that normally wouldn't be able to because of priorities. I know many times I was writing a character chapter, having the characters sit there and talk about subjects and what they believe in. Not really plot important, just acting like normal humans would do. Just having a moment. Same with battles. You can have a more play-by-play battle than just quickly explaining the events. In a traditional book, you might only be able to put 25 to 50% of these details because of page limitations. You can also plan larger arcs. Traditionally, the story usually has to be self-contained, having a conclusion at the end, because there isn't an end you have to meet. Basically, you can be more flexible. Cons. Basically what I said above, but the opposite. Because there isn't an urgency to wrap things up, it is easy to add unnecessary information. You can have a 5-chapter arc when it easily could have been 2 or 3 chapters, saving time in chapters. You don't need to show the character waking up, going to the bathroom, eating, etc., aka every single detail of someone's life. It does create an incentive to add more to a chapter that might not be needed. I know that happened to me as I became known for having long chapters. There were times a chapter could have been shorter but needed to add an extra scene or extend a scene otherwise. People would point that out. It also creates an incentive not to be efficient with your ideas. I know for me, it did take a long time to get to the plot lines because I have all the time in the world to do other things. It also incentives to open up plots/arcs. Even very small ones can be opened very easily. That leads to my next point, the chapter to publish model. I am putting this as a con because, and this might be just me, is that once you publish a chapter, you really cannot go back. There were so many times after I published, new ideas came that I could have done that would have made it better, or I realized a scene I wrote would have been better 2 chapters ahead or earlier. I think letting a chapter sit while working on other chapters is better, because you can plan out better. Those are just my thoughts. I may be biased as I move into my next project and how I am changing things. For WhatW, chapter to publish was not the biggest deal in the world. As I tell people, we are not professionals. We are just doing this for fun XD. What is next? I will be released an announcement for my next project by the end of the month. Ad Astra, AA, the Oligor War, or AAA, or the Canadian version, A for Fun XD, formerly known as Age of Destiny. But just a short mention here, just in case people missed it. It will be a mix of fantasy and science fiction elements. When I announced the end of WhatW back in July 2021, I started working on a new original story. I am done with fanfictions, which I explained why in the AA doc. In short, I want to be free from being forced to use established lore, and more importantly, there is no point adding more original content into a fanfiction. Legally speaking, I would never be able to do anything with my ideas and want to be creative. For example, I did so much with Pina compared to the OG, almost entirely different. However, I will never own her character, regardless of what I do with her. AA will be a science fiction military/fantasy isekai, set in 2043, as I want to give it another shot with the experience I gained from WhatW. What started as something to waste time and practice, I grew to like the premise and want to see where it can go. Modern meets fantasy does not have to be Earth comes and slaughters primitives. It can be far more, and I want to show that. It is not going to be a traditional isekai, where it is modern versus primitives. With this, I built the world, functions, technology, civilizations, etc. all from the ground up. There will be many races, some fantasy you have seen before, but newly created races for the story. One of the big goals right off the bat was having thaumaturgy, academic term for magic, base civilization, making these thaumaturgy civilizations be able to go head-to-head with our world. So I've been designing everything from the ground up. In addition, I do want to keep the fantasy feeling / theme. How would a civilization evolve with magic being a major influence? What technology could they access faster or slower compared to us? Could they have less advanced technology in some areas and more advanced in others? If similar, what changes / twists would they be? Stay tuned for updates within my Discord server, and if you're on a website that allows updates, that is all for now. Lesson I learned writing WTW. Here are some things I learned while writing this book. I am making this more to help other authors improve, maybe not make some of the same mistakes I made, ideas, etc. Having a game plan. When I started, I knew what I wanted to do and intended to rely on the Gate wiki. As I moved forward, I realized how little lore Gate had. No joke, I would say 80 to 85% in WTW is completely original or an original take / additions on it. There is almost nothing outside of character names to go off of. The issue I ran into was I had to figure out locations and culture, everything which I enjoyed doing. Having a game plan and sticking to it will prevent being derailed down the road as you started off with strong foundations. Not assuming. There were many times I assumed the reader would understand what / where I am doing, so I didn't have a character comment on it, which led to confusion and problems down the road. My intentions were not to hold the reader's hand. However, I still needed to put the building blocks there for the reader, which I didn't, or have characters address something I wanted to add / do. You don't have to hold the reader's hand, but you still need to put the details in there, especially if you want the reader to view something a certain way or justify a plot point / detail. Not overstretching. As you can tell, I am a very creative person. That's good and bad. One of the things I and other people liked was all the character POVs I had. You got a very good view of the world and their understanding. The issue became, all these POVs did not equal plot progression. There were times I could have 6 to 8 chapters covering all these POVs and progression never happened. That is okay here and there, but when it happens that many times, it drags things down. While not every scene has to be progressing the plot, it has to progress something like the world, characters, moments, something. Not be random things that won't lead to anything. Do not add that cannot be committed to. This probably would be the hardest to fix, as you can see $200 million TV / movie budget screw this up all the time, but very important to bring up. Ideas are not equal. It is easy to come up with an idea that might be fun to do. It could be the best idea in the universe, but it might not work within your story. Once you put something inside your story, it is almost impossible to take it out. I do want to add, one thing that helped me a lot throughout the book was leaving small openings throughout the book to reference later. That is fine as you can set things up. However, be careful not to open too widely as to where it will leave a hole in the story. Have it be more of an option if you choose to follow up on it later. It is a hard balance to achieve. Calendar. I learned that even if you are doing side stories, a day at the beach, or covering a story that has nothing to do with the main plot, the calendar still moves along. For example, the space arc when Vanguard 7 went to that outpost with the telescope. That was very fun to do, had nothing to do with the plot. It was just fun, but it adds to the calendar. Spending a day at Italica or Valtris, it shows the world building, but again, no plot progression and adds to the calendar. That was a balance that proved to be hard to manage. I want to show all these elements in the story, but at the same time, it eats up the calendar. This proved to be a challenge that I am still figuring out. An example for me was that I intended to include a naval arc within the war. We'll go into details below. I think I came up with an interesting and fun way to do it. However, it required me to extend the war longer than I wanted to push off the Darlco / demon side, etc. All to set the book up to include that new arc. It became too much, required too many compromises, etc. It is okay to include new ideas. You need to make sure you're not compromising the heart of your story. You need to figure out how much effort an idea will take and what other ideas you have pushed into the background. If an idea requires too much effort while not contributing to the story's progression, best not to include it. Side note about merging technology magic. I got this question a lot, and it sounded like many other authors got the same questions. I intended to bring in DARPA in Volume 6. I didn't until Volume 16, and only for one scene. The reason why it really never happened was that, and this is more of a Gate-like problem, is that there is no story incentive to do so. Basically, any nation on Earth is 2,000 years more advanced than anyone in Gate, so, as the author, why do I need to make that imbalance even bigger? Someone asked me that question in Discord, asking why the US didn't create magic tech to speed through the war. The example I gave was, and this is from the author's perspective, Gate is basically 1970s Arnold Schwarzenegger kicking a one-year-old baby over and over and over and over in the chest. Giving the US, JDSF, or any other nation the ability to have magical technology is like giving Arnold Schwarzenegger steel boots with spikes and still kicking that same baby. At that point, it just becomes a military porn story. Nothing wrong with that. It is cool watching artillery rain down on the enemy. But that gets boring after a while. And the trope gets old and only restricts what you can do story-wise even more. Unless the point of the story is just to brutally kill the people on Falmart as brutally as you can, it becomes a net negative to try and include magical technology in any meaningful way. Note, I am ignoring that it probably would take years for anything meaningful to be developed. Like an alien spaceship crash landing, it would take years just to figure out the basics, especially when people want the war to be as quick as possible. Any development wouldn't matter until after the war, so it is kind of a catch-22 no matter what. At no point I am saying you cannot do this. These are the issues I ran into, and it seems like other authors ran into the same problem. It really boils down to the Empire just being too weak, so there is no need to explore this area, and that's why you normally don't see this as a major focus in the story. What I liked. My primary goals were character development, world building, and the story. For my first go at this, I am overall pleased with what I accomplished. Of course, there are mistakes, things I would redo or reprioritize or clarify more, but I am happy. Sharpe. I wouldn't have gone so heavy-handed early on. I do think that was more of my personality, being a direct person and cramming as much as I could in a few chapters. Outside of that, he grew as a leader and became a strong father figure for the girls. I had lots of people DM me, talking about how the character helped with their deep depression. I also liked writing about him in all those fights. The Sharpe/Talon ones are still my favorite. Legrath one is the top one. Pina. She had the best arc throughout the story, going from a naive, spoiled brat to a respectable leader. I never liked how she basically sold out the Empire in Gate, showing that she had no principles or values. And when she got power, I felt like it was never earned. The one change I would have done was give her and her knights a bit more time doing their own thing. But overall, I am happy. The girls. I did not want to do a harem, so I went down the family route. I think I did an overall good job, as everything between them all felt natural, and they acted like a real family. I was happy with how everyone turned out, especially Rory and Lelei. Lelei gained confidence. Going from a cold, emotionless girl to a happy, feminine one at the end, confident and happy with her life. Rory, more of a comedic party girl, but had deep demons that she had to heal from. Crisis and the Ely's campaign. I had a blast with this character and arc. There were small battles I wanted to show, but was forced to cut, but overall, there little I would change outside details, orders, and flow here and there. Showing the two factions switch tactics and then adapt was fun. Having it get more gritty. And then there was Legrath, just loved it. The lore of Falmart and the Empire. Gate had almost no lore, so almost everything you read was either my idea or an expansion of what was barely mentioned. The ancient civilizations and why humans became so dominant, the 30-Year War, history on why the Empire was created. Even with characters, mind creation or OGs, their lore had far more depth, and I enjoyed it as it just gave me something to write long-term. Rory and Talon created the Empire and their personal history, for example. The interactions. One of the things I enjoyed the most was the banter between characters. I think that is enough said. Everyone had fun pick on each other, telling stories, and I think it flowed well. I am honestly surprised the bantering went as well as it did. I think that might be because I am a sarcastic, banter person myself, so it translated well into the story. The originality. I have always been the first to state there were problems with the story. Ideas and calendar getting ahead of the plot, getting sidetracked on side stories, etc. Overall, I am happy with what I have done. It would have been easy to just have it where the US artillery blows up another legion for the 20th time, but decided to be more adaptive, figuring out the terrain and how that could be used, what cities and their politics would be, adding what social and cultural challenges we would face. My intention was to focus on the characters and the world, using the war as a plot generation. While it did cause long-term issues, it allowed me to have all these adventures with the characters, go places I wouldn't be able to go, explore ideas I wouldn't have been able to. While I would have organized things better a second go, I am happy with the results as that was my main focus, and that is why people read my story in the first place. The heart behind the story and the heart of the characters' relationships. I wouldn't trade that for the world. The relation of having modern soldiers working side by side with native forces, like Vanguard 7/Rose Knights and the U.S. Marines/Elba Knights invading Alguna. It was very hard to find ways to make them work together, and I think I overall did a good job. It was challenging, forcing myself to think on how best to incorporate such tactics, but overall worked. I also like how I spent a lot of time in the arc. For example, the Battle of Legrath was about 10 chapters long. Rondell was almost 15 chapters long. With web novels, you can just add details and take your time flushing them out. I didn't have to force myself to cramp 15 chapters worth of information into 5 smaller mentions. I really like what I did with Rondell. Never understood why they were anti-empire, as they would be the most important city besides Sad-Era. It makes no logical sense why they would be pro-JSDF/US. I wish I spent more time stalling the fear of mages, showing how scary their abilities are and why they feared invading the city. The Rondell arc flowed well, showing all these different POVs, their interests and goals. Basically very dynamic besides simping for one side or another. My personal favorite chapter was 204, The Battle at the Outpost. In an isolated battle, I wanted to show the horrors of war. What everyday soldiers are worried about, what they have to deal with and face, what the League has to do to get an upper hand, etc. I think that chapter is a good example of what could be done in other battles, so it's not just bows and swords. Regrets. Overall, I have few regrets. I am happy with what I accomplished with my first go-ahead. But there were a few big mistakes that kind of screwed me over. I like to bring it up so others could learn from that. Not sticking to what I planned. No real good way of saying it. I started listening to some people's ideas, which caused me to backtrack on my plans. As my story got popular, I spent more time listening to others and less my gut. I was trying to be open-minded, listen to others' POVs, try to prevent tunnel vision, and hope people would see issues that I couldn't see. There is nothing wrong with listening to others and taking ideas from them. However, I put myself in a situation where it caused me to basically drop what I wanted to do to appease others, which isn't good. I ran into a situation where some people I trusted were either intentionally trying to sabotage me and found out that happened to other authors, or others used my reputation as a shield to attack others behind my back or to push an agenda. All this I was not prepared for. On the other hand, I did meet great people who helped me a lot. They did everything and more and have been a great value throughout every stage. I probably wouldn't have gotten to the finish line or gotten as well refined on my skills if it wasn't for them. So thank you. I would say, find people who can elevate your ideas/vision, not change it. What I learned was that if an idea is going to derail or require a major investment away from your overall goals, don't do it. I allowed myself to get derailed at times, forcing me to change my plans or take on too much at once, which meant everything got dragged out and impossible to manage. If you get an idea that will enhance what you're already doing or make slight course corrections, ask a buddy and go for it. For authors, the lesson is be careful who you trust. Find those people you can trust and stick with them. If you find people on your team who are not on board with the main vision, I can go on a list but don't want to, just boot them. I know that sounds harsh, but I had to learn to treat this like a business. Your name might on it at the end of the day, and you bear full responsibility for everything on it. I have seen other authors with teams, and the same thing happen. Trust but verify. The Naval Arc. After the Ely's campaign, I was going to start a new campaign within the Duman's Mountain Range, exploring the dwarf underworld. As you can see, that really didn't happen, and there was no Naval Arc. I will post the Naval Arc below, but this needs its own section. Around chapter 130, I started including hints of a naval arc with the intention of opening another sea gate to allow a fleet in. This required me to basically pause the war and delay everything. That was after Legrath, why everyone kind of paused for a while. That prevented me from going forward with my Duman Mountain campaign until it got too silly to go all in on it. Because I needed to set up the sea side of the story, I had to pause other arcs until I could justify investing in that side of the story. It became too much and was forced to drop it. Earth Mages. To be clear, I don't fully regret including them in the story as there is a place for the concept. It was more, I ran into the problem as I already had so much going on, and this just added another layer that I never could commit to. The goal behind the idea was that we think we are very smart because we have a cell phone. Yes, Europe, they're called cell phones, not mobile XD, so we can look up everything. So there is no mystery in life and no need to learn more. The truth is, we only know a fraction of our past as most of it is lost through time. There is so much we don't know and we take for granted. We have all these folklores and methodically. Recently, we found out humanity is hundreds of thousands of years older than we first expected, and human civilization could be 10 to 12,000 years old, was thought to be 7,000. Even the James Webb Telescope is changing how we see things in the universe. I will say, the execution was very bad. Zorzel. I know I am in the minority on this, but I never understood the hatred of Zorzel. I know he is bad. He's a bad guy and done bad things, but I have seen far worse bad guys in other media, so I never understood the hate. When you read the manga, you can see that he is quite bright, working in a bad situation as he tried to lead his nation, and there's a lot you can do with that, story and character-wise. I think the reason why everyone thinks he is a joke is because a 90-pound girl beat up a 200-pound man with muscles with such ease, demasculinized him without effort. We can debate how realistic that is, but that really is not the point. It is about optics. No one could ever respect a man/character after a situation like that. It is just reality. I would make Zorzel into a more respected bad guy by starting off with not having this happen. I wouldn't get rid of the evil stuff like what he did with Taiyul and Noriko, as that was just common in those days. I just wouldn't make him be a man-child. I would also have him being more involved in command from the capital besides appearing and disappearing depending on the plot. What would I do differently? Looking back, if I was to rewrite what changes would I make in hindsight? As I wrote, I looked back and wished I focused on other areas, be more efficient in others, or completely redesign aspects of the world of Gate. There are many I won't be adding as the list would be too long, but here are some major ones I think people could consider. Changing the Empire. Because What is a fanfiction, I would keep the Empire closer to a classical era, but with major changes. It is an empire with magic and fantasy elements, so there is a lot you can do with it. We all know, the Empire was designed to be as physically weak as possible to make the JSDF look badass, which makes them look weak themselves. There are so many small things that could have been included if you're going to have primitives fight modern and be interesting. I would give the Empire some kind of personal communication device. They need to be able to communicate at a long distance. City-to-city teleportation / portal to major cities. One big problem is that it takes forever just for a message across the Empire. Deploying armies are even longer, so allowing an army to jump between cities would help keep the speed / flow of the story good. In addition, this would mean the Earth Nation would have to focus on and conquer these cities. There was more urgency and forced into a more interesting military engagement. I would need to think about this more and the logistics of it. My point is that there needs to be something to help speed things along. Include magic more. In Gate, even though there is an entire city with tens thousands of mages, Lelei is the only mage in all of Falmart. While I gave the Empire mages, looking back I would have gone much further and integrated more. I always looked at them as a heavy support, being a walking artillery and protection for others. It would make the squad level POV very interesting. As I said above, Gate had almost no magic in it of note. There is so much you can do with magical armor and weapons. I attempted to do this, but needed more thought behind the ideas. As people correctly pointed out, we have bulletproof underwear. If we can create something like that, then a magical / fantasy civilization with enchantment and alchemy could easily develop bulletproof armor. Stopping a round or two, just like ours, no armor is like in The Mandalorian. I would say because it's a classical era, this might be limited for officers and elite warriors, but common enough to be seen in the story. Just not for every swordsman, but that's up to the author as it is subjective. I would have focused more on the Imperial Senate and its diversity. The Empire is supposed to be an empire. It should show more of it. They have all these species within their ranks and jewel cities, like Rondell. Looking back, it would have been cool to see these other cities represented in the Senate and show their POV, why they acted the way they did, etc. I think this is more toward Rondell. I probably would give them cannons, but not just a copy / pass design, but find some way to make it feel like something they would create. Much magical ammo or something. Enchantment adds a twist that could allow interesting deployment. I would move Satera 500 to 1,000 miles east or move Alnus into the Ely's region. They're just way too close to allow an expansive story on Falmart. If it was not for the Dumas Mountains being like the Rocky Mountains, there really wouldn't be a point in writing the story, as the war would be so short it would end by Chapter 5. They need to be further away to properly flesh out this world. I would reduce battle sizes, going to battalion brigade versus a legion. While that is what I was doing, I sent mixed singles throughout the story. Small level combat probably bets for this type of story, for both sizes. Like the opening battle for Alnus, JDSF kills 100,000 Imperials. Kind of dumb when you think of it, and that battle should have been more intense because, magic should be far fewer, as that high number being wiped out easily makes the Empire a cartoon faction. I would have spent a little more time in the beginning going to villages and having small-scale US forces fight small Imperial forces. Not everything needed to be this mega clash. The goal: show a more culture shock of both worlds and slowly introduce concepts, like that early tower battle before Elba showed up in Volume 3-4 battle. You easily show how some towns oppose the US while others might like them. Show a bit of tribute politics. This one might not be popular, but I do regret including Tuke and Yao. Tuke less, so because I did figure something for her. The only reason I included them was because readers wanted them. In my opinion, Yao brings nothing to the table, and I hated the Tuke dad complex in the gate and didn't want to do it. I am glad I included Tuke in the end, and maybe with hindsight I could implement it better, but with both of them, they were just there, and I had nothing I wanted to do with them. The main reason was that they replaced Selena by forcing her into the background until she was a side/dead character. Tuke needed a complete redesign from her OG status, and Yao is just a fifth wheel and has the same abilities as Tuke. And that brings me to Selena. I didn't accomplish any of my goals with her, and I can see why. Selena was my replacement for Tuke and Yao, but when I brought them in, I ended up never having enough screen time for Sharpe/Selena's relationship. One of the big mistakes I found was that I didn't give her enough agency within the story. So when it was time to move the story or main characters along, she had to be pushed aside because nothing about her moved the story along. That was a mistake I took to heart. If you have a character that you want to have, make sure they have agency. Otherwise, in the long run, you will be forced to abandon/reduce that character. I wouldn't have added satellites B-52s or other major technologies on that scale. One interesting side of this kind of iSky is that you do go to an alien world, and that brings in itself its own set of problems for any nation that goes there. Anything GPS/star maps. INS works, but are very limited at range because of Dead Reckoning, would be worthless and would take a while to include. It is the charm of having a modern military force to go into a more limited/primitive form, because they wouldn't rely on their full force, which was designed to work on Earth. Having the characters work on this reality twist that they never were trained for could be very fun and interesting. Because radio communications would be limited, they needed to establish stations to allow long-range communications. This would mean they have to defend them so the Empire could attack, creating urgency to defend them. It is this low-scale fighting. I don't want to say low-tech, as you can still bring in high-tech stuff. There is just more limited. These are the natural limitations and weaknesses of our technology. Still far superior than the Empire, but it makes sense and places a little more danger for the modern nation. I would keep Noriko having a child, as there is so much you can do with that. Just like Selena, she kept getting pushed into the background to the point any opportunities one could have done with her already passed. Like, Zorzel never cared that he had a son. My intent was to make that into a more pressure issue with him, but kept getting pushed to the side for more important things. By the time I could have, it kind of was pointless as so much time had passed. I would bring Sophia Everett into the story sooner. She was meant to be a response to comments that Vanguard 7/the US was too good, which I agreed with. She was supposed to represent how people would feel after being attacked and losing everything. However, she came in too late, and by that point, she didn't fit well with Vanguard 7 as they were already too established for that twist. She was too far removed from the opening events. With the newscast, I enjoyed the idea but struggled to figure out what to do with them. They became random statements. What I like about them is that it helps to give information about the world that wouldn't fit in the chapter. I think this was because of the nature of how I wrote the book. Write one chapter and then publish it. That made it hard to plan long-term. Traditionally, an author writes an entire book and then releases so they can plan things out better. I would do newscasts again, but this time come up with story arcs for them, be more thoughtful, and plan ahead in advance besides trying to make them up as I go. Shorts is another thing I would do differently. They came about to help solve the multiple POVs in the story and to show non-important story elements. It was a great place for the Tales of the Clanless side series, but outside that, the idea needed work. It became a dumping ground and forgettable as there wasn't any major storyline. I might have to do it again, but would come up with its own storyline like the Clanless to show the areas I want to show. Deleted ideas. These are just ideas I had throughout the book. I'm going to put them as I remember and in their raw forms, not changing them now to look better or be more fleshed out. Naval Arc. This is a summary of my naval arc. Zuffmet was going to open a sea gate in the Avion Sea. For the record, I moved the Avion Sea from the small patch of islands in the Blue Sea and moved east into that giant open ocean between Falmart and that long southern island chain. This was to support a larger naval campaign. The goal was that Zuffmet wanted to open a second gate and have the Avion pirates and empires invade the Gulf of Mexico. This was just to piss off the American and other nations so they would invade. NATO fleets would move through the Avion Sea and conduct an island-hopping campaign. With 2 gates open, this would put stress on the gate system and trigger Apocryph, a dark matter mist that consumes/destroys everything. This would appear on Uros and on Earth, consuming everything in its sight. This would force both land and sea to strike Zuffmet Temple to stop him from allowing this from happening as cities are destroyed on Earth. This would include Vanguard 7 getting the Holy Spear and killing Zuffmet, just like how WW ended. With this defeat, all forces would move against Zorzal and his Falmart League fortress. That was deep within Falmart, as Sadera would have fallen by now. Dumas campaign. I was going to bring in the dwarfs hiding out in the Dumas campaign. I was planning on these massive underground cities. The Lion General that came out of retirement wanted revenge as NATO accidentally bombed his village, killing everyone. The Opportuma planted fake targets there. This was supposed to be the sequel to the Ely's campaign that got dragged along because, at the same time, I tried to include the naval arc because I tried to do 2 major campaigns at once. Both failed, and the Dumans Mountains only got a few scenes of soldiers going into the tunnels and protecting a highway towards Sadera. The Southern Offensive. I had a plan for the Opportuma forces, the Southern Kingdom of Mudwan, League Principality, and Tumarin to launch a southern counteroffensive with the goal of destroying Elba and the Kingdom of Algana, who was occupied by U.S. Marines and Elba. This was to force the U.S. to relocate troops from other theaters and onto the defensive or risk losing their #1 ally. This would be in coordination with Famulus Dark Race Army that would be shipped from the Blue Sea, flanking Elba and NATO forces. This would have 2 POV plot lines. Vanguard 7 defended the capital of Elba while Pina/Crisis would go to Tumarin, the major player, and convince them to side with her and not the Opportuma. The capital would be under siege, and Pina, with reinforcements from the southern kingdoms, would flank the Dark Army, winning the battle. I do not remember if I intended for the city to be destroyed or not. Either option works. The Spider Army. This was my first cut contact and one of my 3 original arc ideas. I did 2 of them, but this was dropped. I planned an army of giant spiders coming from somewhere and heading to Alnus. Zorzal made a deal with the Spider Queen, and they joined in the war. At this point, Pina was in Alnus, but not yet trusted. This was also early as U.S. forces still had not had that many forces in the country. Small units were deployed, including Vanguard teams to delay the Spiders as much as they could, causing many casualties. This worked as they were almost overrun. However, quick reaction force from Earth could be deployed. The first line would fall, being forced to fall back to the main line. In combination with artillery and airstrikes, they were able to deflect the spider horde back into the forests. This would start a long campaign within the forests as they rooted out the spiders until Vanguard 7 found the Spider Queen, humanoid with spider head. At some point, Sharpe, Rory, and the Queen would fight. Sharpe would cut Rory's hands off after she was defeated and use them to hold her weapon and defeat the Spider Queen. Besides killing the Queen, he made a deal that they would go back to where they came or they would be nuked, which she agreed to. The idea was that at some point in the future, Sharpe would almost be killed in a battle and fall somewhere, lost from his team. Spiders found him and healed him, bringing him to the Queen. In the meantime, Vanguard 7 would have found a shapeshifter version of Sharpe and brought him back to Alnus. This would be before bunnies populated the town/base. Selena would suddenly hate him because he felt different, realizing the same fatherly heart was not in it. With Sharpe, he would return to Alnus and they discovered shapeshifters. Sharpe corruption. I planned on Palapon, the god of revenge, to corrupt Sharpe. This would transform him into a monster. Because Rory would be scared to hurt him, Chrysis would face off against corrupt Sharpe as Fryan/Lelei would mind meld into Sharpe mind. They would search his mind and purge the corruption while Chrysis and Sharpe fought. Nala, my cat was going to join the story as a queen of the Nikos. It is a joke within my Discord server. Nothing much more than that, but it would have been fun. Edra's kingdom. Selena's home kingdom was thousands of miles away to the west. The goal was to go back there in a small operation. Vanguard 7 would overthrow the corrupt government, and Selena would rally her people to resist. With this, they fight off the corrupt nobles, and Edra's becomes an ally against Ticaret and the Empire. Selena would become queen, but would stay with her father to represent her people. Lelei father. I intended to bring in Lelei's father at one point. He would come in, pretending to care about Lelei, but intended to kidnap her for a reward. A plague. I wanted to do a mini-arc when a plague hit Alnus. Vanguard 7 would be sent to find a plant that had a cure. During this, Sharpe would talk with his old Harper without realizing he was daydreaming. Apollo pretending to be Harper. This was before I finalized the rules that gods were stuck on their worlds, and guiling Sharpe to find his inner strength. When I was getting close to this arc, COVID hit in 2020, so I decided to cancel it, not wanting to panic people. The end. This is pretty much it. This has been fun, and I hope to catch you all on the flip side.